Okay, so we start. So first of all, I would like to mention that I'm sort of split between two mindsets or two kinds of emotional states as I start this webinar. So one is that I'm really excited about this because this is the first ever webinar I'm taking on gap analysis. And gap analysis is really critical thinking in action. And I'm very fascinated and by critical thinking, critical reasoning. So I'm really excited about taking this workshop. But at the same time, uh, I'm also reading a book on slowing down, on taking things slowly, not rushing, just be very calm and into the moment. And I'm trying to inculcate that in my life. So there may be periods of excitement and calming down during this workshop. So don't be bewildered by that. Um, okay, so let me. So yeah, so gap analysis, and as I said, I look at gap analysis as critical thinking in action. It's just an application of critical thinking. So it is as close to critical thinking as I think you can get. So if you read this subtitle here, it's a workshop to help build critical thinking through gap analysis. So if you put two and two together, which I'll keep asking to do throughout the workshop. So it is through the application of critical thinking do you develop critical thinking. And this is not just for critical thinking, it is for all the basic uh, qualities of a human being. How do you develop patience? By practicing patience. How do you develop critical thinking? By practicing critical thinking. And how do you develop, how do you practice critical thinking? So one of the ways is through gap analysis. This is as close to critical thinking as I can see. Okay, so yeah. So first I'll just talk a little about myself. My name is Chiranjeev Singh. I'm a GMAT coach and a critical thinker with a question mark. And I think perhaps to some extent, a critical thinker has to have a question mark. So the question mark is that I'm not sure whether I'm a critical thinker. Uh, and and yeah, it may become confusing at times, but you will see that this just also comes from the more critically you think, the more doubtful you become of almost everything. But yeah, so if I call myself critical thinker, how much do I critically think? That's still open. I may still be just speaking from my perspective, which may be biased, which may be incorrect. So I'm not sure whether I'm a critical thinker. Um, so I'm passionate about learning, understanding things. Of course, not understanding everything, understanding more about the psychology part and happiness. So thus my interests are learning, education, even though education has become a little disconnected with learning. But yeah, so education and learning, psychology, because I want to understand why we behave, how we behave, and all that. And then happiness is spirituality, I think. Yeah, spirituality is the area that I believe really focuses on joy and well-being of an individual. So yeah, these are my interest areas. Statistically, I'm an alumnus of I'm in the Bath, graduated in 2010. These are my test scores, CAT, GMAT, GRE. I've served briefly, very briefly actually, as a director of curriculum and EGMAT back in 2014 or so. Yeah, I'm recognized as an expert on GMAT Club. I have over 2000 kudos and I think now more than 1000 followers on GMAT Club. So this is a little about me. And at this stage, I would want to sort of open the floor a little. And if some of you can share a little about you, your GMAT background, and why you are attending this workshop, some of you, uh, that would be great. We'll get to know each other a little.
Hi, CJ, Raghuram here. How are you doing today?
Doing well, Raghuram.
Okay, of course, the both of us are already acquainted, but just a brief intro about myself. I'm currently in Mumbai, and I had started preparing for GMAT now, I would say, about a year ago. I had already given one attempt, and even though I would say the score was decent enough, I scored more than what I had got in my mocks, so I was happy. But of course, more marks is always better. I mean, that's the baseline of how we grew up. So, nevertheless, uh, I wanted to join this workshop to understand more about the critical reasoning questions. Of course, I had been watching all your videos as well, so I do have a basic understanding of what critical reasoning now is compared to before. But I wanted to do even more of a deep dive, go really deep. And yes, of course, I've not set a date for my upcoming GMAT, so I have basically all the time in the world. And that's why I want to do a very good study for both the GMAT and for my future MBA as well. So that would be my motivation for joining this webinar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh, Hi, good morning, everyone. Maybe I'll go next. Uh, Good morning, Chiranjeev. Yeah, I mean, similar to Raghu Raman here, my journey on the GMAT has also been has extended for the past 1 year. I had given my classic GMAT before my master's, uh, and I was familiar with it. And of course, now with the GMAT focus, I'm trying to level up again for a possible MBA. And CR is one area which is sort of my Achilles heel, and I've not been in a very timed environment. Not haven't had exactly a very illustrious run with the CR, and that's been one of my reasons to be here.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Shreyans.
Hi, so I think I might have been the longest here, like on the GMAT journey. Like it's almost been 2 years since I've been preparing for GMAT. I actually gave my I think first attempt back in 2023. It was with GMAT Legacy. After that, I switched over to GRE. I gave like a couple of attempts there too. Sort of reached a score ceiling there. So yeah, that's the reason I'm trying to attempt GMAT FE now. I like want to get more marks in that for better like opportunities maybe. Yes, my primary reason here is to I think learn about more about critical reasoning.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Um, so, just for introduction of other people, because we are quite well acquainted and know each other. So, as I've been your student for some time now. but to introduce myself for the people here as well, and to explain basically why I'm looking forward to this workshop is basically it's been the curve since the past few months that I've been working you and studying with you that I've deeply understood this part, that critical thinking and gap analysis, how deeply it forms the real foundation, how we go about the GMAT and even about how we think about anything in life. And these workshops and classes, everything that you conduct, gives me one of those opportunities uh, where I can even correct myself and even learn the real application of seeing how broad I need to go and how I actually need to start thinking about anything, not just about the test or about anything in life, um, applied broadly as well. So yeah, these sessions about CR or critical thinking are basically my attempt to learn, build upon the skills of critical thinking, which I can apply on test and to other parts of life as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Should we carry on? Okay, you'll have more opportunities to talk to each other, to interact with each other. As I shared on the WhatsApp group, there are group assignments. Even in the second session, you'll have a good discussion of an argument in which you'll talk about sort of the gaps in that argument. Anyone here who does not understand Hindi at all? Because I just want to get a sense. Can I switch back and forth between Hindi and English, or do I stick to strictly to English? Anyone who does not understand Hindi at all? Okay, okay, let's move on. So, just sharing a couple of testimonials from students, reviews from students, just to highlight my way of teaching. So, as Anish says here, the focus is less on the errors and more on the root cause behind the errors. And the root cause may not come out just by asking a single question and pursuing it in a very superficial manner. The reason I'm saying this is what a lot of people do. When I look at people's error logs, how they analyze their mistakes, it's not that they just say, okay, this is a mistake I made. They try to ask themselves, why did they make the mistake? And a lot of times they just settle with the first answer that they get without probing it further. So, for example, I did not read carefully. This is a very common cause that people think is behind their errors. So, if this is the cause, then the natural solution is okay, read more carefully. And this permeates people's error logs. Error log, if you look at the error logs, आधे रोज इसी में होते हैं that read more carefully, don't be careless and all that. But then they don't dig further to understand why were they careless in this question. And if they were really careless in this question, why did they make this particular mistake, not other mistakes? There are layers to the causes. Only if you do a thorough job in understanding the root cause and addressing that, can you resolve the problem. Otherwise, the problem will stay and you'll keep saying the same things over and over and over again. Okay, so this is essentially the way that we don't look at the surface level thing, we try to dig deep. And I think the whole workshop is also about gap analysis. So it is not really about a specific question type on the GMAT. But as I shared in my original post also, that 70% of the questions are argument-based questions, and gap analysis forms the basis of all argument-based questions. So it is not really about a question type, but this really forms the basis, the base skill from which I think you can develop your skills in those specific question types. Okay, so let's talk about what is critical thinking. As I said, gap analysis is critical thinking in action. So let's first talk about what is critical thinking. And in any case, the name of the section on the GMAT is critical reasoning. What is critical reasoning or critical thinking? So as the name suggests, critical. So it is coming sort of related to the word critique. What does the word critique mean? It means about findings, what is missing, what is lacking, right? What we still don't know of, the flaws that are there. Right? That is about the critique. So critical thinking is about looking at a piece, looking at an argument, seeing what's missing, what still remains unexplained, what we cannot be sure about. So it's always about what's missing, what we don't know about. So in a way, critical thinking is about becoming aware of your ignorance. Ignorance is what you don't know, right? Basically, and this is essentially the problem that we have. We are not able to solve our problems because we are ignorant about them. We don't even know what the problems are. So in a way, if the problem is not knowing something, which is ignorance, the reason we are not able to solve the problem is that we are ignorant about ignorance, that we don't know what we don't know. Critical thinking helps us there. It makes us aware of our ignorance. So critical thinking involves developing a precise understanding of what we don't know, the gaps in our knowledge and our reasoning. And this awareness becomes our strength, right? Once you know that this is something you don't know, then you can tackle it. If you remain unaware of what you even don't know, then the problem cannot be solved. Then you can, of course, hit arrows in the dark and some might hit, but essentially, that is not a systematic way to resolve your problems. So some people may look at the definition of critical thinking and think, oh, it's such a negative activity to constantly focus on what's missing. So no, critical reasoning is not inherently negative. Uh, it focuses on identifying deficiencies and flaws, as I said. But what you do with this awareness is entirely upon you. Okay. So, for example, it's a choice of application. So what you do with critical insight essentially determines the impact of that insight. You can, of course, use critical thinking to diminish others, to really say, oh, you're worthless or this is not working. Or you can use it to help yourself and help others. In my understanding, it's critical thinking essentially is the path to better reasoning, to better understanding things. By identifying what's missing and flawed, we create opportunities to build robust understanding and eventually better decisions. So what critical thinking gives us, or I can say it has given me from my experience. The first is depth. If you constantly, as I said, critical thinking is constantly asking what we don't know, right? And we sort of, you'll see it in action. So, so right now it may seem very philosophical and kind of weird and alien thing to say what we don't know, what we constantly focus on. But essentially, once you constantly focus on what you don't know, and one of the primary ways we do is by repeatedly asking questions. And one thing that happens, the first is the depth. You're able to see beyond surface level explanations and understand what's operating beneath those explanations. So you build a depth of understanding, a depth of reasoning. It also leads to humility, of course, because the more you become aware of what you don't know, the more humble you become naturally. It's not something that you try to inculcate as a quality, okay, that you don't try to become humble. Humility is a natural consequence once you become aware of how limited you are or how limited you know. It also leads to a sense of wonder, right? Children have wonder. They are filled with wonder. They look at the world and say, oh, wow, so much. We adults look at the life around us and we, oh, I understand. Okay, so the wonder has been killed by superficial knowledge. With critical thinking, you understand the layers of knowledge, the layers of knowing and not knowing. Then it opens up an opportunity to again become wondrous about things. You look at a thing and see, oh, I still don't know. And this opens up a kind of a childlike wonder within you. And then there is joy. It also comes from wonder, but it also comes from the depth of understanding anything. So this is what at least I have realized to some extent, that there is a sense of joy, there is a sense of uh, curiosity, happiness at the depth of anything, actually, not just sort of arguments and all that, but if you try to understand anything at depth, there is joy there. If you remain superficial about things, then you are just looking at it in a very practical, objective oriented way. So you're not really interested in the thing, you just want to get rid of that and get to the objective. But if you really try to get to the depth of a thing, it inherently is joyful. So that is the same case uh, with arguments and understanding any piece of text. That once you start getting deep, then you really start enjoying it. So joy is just there, waiting to be explored or waiting to be had. So let me give you an example that fascinated me when I first read about it. So this is a conversation, this is a story about a father and a son. And the father happens to be, so what, this is a story I've heard. Okay, not actually checked it. Uh, so the father happens to be a famous poet, and his son asks him, why are leaves green? So the father starts thinking, well, science says leaves are green because it has chlorophyll, and chlorophyll reflects only the green color back. It absorbs all other colors in the white light, and it reflects back only the green color. Okay, that is an explanation given by science. He thought about it that, yeah, I can give this answer. But then he thought, well, then the sun may ask, why does chlorophyll even reflect green light? Why does it absorb all other lights and just reflect the green light? Why does it do that? He thought about it and then he realized that there is no answer to that. Doesn't matter how many answers he gives, there is again another why waiting to be asked. And then at the end, he just says, well, leaves are green because they are green. So this is what critical thinking can give us, that you realize the boundaries of how much you know, that eventually you don't know. These are just surface level answers. You don't know the real answer that lies at the foundation of all. You may say that, yeah, it has chlorophyll, so it reflects, but is that really an answer? Because the question still remains, why does, instead of asking why are leaves green and why do leaves reflect green light, you can still ask, why does chlorophyll reflect green light? So the question still remains there. So essentially there is a sense of wonder that one may get by looking at leaves and saying, wow, they are green. And we don't know why they are green. And you may look at a story and think, oh, well, it's a simple story devised by someone. But this is also kind of a similar argument, kind of a similar point made by Richard Feynman, who happens to be a Nobel Prize winner in physics. In a BBC interview in 1983, he was asked by the interviewer, well, why do magnets repel each other? So Feynman responded in a very interesting way. He can say that, well, I can say they repel each other because there is magnetic field, there is magnetic force, but that doesn't really answer the question. Because then you may ask, why does magnetic force exist? And then I may say, well, because electrons spin in a particular way, that's why magnetic force exists. But then you may still ask, why do electrons spin that way? And why does the spinning of electrons in that way lead to magnetic force? Right? So essentially the point he made was that you can keep asking whys and more whys, and I will eventually have to say because that things are what they are because this is what they are. So we don't, so essentially the point he made was that we don't really know the real cause. And whatever I'm going to tell you would be a superficial cause. So let me just admit that right away. So yeah, so this is what critical thinking has given me, and this is what fascinates me, that we realize that how much we don't know, and then we use it practically in gap analysis. So critical thinking is about becoming aware of what we don't know, and that's what gap analysis is about. So what is gap analysis? So any argument consists of premises and a conclusion, right? There are supporting statements, and then there is a conclusion that is being supported. Okay, so there is a point being made, that is a conclusion, and the point is supported by some statements. Those are called premises. So gap analysis is about finding what's missing between the premises and the conclusion. What we still need to know, but we don't know, to be confident in the conclusion. So, right, so there are these stairs that go to the conclusion. Some things are missing. We can't really get to the conclusion. Gap analysis is about finding what's missing. Okay. So what question do we ask in gap analysis? The question we fundamentally ask in gap analysis is, can we infer? Do you know the meaning of inference? Anyone knows the meaning of inference? You can share in the chat. What does inference mean? Something that is true given the fact, something that must be true, right? So can we infer, or we can say, can we be absolutely sure about the conclusion from the premises? This is the question that we ask in gap analysis. If yes, if you can infer it, if you can be absolutely sure about it, then there are no gaps. Then the premises ensure the conclusion. No gaps there. But that, of course, doesn't happen. Otherwise, there would not be a question around that argument. So there are some gaps. Okay, so Of course, the answer is on CR question is no, but of course in real life you may have a situation in which there are no gaps. So if the answer is no, that we cannot infer, we cannot be sure about the conclusion from the premises, then why not? And that's where we get to the gaps. So as I said, about 70% of critical reasoning questions are argument-based questions. And all of these questions types are essentially around gaps. If you look at strengthen questions, the correct option is supposed to fill in the gap to make the conclusion more likely. In weaken, it's supposed to exploit the gap to make the conclusion less likely. In evaluate, it needs to ask a question around a particular gap. In assumption, it just needs to say that the gap does not exist. That is the assumption. And in flaw in the reasoning, it needs to specify the exact flaw, exact gap. Okay, so all of these question types are derived from or they play on gaps in reasoning. Also, if at any stage you have a doubt, you can raise your hand or you can share it in the chat window. Okay. So this is the hierarchy of critical reasoning, critical thinking skills. The foundation level is comprehension. Rather, it does not make sense to think of critical thinking if you have not even comprehended what is being said, even though that is what happens quite frequently in real life. We don't understand, but we critique that. Okay, but of course, it does not make sense. Okay, so first foundational skill is to comprehend exactly what the text is saying, what the argument is saying. That is the foundational skill. Then the higher level skill is to understand the gaps or what's missing between the premises and the conclusion. But you first need to understand the premise and the conclusion clearly. Then the third layer is the gap exploitation, which, as I said, different questions do in different ways. Understanding how the answer choices utilize those gaps. Okay, you could falter at the comprehension level, or you may do a good job there, but you may falter in gap analysis, or you may do a good job in gap analysis, but you may falter in gap exploitation level, that you may fail to understand how a particular option is exploiting that gap. You may have identified the gap and now the option is playing around the same gap, but you can't see it. Okay, that's also happens. But most common problem is actually at the level of comprehension. Okay, of course, there are problems at gap analysis, gap exploitation also, but a lot of times people just falter at the level of comprehending. And the sharper your comprehension is, actually, the easier the other steps become. The easier it is to find gaps, the easier it is to see how a particular option is exploiting a gap, if you really deeply understand everything that is given in the question and in the options. And if you make a mistake at the base level in terms of comprehension, and you're thinking it is from x dash to y dash, even though the argument is from x to y. Okay, so the argument is from x to y, but you're thinking, because you have faulted at the level of comprehension, you're thinking it's from x dash to y dash. So your comprehension is off. Okay, you're not thinking it is from A to B, it is not completely off, but it is off. Then it creates a domino effect, basically, because if you falter at the comprehension level, then of course you also falter at the gap analysis level, because while doing gap analysis, you'll be trying to find gaps between x dash and y dash, which is not the case in the argument because the argument is from x to y. Okay, so you are essentially addressing the non-existent problems here. Okay, so that is why to even do a good job in gap analysis, you need to do a good job at the level of comprehension. Okay, so there is a question that says, can we say that if you have comprehended well, then the gap would come naturally to you? So let's put it, so the questions right now seems to have a binary answer, yes or no. The answer is on a spectrum. It becomes easier or more natural. The better your comprehension is, the sharper your comprehension is, the easier it becomes. It is on a spectrum. Of course, it's not that that if you comprehend it completely, then all the gaps would stand out to you. That may still take practice and sort of repetition over a period of time. Okay, but that will solve a lot of problems if you comprehend well. So, right, when we are asking, when we are doing gap analysis, as we said, we ask the fundamental question, can we infer the conclusion from the premises? Now, let's say, but if your answer is yes, you think, well, we can infer the conclusion from the premises. Does that mean there are no gaps? Not necessarily, right? It could mean that you haven't detected a gap that exists. So you could be faltering at the level of comprehension or at the level of critical thinking. So those skills may need further development. And that is also, as I said at the beginning, this is a goal of doing gap analysis, that you build critical thinking skills over a period of time. And then essentially, as your critical thinking skills develop, you become more and more natural at spotting gaps or finding gaps. So as I said, spectrum also exists. Sorry, not spectrum. The comprehension also exists on a spectrum. It is not a binary thing. In some way, you can say it is binary. You have understood it completely or you have not understood it. Right? It's like purity. You can say, well, it's 100% pure, it's impure. You can say that, but of course, we can also understand that purity may also exist on a spectrum, right? Something may be 99% pure and something else may be just 80% pure. That's a vast difference. Similarly, comprehension also exists on a spectrum. So when we say that we are faltering in terms of comprehension, it does not mean that we are not understanding at all. There are sort of layers to understanding, or there is a whole spectrum there. So you could be understanding 80% of it, you could be understanding 60% of it, but you may not be understanding 100% of it. If you're understanding 80% of the text, then 20% you are leaving just at the level of comprehension. Then you will leave some at the gap analysis, then you will leave some at the gap exploitation level, and your accuracy will eventually reflect all these compounding effect. Okay. So yeah, eventually the goal is to become better and better, as close to complete comprehension as we can. There are several factors that impact the comprehension of a sentence or a piece of text. Okay, the first is quite easy to understand, the length of a sentence. Naturally, the longer, more verbose sentences are difficult. The second is vocabulary. Naturally, the easier the vocabulary, the easier it is to understand, the more complex technical vocabulary or hi-fi vocabulary, then it becomes difficult to understand. Beyond these two, there is a structural complexity. The same long sentence could be just simple structure to understand, or it could have a lot of clauses and modifiers and all that. So it may make it difficult to really understand what the sentence is saying. So there is a structural part to it also. And then there is a context part to it. Even if the sentences are long, vocabulary is technical and all that, you may still find it much easier to understand a text if the text is from a context which is familiar to you. So if you are a science student, or if you have been a science student, any piece on science, you will have a much easier time than any piece on, let's say, archaeology or geology or history. Okay, so the context also plays a role in determining how much we can comprehend. And then the last one is how subtle the logic or the connections are. So the ideas that are presented, how easy to understand the logic that is there, or the connections between the various ideas that are being presented. That also determines the level of comprehension. These are the various factors, but what do we do with them? So how do we maximize our comprehension? Even if that's fine, that these are the factors that are impacting comprehension. But then how do we maximize our comprehension irrespective of the text that we are reading? The first and most foundational thing is the pace has to be variable, which is kind of common sense, but right, as somebody says, common sense is not so common. So what I have observed very repeatedly is that people read every sentence at the same pace, irrespective of the complexity of the sentence. Okay, so they'll go, then at the end they'll say, what is the sentence saying? So they are reading the sentence at the same pace, even though the sentence could be simple, then they just easily understand. Or the sentence could be quite complex. In that case, they don't really understand. And then they go back and try again and so on. A simple thing to understand is that we can read sentences or any piece of text at a variable pace that is suited or that is aligned with the difficulty of that piece of text. How does variable pace help? One is that in terms of strategic pausing, we can take pauses. So as I said, typical way people read a sentence or a paragraph is they read the entire thing in one go, and then they really try to understand what's going on. So they are feeding the whole thing to their mind in one go. But even while reading a sentence, you can take pauses, and you will see that in action once we get to solving or looking at CR arguments. You can take pauses while comprehending the sentence. You don't need to read the entire sentence in one go. Rather, it is counterproductive. As we said, if the difficulty is really high and you try to get it in one go, then you will falter. You will essentially have to read it multiple times. And even despite reading multiple times, you may not have a hold on it. Because even when you're doing it multiple times, you're still reading the entire thing in one go. And if it is complex enough, then you cannot get it in one go because it is so complex. You need to divide it into parts. So that's something, and of course, there's a lot of content also that I've created on comprehending sentences. You can check it out on YouTube also. But in any case, we'll do that as we look at arguments here. So we can take pauses to understand difficult sections of a sentence. Then what we need, so how do we vary our pace, or how much pauses do we take? That depends on our self-awareness. That as we read, we should be aware of how much we are understanding. What do we feel about this text? Are we understanding it, or is it going over our head, or is it really manageable? If it is manageable, then of course you don't need to take pauses. You can read fast. If it is difficult, then you need to slow down, right? So even the variable pace can happen only if you are paying attention to yourself, how much you are understanding as you are reading. So as I said, strategic pausing is essentially about reading part by part for complex sentences, but of course, strategic pausing could also apply to taking pauses after every sentence and connecting it back within a paragraph. Okay. So at the sentence level, we can read part by part a sentence, and at the paragraph level, we read a sentence by sentence, which basically means that if you read one sentence and you read the second, then you connect the second back to the first. So before you move on to the third sentence, you have really built a good hold over the first two sentences. It is accumulated assimilation. So you are not reading the entire paragraph in one go and then trying to assimilate it. It is an accumulated assimilation. So you read one sentence, then you read the second, then you connect it back. Now you have a complete hold over the two. Then you go on to the third sentence. Then you connect the third sentence back to the first two. You develop a hold over this one, and then you move on. Okay, this is how we read. We accumulate assimilation over text. And then the last part of this is that you also connect paragraphs with each other. This is how we maximize our comprehension, that we read things part by part within a sentence, then within a paragraph, then we make connections across paragraph also. So the goal is whatever we have read at any stage of time, we should have complete mastery over that. So we have assimilated what we have read, now we move on. That is how we move. Any questions? Any comments so far? I've been trying to do step 4. Which step 4? Sentence level? Sentence level processing, you mean? Due to this, I just get stuck sometimes. What do you mean that due to this, I get stuck? You can also speak up, Manik. So what do you mean by this, Vanik? You can speak up. Again, you don't need to type if you're typing. So there will be.
Sorry, not Vanik, but maybe I'm also facing the same problem. Maybe I'm jumping. Maybe you have it coming in the coming slides, but how to? It's for me. It's always comprehension versus the time that I take. So sometimes it's like if I shoot over the time, comprehension goes haywire, and
So right. Uh, so this kind of, what do I say? This equation stays for a lot of people, that as they try to improve their timing, their comprehension goes off. If they try to manage their comprehension, their timing goes off, right?
Yes. Yes.
So how to have both? That is the question,
Yeah.
right? So I'll briefly talk about it. I'm not sure whether I've specifically tackled it, but this is a very common thing, and I've written various articles or videos also. You may not have gone through them. I understand. There is just so much out there now. More than 50 articles that I've written. So let's try to understand that. Let's say if I'm comfortable driving my scooter at 60 kilometer per hour, okay, but somebody else is not. He can drive comfortably at 40 kilometer per hour, but he cannot drive at 60. At 60, he feels like he's losing control. He'll sort of ram into something, or he'll just get over or whatever. Okay, but he doesn't feel in control at 60 kilometer per hour. Then how can that person, what is the problem in that person? Or how can that person get to driving comfortably just as I do at 60 kilometer per hour?
Maybe practice more by driving at 60.
Driving at 60. So how about driving? So 60, he doesn't feel comfortable at all, right? He's constantly afraid that he'll ram into something. So if he starts driving at 60, he'll be constantly in that zone. Let's say if he has tried that, tried driving at 60 for, let's say, a month, not improving, rather the fear is getting more severe.
How about trying at 50?
So let's first try to understand the source. One, you're trying to get to the solution, which is fine that you are saying. And of course, this is what people, all of us see that, oh, well, practice, then what else? But why does that person, why is that person not comfortable driving at 60? Well, you can see he hasn't practiced, but he has practiced, but he is not comfortable at 60. What is the difference in, let's take some another example that I can also play a piano, but I need to play it slow to get everything right. But somebody can play it very fast and still get everything right. Well, you can say that it's essentially it's a case of practice or repetition, which is true to some extent. But when we talk about, but there are other aspects to this also. So, for example, let's say he's trying to drive a scooter, but he's not really sitting in a way that the scooter is completely balanced. Could be, right? Or he's not holding the clutch and gear or whatever that is in a proper way. Or that he has a habit of just going from 40 to 60 in one go rather than slowly picking up the pace. There could be other problems beyond just a lack of familiarity with driving at 60. Is that possible?
Yes.
Right? In case of piano also, it's not just that I have not repeated it enough. It could be that I've repeated, but the way I'm repeating is again fundamentally flawed. So basically, if two people can do the same job, one can do it faster than the other. For example, if you give a piece of code to a coder and that person can write a code in 2 days, somebody else takes 2 weeks, then you will say that this coder is really skilled. No? He can solve the problem in 2 days, which others take 2 weeks to solve.
Yeah.
Speed is a reflection of skills in all aspects of life. Of course, how do we build skills? One aspect is always repetition, which is familiarity with that thing, and which is essentially about practice. But then there is another aspect which is about clarity. For example, if I'm trying to dance or if I'm trying to play a piano, let's take an example of dance. I may start repeating things, but if I'm getting dance steps wrong, then I'm just repeating the wrong dance steps. I may become familiar or more adept at the wrong steps if I'm repeating them wrong. Before we talk about repetition, we have to talk about getting things right. Right? So it is the not just repetition or practice, it is repetition of the right thing. And then as you repeat the right thing, you may observe some other nuances that you were missing so far. And then you may adjust those also. And then you may again repeat. And then you may observe some other things that are preventing you from going at a higher speed. But you need a constant awareness, even while you're repeating or practicing. It is not a purely mechanical uh, exercise of repetition. It just keep repeating and it will happen. And people keep repeating, it doesn't happen. The reason is they are not completely there. That is one thing. The second is they have not even gotten the clarity in place. They are not even getting, they're not first ensured that they are doing the right things before they start repeating those. Because if you start repeating a mix of right and wrong, you're just becoming better at right and wrong mix, which happens to people. Speed is a consequence of clarity and comfort. First thing that happens is clarity. Okay, for example, a lot of times people waste their lot of time uh, while let's say in a CR question is they're not understanding a statement. So they are constantly going back and forth. Or they are stuck in two options. This is not a problem of repetition. This is a problem of clarity. You don't have clarity. A person who is clear will just comfortably reject the incorrect option and mark the correct and move on. He's not wasting time stuck in the last two options. Okay, or he's not stuck trying to understand what the statement is saying. He reads it once and gets it right and moves on. Speed is a consequence of clarity. If you try to increase speed without building the requisite skills, you will always have this balance that, oh, if I increase my speed, my comprehension falters. If I try to comprehend, then my speed falters. To get both, you need repetition, but before repetition, you need the clarity on how to go about repeating it. So, okay, so for example, reading sentences part by part or becoming self-aware. Are you doing this? And then you are realizing, okay, this is the part that, for example, even when I read, even today, I still, there are sentences which are complex for me also. It's not that everything is just so easy for me. There are sentences which are complex. There are certain pieces of text which are complex for me. So let's say if I am also following the same process, da, 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 and then I realize that I've not understood, then I go back, da, 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 da. Of course, I'm wasting my time. But if I'm reading and I'm paying attention to how I'm feeling about the text, then I can vary my pace that, okay, this sentence is much more complex than the other. And by the way, this is the case which people don't get. Even when I read, let's say if I'm reading 10 sentences, it is entirely possible that the fifth sentence can take as much time as the first four sentences combined took. There can be such huge disparities in the complexities and the nuances of a given sentence. Just one sentence, fifth sentence, can take as much time as the first four took. It is possible, and I've seen, and it's not rare. But if you are in a state that you read everything at the same pace, and either you'll completely miss the fifth, and then the whole understanding will go for a toss. Because, of course, what's going to come after fifth is going to build upon fifth. Or you will just keep sitting at fifth and wasting your time just because you did not realize or you could not read part by part and comprehend it slowly. So you keep repeating the cycles. So to answer your question, it's a matter of course, repetition, practice, as you said. But before practice, it is about how to practice. Okay, so it is always about, in simple ways, it is also the more you comprehend, the easier it becomes to comprehend, which is the case for repetition. But how do you comprehend one thing very clearly? This is the way. You keep repeating this thing, which I have said here, and then over a period of time, you will see an uptick in your pace. This will happen on its own. You can't force it, which is that is the problem that we think, oh, well, I have done it for a week or 10 days or 2 weeks. Now it should happen. But it happens at its own pace. Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
This is again not specific to the GMAT or text comprehension or critical thing. This is in all aspects of life. For example, if I start practicing piano or dance, and then I try to first, of course, I try to get every dance step right. But then how much time, how much repetitions would it take me to really get to a state where I can match the speed of the song? It depends on a variety of factors. If I try to force it, then I'll go haywire. Okay. Okay, this is a very interesting and exciting slide for me, because this is the common misconception that people have, that there is something called the GMAT logic. What the GMAT wants from you in these questions. What kind of logic? What kind of correct option does GMAT accept? Of course, it's not that people believe that GMAT is a completely disconnected world from the reality. They believe that there is some overlap between the GMAT logic and the real world logic, but it is not the same. Okay, so that's why you see on forums there are questions like, oh, this is what GMAT wants me to think, or I cannot think like this on the GMAT. No, either you cannot think like this at all, or you can think like this on the GMAT also. Okay, so there is nothing called a GMAT logic. The real world logic is the GMAT logic. This is something extremely important to understand. It does not make sense to create for the GMAT to create its own version of logic. It is just illogical for the GMAT to do that, right? But this, if you believe in this GMAT logic world, then it leads to several problems in your preparation. So that's what I have highlighted here. If you carry this misconception that there is a GMAT logic versus there is something called a real life or a true reasoning, then what people engage in is they try to externalize blame. So when they are wrong, they are not trying to understand where their logic went wrong. They are trying to understand what does the GMAT want. So your mistakes do not serve to build your logic. Instead, you are constantly trying to guess what the GMAT wants from you. The second thing that happens with this misconception is that you get into blind acceptance of what the experts say. Okay, people who have spent some time in GMAT preparation and have been through forums, you can see that not all experts agree on not on all things, right? So of course there are disagreements, and there are a lot of disagreements on a variety of things, even in terms of approaches also. Even the top test prep companies disagree on the very fundamental approaches they take to critical reasoning, for example. Right? For example, EGMAT, the whole course on critical reasoning is built on rethinking, and target test prep is just against it. And right, and they have written articles criticizing rethinking. So right, so there are disagreements. But if you're carrying this misconception, then you're like just agreeing to whatever the expert is saying. But the experts also disagree. So they both cannot be right. Right? On the other hand, if you're not carrying this misconception that there is something called a GMAT logic, you will try to understand. You will not just accept what the expert is saying. You'll try to understand how does it make sense. So then there is a potential that you'll apply your mind. If you believe there is a GMAT world, and of course you are new to this world, and those people have been there for years, you will just blindly accept what they are saying. And it also, of course, leads to surface level learning, because you will essentially end up piling up facts and rules, even when they seem contradictory. So you will not try to integrate, you will not try to apply your mind, because you will think, oh, well, this is the GMAT world. This is what works on the GMAT. So let me just pile that up. On the other hand, if you're not getting this misconception, if you think GMAT is just a test of logic or critical thinking in a general sense, then you will try to understand everything, try to see how it makes sense within the framework of what you already understand. Okay, so operating without the GMAT logic myth empowers you to build robust, transferable critical thinking skills, which help you beyond the GMAT also. So Vanik, you have questions? You can possibly, I'll open up the floor once I'm done with this, then you can ask your questions. Okay, so now we get to the process that we'll follow to find gaps in an argument. The first is, of course, deep comprehension. There is no substitute for that. If you comprehend it half-heartedly or only 70-80% of it, gap analysis is not going to compensate for that. Okay, it builds on top of comprehension. Of course, it may happen that as you try to find gaps, you may observe some nuances of comprehension that you may have missed. So in some cases, gap analysis may also help you build comprehension in those cases. In general, gap analysis will help you build comprehension skills because the more you become adept at critical thinking and understanding the nuances, the sharper you become at comprehending any new thing also. That's fine. But with respect to a single argument, first important thing is really understand it. The second thing is to understand this is the premise, this is the conclusion, this is the evidence or what is given to support, and this is what is being supported. So you understand the premises and the conclusion. And then the fundamental question comes, which is, can I infer the conclusion directly or unequivocally? Can I just infer the conclusion from the premises alone? That is the question. If the answer is no, then why not? This why is the first gap. Okay, if you cannot infer the conclusion from the premises, why not? You get one gap. The answer to why not is the gap. And then you iterate it. So how do we iterate? So assume that this gap does not exist. So the gap that you identified in step 4, let's assume that the gap does not exist. Now can you infer the conclusion from the premises? You again ask the same question. Again, if the answer is no, why not? You have another gap. Then again assume that that gap is also not there. Now can you infer? And so on. Okay, this is the process we use to find gaps in an argument. Any questions, any doubts with respect to this or what we have covered? If you have general questions, I'll address them at the end, but not now. If you have questions regarding what I have covered so far, please feel free to ask. Yeah, Shreyans.
Sir, most of the time on GMAT Club, sir, I recently started solving a lot of assumption questions. So, sir, I actually trying to follow the graph process, trying to identify the gaps. Basically, not following the process. I was just going through options, and I thought someone very reasonable gaps which could affect the statement very deeply. But, sir, when I was getting to the reasons why these options were incorrect, most of the answers related to those were that these are simply irrelevant, sir. So, I wanted to ask, when is gap analysis relevant? Because I thought those things were relevant, which aspect is irrelevant and aspect is not, sir. I don't know if I'm able to explain my doubt pretty well.
So that is essentially the whole, one of the big objectives of this whole workshop, that you will get to see what is relevant and what is not relevant. So essentially, what is a gap and what is not a gap in an argument. That's where the lot of confusion lies. Of course, when you read on forums, a lot of explanations are also wrong. So there could be gaps and the option could be around a gap. It is just not the correct answer because it could
Yeah,
be
sir.
opposite job or something else. So people may just say it is irrelevant without really being clear about why exactly it is wrong. But
Yeah.
different thing. But one of the core objectives of this workshop is that you become aware of what's relevant to an argument and what's not. Or as I said in the original post also, you get to, right? People talk about the scope of an argument to really get a very solid idea on this is within the scope and this is outside the scope.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Mm. For complex argument, not easily identifiable. So Daniel, so not easily identifiable. So you're talking about the difficulty of identifying the conclusion. So which is more about at the level of comprehension. So of course we'll address it to some extent in this session. How do we comprehend a piece of text or an argument? But on more help on how to go about reading anything, essentially you can look at other videos also on my YouTube channel. Now there are certain passages in which the conclusion is not really stated in the overall passage, but maybe sort of phrased in the question stem. So we will talk about those in our third session, the role of question stem. Yeah, Vanik.
Sir, we were just talking about the complex sentences. I usually get stuck in the complex sentences. How to make it right? I mean, first I thought that maybe I'm weak at the grammar level, so I went back to the basic portion. I revised all the grammar also. So I tried to cover the comprehension section of the grammar, which is the Rand Martin on the and last part two of the Rand Martin. But after doing that also, but I could not understand how to go or how to make it right in the complex sentences so that I can make the comprehension easy. I mean, I could not find the repeatable approach.
So again, as I said, we sort of I have talked about the repeatable approach, how to really comprehend anything in a lot of my videos. To some extent, we'll cover that once we get to arguments. But of course, that is not the main objective of this session to talk about how to comprehend any piece of text. We'll focus more on the gap analysis part. So to some extent, we'll cover that. But for more help, you can check out other videos on my YouTube channel.
Right. Sir.
The gap does not exist. Does this mean that it means? So you need to understand the meaning of gap. It is the what's missing between the premises and the conclusion, right? Why the premises are not able to ensure the conclusion. So when we say there is no gap, it means the premises are now able to ensure the conclusion. That is the meaning. Does that make sense, Manik?
Yes,
Uh,
it makes sense. So basically, my idea was that if it says like the gap does not exist, so my initial understanding, well, I don't know whether it's right or not, but if that piece of information is provided, would that mean that, yeah, that means we don't have to assume anything from our side in that case? Would that be right? Right?
It's not about assuming anything from our side. Whatever is generally universally true, that's what we take for granted. Okay, for example, Earth is a planet that revolves around sun. So basic facts, universal facts about life, but nothing else that we are supposed to assume from our side. Anything that is not universal is not supposed to be assumed. That is a gap then.
Okay. Okay. So like when you mentioned this idea that gap does not exist idea, then in that case, I think the thing would be that the missing step has been addressed within the passage. Would
हाँ
that be right?
हाँ कि अब अगर हमने एक गैप आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया और उसके बाद अब कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है तो देन एसेंशियली वी आर सेइंग दिस इज द ओनली गैप देयर But as I said, it could be that we are not able to identify the gap. There could be gaps, right?
Right, yeah. I mean, we couldn't sort like basic understanding मेरे को लगता है कि कई बार सारे के सारे gaps पता नहीं आएंगे नहीं पाएंगे वो भी सकता है
You will see that exercise today.
अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है
कि कैसे हम एक एक गैप्स को आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे, तो उससे यू विल गेन क्लैरिटी कि अच्छा इतनी तरह से गैप्स निकलते हैं. बिकॉज अगेन दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम दैट पीपल हैव. जैसे जैसे जो ये रेलेवेंट, जैसे श्रेयांश कह रहा था कि people, a lot of people just write कि options are relevant even though they could be around gaps, which means they are having an impact, just they are having an opposite impact. Because बहुत सारे लोगों के दिमाग में एक दो गैप्स ही आते हैं when they read an argument कि अच्छा these are the two ways in which it can be impacted. But there are, let's say, 5-6 ways. Okay, so in that case anything around those 4 gaps that you have not even thought of looks irrelevant. Okay, and that's why people also have options, correct options, which they thought were irrelevant, but they turned out to be correct. Okay, and that's why people also struggle heavily when they get to hard and very hard questions, because a lot of those hard, very hard questions are around gaps which do not come very naturally to people. Okay. In evaluate questions, if the premise involves prediction, can we question whether the prediction will be true or not as a gap if argument says the prediction will be true? So if the argument is making a prediction, commonsensically every prediction is open to being questioned. Okay, right? That's a common thing that we just know as a universal, that anything that is in future may not happen, may not be true. Okay, so that's how we approach CR questions also. So anything that is given as a prediction, a futuristic statement, that can be challenged.
Yeah, because CJ, so like I remember one question I did on GMAT Club. It was related to some like archaeology, so CR question, and there was a prediction in the premise that the technology will improve in future, in near future. And then the option was revolving around questioning like whether the technology will continue to improve or not.
Yeah.
So it was actually questioning, but yes, in a broader sense, it was talking about like whether it will continue forever to improve.
No, there are actually questions on CR which is specifically questioning the prediction that was made in the premise. Because again, commonsensically, every prediction is open to being questioned. So why can't you weaken that argument by saying, well, this prediction may not turn out to be true?
Yeah, so it exists as a gap, right? Like
Yeah.
in the premises.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll talk about the difference between pre-thinking and gap analysis and in the next session. Okay, but right now we'll move on to, I'll ask you a question. We'll look at this question. So just go through this. This is just mute yourself. So this is an argument. There is an option. You need to find the impact of that option on the argument. Okay, you can share your response in the chat. Take your time, 2-3 minutes. No need to hurry. And then share your answer in the chat.
What is the impact of the following option on the above argument?
Sir, do we have to post our answer in the chat?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. It's about 10 responses. Let's take about 45 seconds more on this. Even if you're not sure, you can share your response, whatever you think is the case. We are here to learn, not to being right. ठीक है. Now let's look at this one. So there is a change in purple that I've made here. Now what is the impact? Right. So this is no impact. This is a weakener. So people who initially said to the original one that it is no impact, do you understand that this is how it is a weakener?
Sir, can you please explain?
Yeah, I'll sure. But so what is your doubt? Can you just explain me first?
I felt in both the ways of like both the versions, it was no impact. So I'm not able to understand why the first one is a weakener.
So why did you think the first one is no impact?
So because I felt that the tissue papers were not related to the wastefulness. The government buying the tissue papers at a way more rate. So I felt in that direction.
It is not fiscal wastefulness. Why? Why do you think that is the case? Or why were you doubtful if somebody is buying at much more than the market rate anything? Why
Hmm.
that individual not engaging in fiscal wastefulness? No, let's talk about it. I'm not saying that you need to just accept, or you don't need to accept my questions as a rhetorical. You can just answer them.
So actually, I could not relate. Like, it was talking about making construction projects,
Correct.
and then basically the relate. I could not relate. That's why I thought, oh, it is giving no impact.
Yeah. 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 So that is the question. It's not really about whether buying tissues at a much more than market rate is fiscal wastefulness or not, but really is buying tissues for the water department even relevant to the argument, right? That's what you're saying,
Right, sir.
right? Because the premises are completely about something different. That they are talking about construction projects and why they are relevant, that because existing ones don't meet the requirements. And this is what the whole context is. And now suddenly the option is talking about tissue papers for the water department. What rubbish is that? This is a typical response a lot of people have, that this, right? This is completely irrelevant. Nowhere are we talking about tissue papers for the water department. We're talking about construction projects and why they are relevant or why they should be why they should be built. But if you look at the conclusion, of course, the premises are about the construction projects and why it makes sense to have those construction projects because existing ones don't meet the requirements. But what is the other concluding? What is the other concluding? Chidrakshi? You were the one who asked it
So
out?
the conclusion is that the government is therefore not guilty of any fiscal wastefulness. The conclusion here.
Yeah. So given the premises that let's say the premises about construction projects and why it makes sense to have those construction projects, given
Hmm.
this, now can we be sure that the government is not guilty of any fiscal wastefulness?
Okay, got your point, sir. And now we have a statement that got your point, sir. Got your point.
Right?
Got it now, sir.
So basically, the question that we ask in gap analysis, can we be sure? Or the gap,
Hmm.
they define the scope, not the premises. Because from the premises, you can jump to anything. Right? The premises were just about construction projects. So people who are not clear about what defines the scope and all that, they're just thinking, okay, we are just constantly talking about construction projects and why they're relevant. An option that talks about tissue papers for the water department is just so off. But if you understand, the conclusion is the government is not guilty of any fiscal wastefulness. That's what the author is concluding based on the premises. So you can see that there is a gap there. We cannot be sure the government is not guilty of any fiscal wastefulness. Or if somebody points out any fiscal wastefulness in any aspect of the government's functioning, that would have an impact. Does that
Uh,
make sense?
Yes, sir. And in the second one, the impact was, I'm just trying to reiterate, like if my thinking is in the right direction, that in the second, since you have mentioned for these construction projects, that's why it's irrelevant.
Yeah. So now
Hmm.
tissue papers for the water department, unless right, you think extreme or tissue papers are also being used. That's really a stretch. But right now we can understand, now we are just specifically talking about construction projects, not really about what the water department is doing with the tissue papers. Right? So the conclusions, since it is now specifically about fiscal wastefulness for the construction projects, Can we be sure about this from the premises? Now, there is no such gap that what is the government doing beyond the construction projects, because the conclusion even is not talking beyond the construction projects. So that becomes outside the scope now. Does that make sense? Chitrakshi?
Yes, sir. Now I understood it. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, Vara. I'm not sure Vara or Vara. How do we pronounce that?
Hi, CJ. Good morning. It's Vara.
Vara, okay.
CJ, on the first scenario only, my questioning is, and I'll also tell you what my thinking is. Please do let me know if I'm thinking in the wrong direction or if I'm completely off. My thinking is that the argument is saying that government is going ahead with ambitious construction projects, but that is being justified with the reasoning that it is not meeting the existing facilities are not meeting the requirements. So this
Correct.
reasoning justifies the fact that this is not fiscal wastefulness.
Correct.
Yeah. When the option says that the government is buying tissue papers, if this very option would have given us a reasoning in this very sentence only, then would this particular option would have qualified as fiscal wastefulness or no? Had we been given a reason along with this?
Reason for what?
So, for example, the government buys tissue papers for the water department at way more than the market rate because of so and so emergency reason or something. So, basically, the option justified itself by giving us a reason. Would it then be said as fiscal wastefulness or not?
Right, right. In that case, it would not be fiscal wastefulness,
Okay.
right?
So,
Because then you are saying then the government is not fiscally wasteful. It is, of course, there are situations in life where you have to buy things at more than the market rate. Let's say if you're in hilly area, then you're not really wasting money. You're just doing what you are supposed to do.
mhm,
It's a different thing. But
mhm,
if you just get to know that this is the case, then at least you have a doubt, right? That,
mhm,
well, I'm not sure if the government is not guilty of any fiscal waste. The government seems to be wasting money here.
mhm. Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Second question, CJ, is that when it says any fiscal wastefulness, how do we define the scope of the word any? Like what I couldn't understand was कि ये टिश्यू पेपर वाला चीज फिजिकल वेस्टफुलनेस में आ भी रहा है या नहीं आ रहा है, ये बहुत irrelevant साउंड कर रहा था, बहुत ही
Yeah.
वेग साउंड कर रहा था.
Yeah. तो नहीं तो देखो, how do we define the scope of any is how we should define the scope of any. Any का क्या मतलब होता है? Any का मतलब any होता है.
हम्म,
ठीक है. तो उसमें अब अगर आपको कोई बोल रहा है गवर्नमेंट इज नॉट गिल्टी ऑफ एनी फिजिकल वेस्टफुलनेस, अगर आप कोई भी एक छोटी सी चीज भी ले आते हो,
हम्म,
बात तो गलत हो ही जाएगी ना.
हम्म, हम्म,
बस वही स्कोप है. तो हम उस मतलब अगेन देखो, बेसिकली दिस इज समथिंग अगेन रिलेटेड टू द पॉइंट दैट आई मेड विद रिस्पेक्ट टू जीमैट वर्ल्ड, एंड दिस इज रिलेटेड टू दैट, नॉट एग्जैक्टली द सेम पॉइंट. क्या होता है, कई बार हम बहुत बार हम अपनी कॉमन सेंस यूज करते हैं कि मेरे हिसाब से तो ये होना चाहिए,
हम्म,
एंड देन वी गो रॉन्ग, एंड देन वी लर्न कि अच्छा मुझे इतनी अपना दिमाग नहीं लगाना है, ये ऐसे होता है. दैट इज द रॉन्ग लर्निंग.
ओवर
दिमाग अपना
थिंकिंग
ही
में
लगाना
फंस
है.
जाते हैं.
दिमाग अपना ही लगाना है. अगर दिमाग लगाना बंद कर दोगे, देन इट जस्ट अ पाइल ऑफ रूल्स एंड डिफरेंट थिंग्स दैट यू आर एक्यूमुलेटिंग. तो फिर अपनी रीजनिंग डेवलप नहीं कर रहे हो. रीजनिंग तो अपने दिमाग लगाने से डेवलप होनी है. यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड द होल कॉन्टेक्स्ट. मैं कह रहा हूँ कि आपने अपना दिमाग लगाया किसी क्वेश्चन के ऊपर कि यार मेरे हिसाब से लॉजिकली तो ये होना चाहिए, टर्न्स आउट टू बी रॉन्ग, एंड देन यू रीड द एक्सप्लेनेशन एंड रियलाइज कि अच्छा मैंने गलत सोचा यार, तो मुझे ऐसा नहीं. मैं अपना बार बार दिमाग लगाती हूँ क्या इसमें क्या रूल्स होते हैं. तो देन since your common sense or your logic went wrong, one of the takeaways that people draw from that is, oh, I need to stop using my own common sense here, just need to follow कि जो भी GMAT में चलता है. This is also related to what I was saying. But again, as I said, वैसा कुछ नहीं है. तो बट एट द सेम टाइम ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारा लॉजिक, हमारा कॉमन सेंस इज परफेक्ट। तो नेचुरली हम लॉजिक जब लगाएंगे तो हम गलत तो होंगे ही। इट इज द मिस्टेक इज इन अज्यूमिंग कि अच्छा मैं लॉजिक लगाऊं तो हमेशा सही होना चाहिए। लॉजिक भी तो हमारा गलत है ना। तो अब जब हम गलत जा रहे हैं देन व्हाट लर्निंग हैज टू बी इन टर्म्स ऑफ कि कहाँ मेरा लॉजिक गलत किया और कैसे गलत किया, और अगर ये गलत है तो मैं इसके आसपास के जो और थॉट्स मैंने बना रखे हैं उन सबको भी मुझे रीवैल्यूएट करना पड़ेगा। सो दिस इज द प्रोसेस ऑफ रिफाइनिंग योर लॉजिक। तो यहाँ पे अब आप ये नहीं कह रहे हो कि मैं लॉजिक अपना यूज नहीं करता, जो जीमैट को चाहिए उसको देख लेता हूँ, जो भी एक्सपर्ट्स कह रहे हैं। नहीं, यू आर सेइंग कि लेट मी अंडरस्टैंड कि मेरा लॉजिक है। नाउ यू आर इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ बिल्डिंग योर रीजनिंग। यहाँ पे हमें जाना है कि मैं एनी का जो मर्जी मतलब बोल दूँ, पर एनी का मतलब तो एनी ही रहेगा,
Correct.
राइट?
Got it. Thank you, Steven.
Yeah, Shreyans or Manik, I don't know who raised. Manik, you can go ahead first.
Thank you, Steven. Sir, I think two things which I wanted to ask. I mean, जब ये argument पढ़ी थी, तो I think you can be a better judge of that. So, जो आपने scope की बात की, so would it be right to say that the conclusion, the exact meaning of the conclusion, that defines the scope? Will it be right if I say wrong if I say this? Because यहाँ से अगर हम देखें कंस्ट्रक्शन से ऑल ऑफ अ सडन बात एनी फिस्कल वेस्टफुलनेस की आ गई, तो उसके अंदर मतलब कुछ भी अजीब खर्चा हो गया वो तो इंक्लूड कर दिया उसके अंदर। एंड इन द सेकंड वन व्हिच इज इन पर्पल आई थिंक यू आर लिमिटेड द स्कोप टुवर्ड्स जस्ट कंस्ट्रक्शन प्रोजेक्ट। तो बेसिकली एक तरह की बाउंड्री वहां बना दी है, बाउंड्री के बाहर जो भी वो स्कोप हो गया, मतलब ये मैंने समझा ऐसा।
That's a good way to put it. क्योंकि हाँ, in one way you can say that this is it is the conclusion that defines the boundaries or the scope. क्योंकि इवेंचुअली इन्फर या श्योर तो हमें कंक्लूजन के बारे में होना ना। अगर श्योर ही हमें सिर्फ कंस्ट्रक्शन प्रोजेक्ट्स के बारे में होना है जैसे सेकंड केस में, तो फिर नॉन कंस्ट्रक्शन का हमें कोई मतलब ही नहीं है।
मतलब from a small specific point from construction, you made a conclusion into a balloon of things which has lots of things. Like inflate इतना ज्यादा हो गया कि कोई भी अजीब खर्चा can be accommodated into that. But when you inflated in a very small portion just for construction, then you know that anything beyond that is where it ends.
Correct.
यही थी मेरी understanding, पता नहीं।
सही समझा। That's correct. Yeah, Shreyans.
So this may be a bit irrelevant, sir. Like, oh, sir, we were studying our gap analysis, so I was trying to apply it to every statement, sir. So, sir, like, sir, in the first sentence itself, sir, like it is written the government is going ahead with ambitious construction projects. So, sir, like, my first thought was, are we sure that the construction projects are constructions? But the second part after the despite, it's written that despite the high often office vacancy rates in those cities, so it is pretty much implied there ki government is doing this for office constructions. So I think, is that a relevant jump or is that an assumption? Basically, sir, if this question was rephrased as an assumption question and it was the option that the government is only building office buildings, so
नहीं, ठीक है, मतलब देखो एक में बहुत सारे गैप्स हो सकते हैं, ठीक है। तो यू आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट डिफरेंट गैप, ठीक है, कि वो गैप है या नहीं है। सो अभी वो हमारे आउटसाइड द स्कोप है। सो यू विल सी कि हम जब और आर्ग्यूमेंट्स करेंगे देन यू विल सी कि हाँ एक्चुअली कौन कौन से गैप होते हैं। देन एट द एंड ऑफ द वर्कशॉप देन वी कैन अगेन कम बैक एंड आंसर योर स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन हियर, ठीक है, बिकॉज अदरवाइज अगर मैं और गैप्स में जाऊंगा देन विल गेट लॉस्ट हियर।
yes, sir, that's maybe a bit irrelevant.
Yeah, Daniel.
Hi, CJ. Just one question. With regard to the option, I think someone mentioned that if there was a justification for the option, then it would not be a potential weakener. I just had one question that hypothetically, if the conclusion said the government has not committed any fiscal wastefulness instead of the word guilty, would that still not be a weakener?
कौन से में? फर्स्ट वाले में?
For the original scenario,
has not
if
committed
the
any
option
fiscal wastefulness.
Yes, but the option currently, the government buys tissue papers for the water department at way more than the market rate. I think we were discussing that if there was a reason given to justify this, it would not be a potential weak now.
तो फिर तो वो फिजिकल वेस्टफुलनेस ही नहीं होगा ना यार उस केस में, डेनिस, कि अगर बेसिकली वो कह रहे थे कि यार उनको दे आर बाइंग टिश्यू पेपर्स विद वे मोर देन द मार्केट रेट बिकॉज कुछ इमरजेंसी है, वॉर चल रही है, मुझे नहीं पता, ठीक है, सम जुस्टिफिकेशन, तो उस केस में तो मतलब इट्स काइंड ऑफ अ वियर्ड सिचुएशन, मतलब आई एंटरटेन्ड इट, बट इट्स लाइक कि अब फिर तो मार्केट रेट एक तरह से चेंज हो गया ना उस केस में, इफ इट इज रियली जस्टिफाइड, यू अंडरस्टैंड,
Understood. No,
बेसिकली
because
हम
my
अगर
logic,
जस्टिफाई कर पा रहे हैं किसी चीज को, देन इट डज नॉट रिमेन फिस्कली वेस्टफुल.
understood. Because I thought the nuance here was that even though they're committing fiscal wastefulness, they would not be guilty of it because there's a
वो एक
reason to
अलग गैप
justify
है
it.
सर, वो मुझे आई एम नॉट श्योर, वो एक अलग जंप हो सकती है, मतलब दिस इज अ गैप कि यू कैन कम टू अ स्टेज वेयर यू से द गवर्नमेंट इज एक्चुअली वेस्टिंग मनी but is still not guilty of fiscal wastefulness. How will you justify this? I don't know. ठीक है. कि
Got it.
तो कर रहा है
Understood.
बट गिल्टी फिर भी नहीं है, बट आई एम सेइंग कि हाँ वो एक वर्ड प्ले है, फिर से उस पर प्ले हो सकता है.
Understood. Thank you.
ओके.
Sir, one thing. Sir, what is the impact of the option on the original scenario if in the last statement if it is without the word any, that is the
नहीं
government
नहीं सेम ही रहेगा.
guilty of.
फिजिकल वेस्टफुलनेस लिखो या एनी फिजिकल वेस्टफुलनेस, यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द एंटायरिटी नाउ.
Okay, so we are talking about the broad thing.
या क्योंकि यू हैव नॉट लिमिटेड फिजिकल वेस्टफुलनेस किस रिस्पेक्ट में, तो फिर सारी फिजिकल वेस्टफुलनेस है जहाँ पे भी होगी.
Okay, got it, sir.
या चित्रांश.
सर वन लास्ट क्वेश्चन, जैसे जो ये सेकंड वर्जन था इसमें आपने डिस्कस किया था कि जैसे ये व्हेन यू स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन फॉर दीज कंस्ट्रक्शन प्रोजेक्ट्स, तो वी हैव टू एक्सटेंड द थिंकिंग ऑफ द ऑप्शन टू मेक इट अ वीकनर. सो मैंने इससे बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस प्रैक्टिस भी करे हैं सर, तो उसमें जब भी ऐसा कोई केस आता है जहाँ पे इट इज काइंड ऑफ आउट ऑफ द स्कोप एज एन यू हैव टू एक्सटेंड द थिंकिंग, तो उस केस में हम उसको कंसिडर नहीं करते ना सर फिर सीआर में.
देखो वो डिपेंड कर रहा है कि कैसे मतलब वो फिर एक एक्सप्लॉइटेशन, गैप एक्सप्लॉइटेशन के बाद आगे वो थोड़ा स्ट्रेंथ एंड वीकन वाले टॉपिक में हम जा रहे हैं कि
ओके.
एक्सटेंशन होता है, बट अब वो कई लोग अब तो जैसे अगर आप सारे स्ट्रेंथ एंड वीकन जब क्वेश्चंस पढ़ते हो तो सब में
हम्म.
मोस्ट स्ट्रेंथ एंड मोस्ट वीकन,
हम्म.
अगर आप मेरे और आर्टिकल्स या वीडियोस देखोगे तो मैं हमेशा बोलूंगा कि एक ही आंसर होता है, तो फिर
हम्म.
लिखने की जरूरत ही कहती है, स्ट्रेंथ नहीं लिख देते ना, मतलब क्योंकि कई बार तुम एक्सटेंड करते करते इतना एक्सटेंड करके कुछ ना कुछ कनेक्शन बना लोगे, तो फिर
राइट.
जो इनकरेक्ट ऑप्शन है वो तुम कहोगे नहीं 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 ये 0.01% तो कर रहा है. तो अब वो अब उस केस में टू अब नेचुरली अगर कर दोगे तो वो स्ट्रेंथन तो कर रहा है, 0.01% ही सही, तो टू गेट रेड ऑफ दोज उन्होंने मोस्ट कर दिया कि भैया एक क्लियर ही रहेगा. अगर तुम बहुत एक्सटेंड करके किसी को खींच खाच के पहुंच जाते हो, बट दिस कैन द करेक्ट ऑप्शन कैन स्टिल बी जस्टिफाइड, कि तो डायरेक्टली कर ही रहा है ना.
गॉट इट.
या
गॉट इट सर. थैंक यू.
यप वेलकम. ठीक है, तो अभी हम वी विल डू टुगेदर गैप एनालिसिस ऑफ वन आर्गुमेंट. ठीक है, उसके बाद in the seconds then we'll take a half an hour break, and then in the second session we'll start with a group activity jisme you will do gap analysis of an argument first on your own and then as a group. So I'll create breakout rooms in the second session and I'll share with you the group members. I've already sort of just allocated groups to each of you. Okay, but we'll first do gap analysis of this argument, and then we'll take a half an hour break. So before I do it, I want you to spend 5 to 6 minutes. We don't have a lot of time, so I'll just give you 5 minutes. Try to understand this argument. Separate premises, again the processor, separate premises, conclusion. Ask yourself, can we infer the conclusion from the premises? And then you find a gap, then assume that gap is not there. Then can you infer the conclusion now? See? try to find as many gaps as you can. You can also share it in the chat. Okay. After 5 minutes, I'll sort of find the gaps on my own. So I'll share with you how I'll go about finding gaps in this argument. It take 5 minutes.
Sir, I think the screen is not. Yeah, sorry.
Please don't annotate on the screen. That might become a mess.
I'm sorry.
No.
I did not.
You can type in the chat window. One minute to go. You can share as many gaps as you have found. You don't need to keep finding more. Okay, time's up. I don't see any gaps. Okay. More children sledding is a common gap. Number of children, calamity. Change in conditions. Yeah. Okay. ठीक है. So this is the argument. So let me go back to that. So it says in the past, most children. What does most mean? Most means a majority, more than 50%. Most children who went sledding in the winter snow in this country were land, which happens to be a popular name in CR. So most children who went sledding in winter snow in this area, they used wooden sleds in the past with runners and steering bars. So this is what they used when they went sledding, when they did sledding. Okay. 10 years ago, so when it says in the past, it is perhaps talking about more than 10 years ago. 10 years ago, smooth plastic sleds. Okay, so they were using wooden sleds. Now we are jumping to plastic sleds. They became popular. Okay, they go faster than wooden sleds but are harder to steer and slow. Okay, so this is the difference between these plastic sleds and wooden sled. They are faster, but they are harder to steer and slow. Okay. Since the number of children injured. Okay, so since it tells us this is the reasoning for something that is about to come. Since the number of children injured while sledding was much higher last winter than it was 10 years ago. So it's comparing last winter with 10 years ago, and it's saying the number of children injured has increased. Okay. Because the number of children injured has increased last year compared to 10 years ago, plastic sleds are clearly more dangerous than wooden sleds. So this is the conclusion based on this reasoning, and because of the fact that plastic sleds became popular 10 years ago. So there is a shift from wooden to plastic that the argument is talking about. And then the author is presenting that the number of injuries has increased, right? So initially wooden sleds, then plastic sleds became popular, and now the injuries have increased. On that basis, we are concluding that plastic sleds are more dangerous than wooden sleds. So this is the premises, this is the conclusion. Now the question is, can we infer the conclusion from the premises? Can we be sure about that plastic sleds are clearly more dangerous than wooden sleds, given what is given in the premises? So let me walk you through my way of thinking or how I would find gaps here. And it's going to be a little organized because I've thought through it. And then at the end, you can ask me any doubt. So the purpose of this exercise is to show you the variety of doubts and how they can be organized. You can compare them with your gaps, and if you have doubts, we can talk about them. So it says that 10 years ago, plastic sleds became popular. So one of the doubts that I have is, are plastic sleds still popular? Right? So one of the gaps is plastic sleds may not be popular now. If they're not popular, people are not using them, then we cannot attribute the injuries to them, right? It talks about 10 years ago. The trend may have faded 8 years ago. We don't know. So this is one gap that I can think that, okay, they became popular 10 years ago, but they may not be popular right now. Then secondly, it says, okay, let's say, so now I'll assume that they are still popular because right, that's how we go about it. We assume that this gap is not existing. So they are still popular. Now, can I be sure that plastic sleds are more dangerous? So what I'm given is the shift from wooden to plastic and the increase in injuries. Two things are occurring together, right? But one may not be the cause of other. Basically, there could be other reasons for the increase in children injuries. What could be those? There can be a variety of reasons. So for example, and of course, some of these you have mentioned. Snow conditions might have become more dangerous now. Right? कि पहले आसान था sledding करना, अब dangerous है, so that's why people are getting injuries. It's not because of plastic sleds. Or if this is not the case, then let me just. It could be that अब लोग riskier sledding कर रहे हैं, more adventurous. पहले लोग आराम से चलाते थे, शांति से, right? So now they are being more adventurous. That is what is leading to more injuries. So essentially, I'm looking for. So essentially, you can also say these are sub gaps within the larger gap, that there could be other reasons for increase in children injuries. That is the main point that I'm looking for. And then I'm thinking of what could be different reasons. And sub gaps are, it's not that sub gaps are now irrelevant, that I've thought of the main thing that there could be some other reason. So now this is not serving me. Rather, the more sub gaps you can think about, the more you're building your muscle to see which other factors play a role, which is a part of critical thinking, because you will know that I'll have to take into account all of these factors to be sure that yeah, plastic sleds are the ones responsible. Okay, so there could be riskier sledding going on. Or what else? So there could be lack of care or supervision now. So ऐसा हो सकता है that there used to be, people used to wear helmets and all that, or other gear to prevent injuries, or there used to be a lot of supervision back then. Now there is less supervision. People are not wearing gear, safety gear. So that's why they're getting injured. Or it could be that basically less trained now than 10 years ago. तो trained ही नहीं है, तो गिरेंगे, injuries होंगी, और क्या होगा? So we can't say plastic sleds are responsible, right? And then you can also say that there could be other types of sleds there, because it is always talking in terms of they became popular. Most children were using wooden sled. So there is always a chance of presence of other sleds, for example, rubber sled or any other non-plastic sled. Okay, so it could be that they are leading to an increase in injuries, not really the plastic ones. Or you can also say that it is the interaction between plastic and wooden sled drivers. So for example, जैसे लिखा हुआ, right? The plastic sleds, people go faster. So if everyone was going faster, that's still fine. But now some are going slow, some are going fast, so more injuries. So it's not really the plastic sleds that are more dangerous. It is the interactions. If you actually take away the wooden ones, things may become safer. All of these possibly you can think of even more. But these are something other than plastic sleds which are responsible for the increase in injuries. Okay, but let's say these gaps are not there. So there is no third cause there. So actually there are more injuries in plastic sleds. But then it is taking a jump from more injuries to saying that they are more dangerous. Are there gaps there also? Right? If you think about it, danger would be measured in terms of injury per child per, let's say, a unit of time. Right? Basically, what I'm saying is that if there are more children, and this is a common gap that you mentioned, more children may be sledding now. So अगर more children ही sled कर रहे हैं, तो then injuries पढ़ने से injury per child may have remained the same. Then we can't say that these are more dangerous because the injury per child is the same. Or it could be that children are sledding for longer now. पहले they used to sled for just 1 hour. Now they sled for 5 hours. So naturally injuries ज़्यादा होंगी. Right? It is not just the number of injuries, it is the injury per child per unit of time that may get us closer to the danger part. But even within there, is it just the injury per child per unit? What about severity of injuries? पहले राइट देयर कुड बी जस्ट पहले जब चोट लगती थी तो ऑलमोस्ट हाथ कट जाता था बाजू कट जाते थे समथिंग लाइक दैट देयर यूज्ड टू बी मेजर इंजरीज नाउ देयर आर माइनर इंजरीज राइट इट कुड बी these are gaps. These have not been addressed, but the conclusion is saying they are more dangerous. But all of these things we will need to know to really be sure about the conclusion. I'm not sure whether you can see. This is critical thinking. We're trying to think of what all factors contribute or what all is missing that I need to know to be sure about the conclusion. Right? It could be that the severity of injuries has changed. Now there are mainly minor injuries. There used to be major injuries back then. So I can't say that it's more dangerous now. What about beyond injuries? Danger is not just about injuries, it's about deaths also. Right? Children may be dying much more frequently back then. अब children मरते नहीं है बस इंजरीज होती हैं तो बस इंजरी ज़्यादा होती हैं तो you will say it's more dangerous. This is not fair. Right? And then lastly, another jump, which is also a significant jump, is that the whole premises, all the premises are about children data. The conclusion is not specific to children that they are more dangerous for children. we don't have data for adults. What if they are? What if plastic sleds are far safer for adults? In that case, we cannot say they are more dangerous in general. We cannot just make this generic statement they are more dangerous. Could be they are more dangerous for children, but they are far safer for adults. So overall, then they could be equal or they could be even safer also than wooden sleds. So these are the gaps that I could think of. It could be that there are even more gaps. But essentially, the point is these are all gaps. There's so many gaps there. And in terms of critical thinking, not even thinking about the question solving, but just in critical thinking, this will, if you do this exercise over and over and over again, critical thinking will enhance. You'll get to know all the factors that impact a particular situation and not remain narrow-minded about what is given to you. And in terms of question solving, you'll be able to see how different options may play around different gaps. How many gaps are enough? There is nothing about enough. It is a critical, it's a way to build your critical thinking. The more you can find, the better it is. Okay. Of course, after some time you realize that I cannot find more gaps, then you just move on in that. It could be that after some days you may realize you will find some other gap in some other argument. Then you realize, well, this gap may also exist in that argument. Frequency of reporting, I don't think is a gap because it is not saying that the number of children reported injured or number of children, let's say, who are going to the nurses. Then you may argue that, okay, children are not even going to the nurses now, vagara, vagara. Do you understand that, Daniel? If the wording were different, then reporting could also be a gap. But right now, it is directly giving you the number of children injured as a statistic. Becoming popular, yeah, you may find a gap there also. Does becoming popular necessarily mean people buying more? I don't know. matlab, are there situations in real life where something is becoming popular but people are not buying it more? And for me, it was difficult to think that, but it could be. Yeah, Zameen, that's a good point. Uh, yeah, the data seems to be specific to Worldland, whereas the conclusion is generic. Yeah, Kamaldev, again, we can talk about, yeah, the 10 years could be exception also. कि last 10 साल पहले just बहुत कम था या last year कुछ exceptionally high था, तो we cannot make a general conclusion that they are more dangerous. Most children use wooden sleds, so maybe the proportion of people using wooden sleds may also increase. Yeah, so it could be that plastic sled users have also become more they have also become more popular, but wooden sleds have also being used even more. So yeah, in that case also you can argue that we cannot attribute it to plastic sleds. Yeah, Shreyans. Yeah, Manik.
Sir, so as I have understood this process, you're like, can tell me whether it's right or not. But you have basically taken parts of premises, areas में जहाँ data या कुछ दिए हुए हैं, and then you have related that to the conclusion. Is that what you've done?
मतलब हाँ, बेसिक क्वेश्चन तो इतना ही है, देखो कि जो प्रेमिसेस में दिया हुआ है, इज दैट इनफ टू बी श्योर अबाउट द कंक्लूजन?
हाँ, मतलब लॉजिकली तो इसलिए मैं ये सोचा था कि you have everything related to like finding out gaps means कि अगर ये information होगी तो क्या हम conclusion को deduce या फिर
हाँ, correct.
वो
यही है
कर
बस
correct.
correct. This is the question that we are asking.
मतलब in relation to the present scenario, dangerous हो गए, generic information, all these basically you have targeted premises and their nuances here and now and related back to the conclusion.
Correct. That is the job. Yeah. Any other questions? Any other questions, comments, observations, anything you want to share before we conclude this session? Yeah, Daniel.
Hi, CJ. Just the same question about the frequency of reporting. So unless it's not specifically mentioned, reported, or they give a analogy where they're comparing to doctor or nurses, or to show that we can draw that gap, do we always assume that if a statistic is given um, on the basis of like a fact like this, it's not a gap from an assumption perspective?
देखो उसने बोल दिया आपको कि नंबर ऑफ चिल्ड्रन इंजर्ड ज्यादा है ना, आप कहोगे नहीं नहीं वो ज्यादा नहीं है, रिपोर्टिंग ज्यादा हो रही है, तो फिर तो आप जो फैक्ट है उसी को क्वेश्चन कर रहे हो ना. दैट्स व्हाट यू आर डूइंग.
Got it.
अगर मैं दे देता कि रिपोर्टेड इंजर्ड ज्यादा है तो आप करो बात सही है, रिपोर्टेड इंजर्ड ज्यादा है, मैं मानता हूँ, इट्स अ फैक्ट, बट एक्चुअल इंजर्ड ना हो ज्यादा, रिपोर्टिंग ही ज्यादा हो रही है आजकल, तो देन यू आर नॉट चैलेंजिंग द फैक्ट, देन यू आर नॉट चैलेंजिंग द फैक्ट, राइट. यू आर एक्चुअली लुकिंग एट अ गैप कि वो मान के चल रहा है कि रिपोर्टेड ज्यादा है तो एक्चुअली भी ज्यादा होंगे, सो विच इज अ गैप देयर.
Got it. Understood.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments? Yeah, we'll need to look at the dead bodies. Yeah, Shreyans.
Sir, my reasoning with the most was that maybe there might be a certain percentage of
हाँ वो
students
मैंने
who
पढ़
would.
लिया आपको. I addressed that कि हाँ वो हो सकता है. You are right.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Okay, cool. If nothing more, we will meet again at 9:45, about 28 minutes from now. Okay, I'll also share the groups with you on the WhatsApp group, the study groups. So once we come back, I'll give you an argument. You first do it alone, and then you can join your respective group in the breakout rooms to discuss that, and then we'll do that together. Okay, see you in about 27 minutes from now. Okay. So this is the, sorry. So this is the argument that you're supposed to analyze individually first for the first 7 minutes. Then I'll launch breakout rooms. You are supposed to join the breakout room number corresponding to your group number. Okay, that I've shared in the WhatsApp group. I've shared with you the groups in the WhatsApp, so you join the respective breakout room corresponding to your group number. Okay, so you're supposed to first find gaps on your own, 7 minutes. Then I'll open the breakout rooms. You join those rooms, discuss the gaps, agree with others, not agree with others, whatever you, as a group, try to find gaps that you collectively agree on or you don't agree on, and then we'll discuss this argument in the session. So I'll give you in the group 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, so your 7 minutes start now. I'll also paste this argument in the WhatsApp group so that you have access to it even when we create breakout rooms.
So sorry for being late. Can you just like give what we have to do right now, sir? Like we have to just find the gaps in this argument, right, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay. So now I'll create 5 breakout rooms. You need to join the breakout room corresponding to your group number. Okay, so you have to choose your breakout rooms. You'll have 15 minutes. If most of you feel that you need more time, then I can extend it to 20 also. We'll start with 15 minutes. The study groups have been shared in the WhatsApp group. You can just check that out and then join the room corresponding to your study group. Uh, Manik, you are in which group? One. Okay, I'll send you to group one. Hello, group 3, done?
Yes, CJ.
How was it?
It was fine. We discussed all the points, so we were done pretty quickly.
Acha, okay. You agreed on pretty quickly. There were no disagreements?
Not really.
Interesting. So I've closed the rooms. All of us will be here in about a minute or so. Okay, great. All of us are here. So how was the experience?
Great, sir.
So what did you like about it? Collaborative, listening, properly has different meanings for different people. Okay, so let's start with one of the groups. Group 3 got done the earliest. So let's start with group 3. What are your gaps? Any volunteers from group 3?
If nobody is going ahead, I can
Yeah,
do
I think.
it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So we identified two premises. So for the first premise, we have
Hmm.
4 pointers. Anybody else from the group, if I miss out on something, please feel free to point it out. So the first one is
So premises, which are the premises and what is the conclusion?
so conclusion is the first sentence. A certain automaker aims to increase its market share by deeply discounting its vehicles prices for the next several months, and the premises are: first one, the discounts will cut into profits but because they will be heavily advertised, and the second one is, in the longer term, the automaker envisions that customers initially attracted.
Okay. What are the gaps?
So first one, in the first premise, the first gap was, what if the losses incurred by the discounts are not made up by the profits? What if the profits are less than the discounts? So they won't have the budget to heavily advertise as they plan.
What if the losses are greater than?
The profits.
Okay.
See, essentially, if I, sorry, I'm just cutting in.
Yeah. Also
Essentially,
from group 3. Hold
Yes,
on.
yes.
Okay.
Also from group three. The idea is essentially you're saying that the revenue foregone, if it ends up being higher than the additional revenue generated.
Revenue foregone is more than greater than.
Additional
So it's
revenue.
you're saying it's not about profit, it's about revenue.
Yeah, and given the market share being the conclusion, the plan associated with that.
So is there a disagreement? So you're saying it's not about profit, it's about revenue.
Overall revenue.
Revenue
One thing
overall.
was, I'm also from group three, sir. While discussing this gap, we thought like, what if this is bringing up a new problem, which is insufficient funds for new advertisements or, continuation of advertisement. That was the point for this gap actually.
What did I write as a gap here?
Sorry, since it is taking a deep cut into the profits, so we may not have the budget to continue on the advertisements.
That is the gap you're saying. So it's not about whether losses are greater or less. It's about whether losses are so severe that you're not able to advertise. Is that what you're saying?
This is what I'm thinking of. That's what I thought is the gap.
Okay, so this is what you are thinking. Other members could be thinking differently. Is that what you're saying? So is this born out of the discussion, or you have different ideas within the group?
I thought others were also thinking the same. So I thought this is the gap.
I think you
This
thought.
was what we
So
agreed.
Abhi tak I have had three different variations. So one is about profits, whether they are greater than the losses incurred because of discounting. The other is revenue, not profits. The third is what if the losses are so severe? So it's not really about whether it's greater than additional profits or not. You're saying whether they are so severe that the company is not able to advertise. Is that what you said, Sriram?
Correct, sir.
So these are three different things actually, not the same. Of course, there is some overlap, but these are fundamentally three different things. So we will talk about it, no problem. So other gaps, let me just keep them as different variations of the same. Any other gap?
Yeah, other gaps, what we thought were if the customers are not price sensitive, so there is no point in actually giving discounts. I mean, the customers are more like, towards the quality issues or
Okay.
the other features of the car.
Not influenced by the price.
Yeah.
Take it by the price or discounts. Say. Take it. Anything else?
I think the other one which team discussed was what if the competitor also, brings in a new marketing campaign or brings in the discounts.
What if the competitors with similar discount? ठीक है, सही है. What else?
I think the other one was around the loyal customers. What if they, end up being loyal? Like, they switch back to their original automakers when the discounts were ended or something of that sort.
What if they end up being loyal?
Yeah.
What if they don't end up being loyal?
Yes, what if they don't end up being loyal?
You're saying they will purchase right now, and then they will go back. So they will not purchase again. That's what you're saying?
Yep. Please improvise this team if anyone has different perspective.
I can improvise on this one. So what this means is that maybe acquisition is not equal to retention. What if the discounts acquire more customers, but they do not become loyal customers in the long run? So it's not retention.
Hmm. Anything else?
One more point. Uh, what if the heavy advertising doesn't attract buyers from rival manufacturer cars? What if the buyers that they attract are either existing buyers or not people from rival manufacturer cars? There's no way to determine that.
So राइवल से क्यों नहीं आ रहा है फिर वो क्वेश्चन तो रहेगा ना फिर आपको वहीं जाना पड़ेगा दे आर नॉट इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय डिस्काउंट्स
मतलब रीच नहीं है, मतलब देयर इज नो वे टू इंश्योर कि वो उन तक रीच कर ही जाएगा। क्या पता एग्जिस्टिंग बायर्स तक ही पहुंचे।
द मैसेजेस यू आर सेइंग जो एडवर्टाइजमेंट है ऑफ द
या
डिस्काउंट ओके ओके हाँ मतलब थोड़ा स्ट्रेच है मतलब तो उससे कि लॉजिकली इट्स फाइन देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी दैट द एडवर्टाइजमेंट लेट्स से वो एडवर्टाइजमेंट सिर्फ बैनर्स पे कर रहे हैं द बैनर्स नॉट रीचिंग those people who are from rival companies advertisement on each customers of competitors so no purchase from them okay anything else here okay who was the group uh which was the group that came in second here I don't remember that group
So our group was group 2.
okay yep okay go ahead if you have group 2 has anything to add here do you agree with the conclusion and premises
So the conclusion according to us was this only what's written after. It's the same, sir. But the gap analysis, we have like some other points to add also.
you're saying okay so you're saying the conclusion and the premises are the same right
Yes.
ठीक है
CJ, we actually did not get much time to discuss pura argument, so it mostly went into what everybody was thinking and sharing.
Hmm.
So we did not even break the argument like this. I was just trying to collect everybody's thought and frame it in a way we can discuss it. So we're not on a consensus of even
अच्छा
what the argument is in itself. So I just started noting everything they had in mind. So that's why I said we did not get proper time to even discuss.
okay
So
no
consensus nahi, but yeah, we can individually say if we agree with what group 3 has given.
no problem so let's start with the gaps if you have because so we'll start with the gaps and I'll talk about conclusion premises and my own take on the gaps anything else to add beyond the gaps that are already mentioned here or any gap that you don't agree with here
So we have a few to add apart from these.
okay go ahead
So we thought about what if the other rival companies are offering the similar discount,
वो तो लिखा हुआ है यहाँ पे
and then the only source of influencing buyers is advertisement. That was a gap. Like there was no talk about organic sales. Only it's because of advertising and no word of mouth. Like in that way, we would want to say.
the only source to reach the buyers ये कह रहे हो
Yes.
तो if there are other sources तो क्या होगा
So basically, what we were essentially mean to say is that there's no talk about word of mouth when it comes to like advertising is the only thing. So essentially, if the costs run out and everything, then how would they do? So the whole idea would collapse if advertising is the only thing.
नहीं एडवर्टाइजिंग इज द ओनली थिंग आप कह रहे हो ये वो मान के चल रहा है तो आप कह रहे हो कि लेट्स से एडवर्टाइजिंग में नॉट बी द ओनली थिंग ये आप कह रहे हो राइट
Hmm.
ठीक है तो लेट्स से देयर आर अदर सोर्सेज आल्सो एड्स के अलावा वर्ड ऑफ माउथ है तो उससे क्या
Hmm.
आर्गुमेंट पे क्या फर्क पड़ेगा
So उसमें पैसे नहीं लगेंगे वर्ड ऑफ माउथ में तो
ठीक है
उनकी ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट नहीं जाएगी जो प्रॉफिट्स जो कमाना चाहते हैं.
तो प्रॉफिट्स थोड़े बढ़ जाएंगे सो दैट्स अ
Yes.
बेटर दैट्स व्हाट यू आर सेइंग राइट
Yes.
ठीक है Any other gaps?
So also we thought about that there's no talk about new buyers. For example, in a market, so there are existing, for any kind of firm, there are existing clients and there are the clients we are trying to get from the customers. But essentially the market को increase करना, like getting new organic buyers, तो उसकी तो इसमें बात ही नहीं है. Like I don't know how, maybe I'm trying to articulate it, but I'm talking about like organic new buyers in the market.
To become, let's say, automobile customers, right?
Yes.
Increasing the size of the pie rather than just thinking of कि pie कैसे divide करनी है.
Yes.
तो आप कह रहे हो इसकी बात नहीं हो रही है,
हाँ जी.
ये गैप है.
हाँ जी.
Okay. Okay. Third.
And for how long? Since in the beginning it's saying that it'll go for several months. So how many months? And I think the previous group has also somewhat said the same thing, that for how long, because कोई months mentioned नहीं है. So what if they don't even stay operational, and for how long will they stay operational? Because they're investing a lot of money into advertisements and cutting down the profits also. So वो operational कब तक रहेंगे? That is a question. Like maybe they will be able to reap out the profit or not.
You're saying the company may become bankrupt because
Yes.
these discounts in some time. Okay. Anything else?
And the quality aspects are we had also written. That quality was not even the talk of the matter. It was all about discounts.
Yeah. Okay.
So then these were the only two extra points apart from the previous one.
Any other gap from group 2?
Sir, I had I had two reservations here. Like adding to point 2, in addition, the market share could either, in the near future or the immediate or in the longer term, the market share could either decrease, the entire market segment of automobile industry could either decrease or stay the same or increase. So
Okay.
in case of a decrease in the market, automobile segment, if they are able to retain their customers, then their market share will all accordingly increase. So in case there are new customers, like if the market expands, so the new buyers, will they be affected by those price discount, or they will be attracted to that price discount strategy, or they might be different, a little bit different coming in the near future. So that this strategy is in line with those trend of those new buyers, is because those can also be affected by economic factors. So that has not been I think that could be a gap.
वो तो ये वाली बात होगी ना कि जब जो लोग हैं they are not influenced by discount. Is that what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I mean, there might be a certain separation between the new buyers of future and the current buyers. So there could be a difference in the trend. So that is what I was.
कि नए लोग discount से नहीं आएंगे. That's what you're saying,
Yeah,
right?
maybe they could be depending on other factors than price one. And one more thing in the group 3 conclusion. So I thought that the first line of the first sentence of the passage is more about, it's talking about a certain strategy. And in the last line of thus the plan is likely to, the author is saying that yes, this strategy will be, will succeed in its aim, so in getting its objective done. So so basically the author is discussing this strategy, explaining it to it, what is about the strategy, and in the conclusion it's saying that yes, this will achieve it because of so and so reasons. So that is the conclusion, no?
Okay.
I thought that should be the conclusion, that author is finally accepting that. And
Yes, this is the conclusion, right?
Yeah, this is what I mean, what I thought initially.
That's fine.
Mm.
So I have just one question to ask, and then I'll just share my thoughts on this. तो जो ग्रुप 2 हैं या जो ग्रुप 3 मेंबर्स हैं, ग्रुप 3 या ग्रुप 2 में जिन्होंने सोचा दिस इज द कंक्लूजन, देन how did you look at this statement? What is this statement doing here? You did not include it in the premises or the conclusion. So how did you look at it? People who are saying कि ये conclusion है, the first statement is the conclusion. How did you make sense of this? Because you have not included in the conclusion, neither included nor included in the premises.
Sir, actually, my way of solving such questions, you can point out if I'm wrong, that these are basically plan type questions. So I solve it in that way. So thus the plan is likely to achieve the aim. The plan is to that a certain automaker aims to increase market share, and discounting would create profit. So that is the plan, and the plan would likely to achieve the aim. So this is the conclusion. I would like want to point it out that way. So I solve the like such questions in this way.
नहीं, आप जैसे मर्जी से सोचो, देखो हमें आर्गुमेंट का कंक्लूजन क्या है, आप कह रहे हो
Hmm.
कंटेंट जो है, जो कंक्लूजन को समझने के लिए we'll have to go back to the first statement. I think
Hmm.
आर्गुमेंट तो इस तरह से जा रहा है, तो it does not
Hmm.
change the conclusion,
Hmm.
right? कि प्लान क्या है, प्लान इसने तो ये बोलती है thus the plan is likely to achieve its aim.
Hmm.
अब प्लान क्या है वो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट में दिया है, एम क्या है वो भी फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट में दिया है, तो you'll have to go back to the first statement to understand the statement, but it does not make the first statement the conclusion.
Right.
Okay, so the conclusion remains this, and it is very explicitly stated here, thus the plan is likely to achieve its same. The conclusion could have been different also, and we'll look at a variation also of this. So this is the conclusion, and these are the premises that whatever is given, that the plan, the given plan and the aim, and then there is an explanation given how the plan will achieve the aim. So let me restate it here. This is the conclusion. These are the premise. Of course, here the first premise essentially is just an elaboration of the plan and the aim. The main support really comes into how the plan will achieve the game, which is the discount. They'll be heavily advertised or attract customers from rival manufacturers' cars. And then the plan is that they will stay with us and become loyal customers. Okay. So to understand the conclusion, of course, we need to go back to the first statement. The first statement is this. And then we get to know from the second statement also that there is heavy advertisement also going on. Essentially, this is the plan. And the goal, its aim is to increase its market share. Okay. So the conclusion is this plan will achieve its goal. And in between, we are also told that there is going to be heavy advertisements. Okay. So you are going to heavily advertise, deeply discount. By that, you are planning to attract customers from others, from your competitors, and that's how the the conclusion is that the goal will be achieved, which is to increase the market share. So now let's look at first group 3's conclusion, gaps. The gaps are more or less still valid, because I think it was mainly understood that this is the aim and this is the plan. So I'll first look at second, third, fourth, and fifth. So second is a valid gap. Rather, all of them are valid gaps, but I'll also group the gaps into two categories. We are trying to increase the market share, right? So one gap is that new customers may not come. Now, what could be the reason? Okay. Now, what could be the reason? Now, here are several reasons here. For example, they may not be influenced by price, or but if competitors also offer similar discounts, then also they will not come because they will not see the advantage. Well, this is not that they'll not come, it is that they will come, but they will not stay. So it's a separate thing. Or the third is that they don't even become aware of the discounts. Sorry for this constant zoom in. Okay. And the second is, as we discussed, the new customers acquired may not stay, which is another gap mentioned by group 3. This one. Okay. Now let's look at the first one here. The losses incurred are greater than additional profits. Now for the plan to achieve the goal, do we need to increase the profits? Yes, no, in the chat you can mention. For the plan to achieve the goal, do the profits need to rise? So we are not directly concerned with profits. Okay, this is again important to understand. So this is again what defines the scope. The plan is deeply discounting, and of course there is advertisement going on, and the goal is to increase the market share, and the conclusion is just that the plan will achieve its goal, aim. So we are not concerned with whether the profit losses are greater than additional profits, or losses are greater than additional profits or not. This is not relevant. The second is about revenue foregone is greater than additional revenue generated. So how are we foregoing revenue? Because we are discounting, so naturally the revenue per car is going down, right? So now this gap depends on the interpretation of market share. Are we looking at market share in terms of revenue or in terms of units of cars? Because if you are looking at market share, could be in terms of the overall market revenue, what is our percentage of revenue, right? So I think the market share can be in terms of revenue, it can be in terms of number of units. So are we looking at market share in terms of revenues or number of units? How do you know? It's number of units, not revenue. People are saying units. How are you sure that it's units, not revenue? Yeah, Zami.
Sir, the argument in the very second sentence moves right away to attracting new buyers. Now it's looked upon from the lens of how many buyers right now are there in the market for purchasing the vehicles.
Yeah.
Now, अगर if I will अगर मैं ऐसे बात कर रहा होता कि I could directly go to the money side of market, they wanted to increase their total revenue, then it would be a very direct point out that you moving to the revenue segment, profit segment. Even if initially when he starts the second sentence, his profits are kept at the side. They know that it's not going to increase their profits and revenues. They're not looking at the numbers. They directly move to the number of buyers they have because it's directly pointed out there that buyers is the focus of this market share. In the very next sentence, it talks. So
You're
they're
saying,
looking,
you're saying the premise is about buyers.
yeah, premise talks about buyers. So this is what I'm connecting to the market share part in the very first two.
Premise और conclusion में तो gap हो ही सकता है ना? I can think about revenue and then suddenly start talking about the units of sales. And then you may say, well, there is a gap. Units may increase, but the revenue may not. आपका argument बिल्कुल उल्टा है. You're saying क्योंकि premise में बात units की हो रही है, the conclusion has to be about units.
No, sir. I was talking about, I thought कि आप एक क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हो कि जो इनिशियली ये मार्केट शेयर की बात करता है इन द ओपनिंग सेंटेंस.
मैं उसी की बात कर रहा हूँ.
Yeah.
तो वो तो हमारा aim है, right? But
Yeah,
how we are
yeah.
achieving the aim could be flawed.
No, aim can be flawed. I thought in this argument the question is कि
This
अब,
argument की बात ही कर रहा हूँ मैं.
yeah,
ये आर्ग्यूमेंट में जब वो कह रहा है मार्केट शेयर बढ़ाना है,
yeah.
हाउ डू यू नो कि ये यूनिट मार्केट शेयर की बात कर रहा है या रेवेन्यू मार्केट शेयर की बात कर रहा है?
Because when he talks about buyers and he builds on it and then talks about market share.
अब आप अपना आर्ग्यूमेंट सुनो. आप आर्ग्यूमेंट कह रहे हो कि प्रेमिसेस में क्योंकि सिर्फ बायर्स की बात हो रही है तो रेवेन्यू की बात नहीं सोच रहा होगा वो. ये कह रहा है मुझे, राइट? Is it not your argument?
Sir, I'll just need a minute more to think. If I can get back, I'll get back to this.
Yeah.
I think I need to clear this in my mind and answer.
Sure.
Yeah.
देखो, and it is to everyone. Of course, I understand that the premises are talking about the buyers. And the aim is about the market share. But can't that itself be a gap that you are talking about market share, which could be in terms of revenue, but you're only talking about the units, which is the buyers? Why do we take it for granted that, oh, no, there has to be no gap there? Yes, I mean.
So now I think I know what I was talking about. Now because I heard you what your question is properly. आप पूछ रहे हैं कि gap है या नहीं?
Correct.
From units to market share, वो gap है. I am saying what the author is taking it as, and he's not seeing it when he talks from units to market share.
हाँ.
मैं सर वो क्वेश्चन वैसे ले रहा था कि if I have to see what, हाँ.
Author वो assume कर रहे थे, वही तो gap है.
Yeah. So I was, I thought कि आप मेरे से मतलब from the group you are asking when he is taking, sir, market share as you rightly pointed out can be in many ways you can look at the market share. You can
Yeah.
see it from revenue, you can see it from number of customers, as we are talking about units in many ways. I thought you were asking us the question कि ये किस पे जा रहा है, not that if there is a gap. So gap
देखो,
is there,
ये
yeah.
किस पे जा रहा है वो भी हम श्योर नहीं हो सकते ना।
Yes, sir.
कंज्यूम कर रहा है वो बाद में। आप कह रहे हो कि
हम्म,
जब वो डीप वो मार्केट शेयर बनाने की बात कर रहा है तो वो तो यूनिट्स ही सोच रहा है।
हाँ हाँ.
क्या पता वो ओवरऑल सोच रहा हो, बट वो जंप खुद समझ ही नहीं पा रहा अपनी रीजनिंग में फ्लॉ। यू अंडरस्टैंड दैट?
Okay, so you are saying that he also doesn't give us clearly कि whether he himself is talking about
हमें
units or
यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड, हमें ये थोड़ी ना पता कि ऑथर क्या सोच रहा है।
yeah,
वी जस्ट नो ऑथर ने क्या लिखा है।
लिखा है, yeah, what he has given literally.
मार्केट शेयर ही लिखा है ना, उसने तो यूनिट मार्केट शेयर तो नहीं लिखा वहां पे। तो
True,
हाउ डू आई नो कि उसने क्या सोचा होगा लिखते वक्त?
true,
हमें तो ये पता है कि उसने क्या लिखा है, उसने तो मार्केट शेयर लिख दिया। अब मुझे
true,
पता है मार्केट शेयर तो मार्केट शेयर होता है, कई तरह से मेजर हो सकता है,
true.
राइट? अब इसमें एक रजत का आई थिंक देयर इज अ डाउट कि किसी ने लिखा नहीं है, तो वुड इट बी कॉमन नॉलेज टू इंटरप्रेट इट इन टर्म्स ऑफ रेवेन्यू? देखो, दिस इज नॉट द पॉइंट कि हमें पता होगा कि रेवेन्यू में हो सकता है, बट बट डू वी एज्यूम कि यूनिट्स में ही होगा मार्केट शेयर, और कोई ऑप्शन आ जाए वो ये रेवेन्यू के टर्म्स में मार्केट शेयर की बात करने लग जाए एंड देन वी क्लोज इट कि नहीं नहीं उसमें तो होता ही नहीं है? दैट्स व्हाट आई एम आर्ग्यूइंग अगेंस्ट, क्योंकि जब लिखा नहीं हुआ देन इट रिमेन्स ओपन। इट कुड बी अ रेवेन्यू मार्केट शेयर, इट कुड बी यूनिट मार्केट शेयर। दैट्स ऑल आई एम सेइंग। इट्स नॉट दैट यू नीड टू बी अवेयर, हैव द रिक्विजिट नॉलेज कि किस किस तरह से होता है, बट एटलीस्ट यू शुड नॉट बी क्लोज्ड कि एक ही तरीके से होता है मुझे पता है।
Sir, one question.
Yeah.
Sir, तो मतलब when this automobile manufacturer uses this discounting strategy, so this we don't know. First of all, there is a gap. I clearly understand कि market share कौन से वाले में जाना है, कि किस वाले से बात कर रहा है ये. So we don't know when he talks about this discounting strategy, how he is connecting to increasing market share. Is he saying by units or revenue? That is open in itself.
यूनिट्स तो है ही है फॉर श्योर,
Okay, okay.
क्योंकि यूनिट नहीं बढ़ाएगा तो रेवेन्यू तो क्या
तो
ही बढ़ाएगा।
रेवेन्यू कहाँ से बढ़ेगा,
बट वो
राइट?
यूनिट्स पे हम रुक जाएंगे नेसेसरी नहीं है, क्योंकि उसने मार्केट शेयर बोला है, विच इज अ जेनरिक टर्म,
राइट.
राइट? तो हो सकता है यूनिट्स बढ़ जाए पर रेवेन्यू मार्केट शेयर ना बढ़े, तो कैन वी से मार्केट शेयर बढ़ गया? इट्स अ लिटिल डाइसी थिंग नाउ, so we again have a doubt, right?
Understood. I got you. I followed the line perfectly.
Yeah, Kamaldeep.
सीजे जो आपने पॉइंट बोला एजम्पशन वाला कि वो एज्यूम कर रहा है, तो मेरे को वो समझ नहीं आया कि एज्यूम तो वो कुछ भी नहीं कर रहा। मतलब हमें बस यही पता लग रहा है कि वो कंक्लूड कर रहा है कि मोर देन 50% चांस है कि मार्केट शेयर बढ़ेगा। कौन सा बढ़ेगा ये भी डाउटफुल है, ये भी हमें पता नहीं है। तो एज्यूम तो ऐसा भी हो सकता है ना, शायद वो ये सोच रहा हो कि हाँ ठीक है, नंबर ऑफ यूनिट्स मतलब वो नंबर ऑफ बायर्स बढ़ा के इवेंचुअली रिटेन करके उनको रेवेन्यू बढ़ा दें, तो बायर्स भी बढ़ गए, रेवेन्यू भी बढ़ गया इवेंचुअली इन अ लॉन्गर टर्म। या फिर वो ये भी सोच सकता है खाली कि बायर्स बढ़ा के खाली मतलब मैंने वो नंबर ऑफ बायर्स जो अट्रैक्ट कर लिए आउट ऑफ ऑल द टोटल बायर्स वैसे शेयर बढ़ गया।
तो इसमें एक चीज लेट्स क्लैरिफाई, बार बार हम इस पे नहीं जाते हैं कि वो क्या सोच रहा होगा, बिकॉज देन इट्स अ मेस। हमें यही पता है वो क्या सोच रहा है कि जो उसने लिखा है, राइट? हमें और भी कुछ पता है उधर के बारे में? डू वी नो एनीथिंग बियॉन्ड द टेक्स्ट अबाउट द ऑथर?
नो, बट like he is a little positive about his automaker's plan.
तो मर्जी है, वो तो हमें वर्ड से पता लगेगा ना उससे। अब
Yeah.
वर्ड्स में उसने लिखा है कि इससे मार्केट शेयर बढ़ जाएगा, बट राइट लिटरली वी नो कि मार्केट शेयर पक्का यूनिट्स में होता है, वी आर नॉट श्योर, राइट?
हाँ
तो
हाँ
नाउ वी नो कि इसने मार्केट शेयर टर्म यूज कर ली है, विच कुड बी इन टर्म्स ऑफ यूनिट्स, और could be, अगर let's say अगर कोई revenue की बात करते हैं, then it could be in terms of revenue also. There is an option that plays around that. It may not click you right away बट व्हेन यू लुक एट द ऑप्शन यू नो कि अच्छा रेवेन्यू मार्केट शेयर भी तो हो सकता है. ओके, अगेन दिस इज समथिंग दैट आई एम टॉकिंग इन टर्म्स ऑफ स्किल बिल्डिंग. ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम जितने आप गैप्स पकड़ते रहोगे उतने आपको पहले से आने लग जाएंगे. You look at market share and then you see, okay, it's not talking about unit market share, but that's something that happens over time. But what I'm saying is, you're just focusing on कि ये premises में दिया है और ये conclusion में दिया है. Can I be sure about it? That's all we are thinking. We are not thinking कि author क्या सोच रहा होगा. Author ने वही सोचा है जो उसने लिखा है. That's all we know.
हाँ, ये एजम्पशन का मैं डाउटफुल हूँ, बिकॉज एज्यूम मतलब हाँ ठीक है, हमें नहीं पता कि किस तरह का मार्केट शेयर है, वो
हाँ,
कहीं भी स्टेटेड नहीं है.
we should not assume कि ये पक्का यूनिट ही होगा. फिर तो हम खुद ही गैप्स को क्लोज कर रहे हैं.
हाँ बट मतलब विदाउट दिस एजम्पशन कि यूनिट्स ना बढ़ा के वो मार्केट शेयर सपोज रेवेन्यू के टर्म्स में मतलब होता भी, तो यूनिट्स ना बढ़ा के वो तो अचीवेबल जिस तरह से वो प्लान कर रहा है डिस्काउंट्स देके, तो वो तो पॉसिबल नहीं है.
पॉसिबल क्यों नहीं है? डिस्काउंट के साथ भी रेवेन्यू बढ़ सकता है, ऐसी क्या बात है? डिस्काउंट के साथ रेवेन्यूज नहीं बढ़ते हैं कंपनीज के. हम्म.
हाँ, डिस्काउंट के साथ रेवेन्यू बढ़ सकता है, वो उस केस में बढ़ सकता है जब नंबर ऑफ यूनिट सोल्ड जो बढ़ जाए.
हाँ,
हाँ बट वो तो एजम्पशन उसका यही हो गया ना कि नंबर ऑफ यूनिट सोल्ड तो एटलीस्ट बढ़ना चाहिए.
वो तो बढ़ना ही चाहिए, बट उसके बाद एक और हो जाएगा कि यूनिट्स इतना बढ़ने, इतना सफिशिएंटली बढ़े कि रेवेन्यू तक बढ़ जाए. राइट.
हाँ, वो जरूरी नहीं है.
हाँ, तो दोनों
हाँ,
एस्पेक्ट
यस.
कि बढ़ेगा कि नहीं बढ़ेगा वो भी ओपन है. जैसे लोग आए ही ना,
हाँ हाँ, वो तो ओपन है, यस, वो करेक्ट.
उसके बाद बढ़ने के बाद भी रेवेन्यू मार्केट शेयर ना बढ़ पाए,
हाँ, ये भी ओपन है.
ये एक अलग.
करेक्ट.
या
हाँ
दैट्स.
बट यूनिट्स बढ़ना वो एज्यूम कर रहा है कि यूनिट्स बढ़ेगा.
हाँ, वो एक गैप है. ठीक है.
ओके, ठीक है.
So this is, I'll entertain as a gap because the market share term is, again, as I said, market share. Again, this is also tying back to any fiscal wastefulness. तो वहाँ पे भी many of you were just thinking कि fiscal wastefulness इसी की तो बात हुई है. But the term was still generic. उसने conclusion में जो use कर लिया है. So again, you need to go by what the author has written, not where the premises are leading you. Rather, that is the whole definition of gaps, that it's a difference between premises and the conclusion. And when the options start playing around those, then it becomes tricky. What if the losses are so severe that the company is not able to advertise much? तो यहाँ पे है कि वो डिस्काउंट्स दे रहे हैं, प्रॉफिट्स में कट हो रहा है और उससे लॉसेस होने शुरू हो गए, तो अब एडवर्टाइज नहीं कर पा रहे, तो उससे फिर लोग नहीं आ पाएंगे. मतलब हाँ, मतलब इट्स या लॉन्ग विंडेड थिंग कि ये होगा फिर ये होगा फिर ये होगा फिर इवेंचुअली लोग नहीं आ पाएंगे. बट हाँ, इवेंचुअली द पॉइंट इज कि द प्लान में कुछ फ्लॉ है कि लोग नहीं आ पा रहे. जिसको दूसरे तरह से देखा जाए तो एक ये भी हो सकता है कि कंपनी ऑफर करते करते में ही बैंकरप्ट हो जाए उस चक्कर में. सो देन लॉन्ग टर्म मार्केट शेयर तो नहीं बढ़ पा रहा फिर कंपनी का, जो वो सोच रही थी कि लॉन्ग टर्म में द कस्टमर्स विल स्टे, बट कस्टमर्स में वांट टू स्टे, बट यू आर नॉट गोइंग टू बी able to stay because it's taking such a big hit on your financials. So this comes like कि customers, एक तो एक customers may not stay, एक है कि you may not stay in the business. Okay. और क्या थे यहाँ पे? Advertising may not be the only source. So this is not relevant. And this is a very common kind of, I can say, trap that people fall for. वहाँ पे बात हो रही है कि इस प्लान से ये गोल अचीव हो जाएगा, ये करने से ये हो जाएगा. And then you're saying, well, there are better ways to do it. बट किसी ने बोला थोड़ी ना कि दिस इज द बेस्ट वे टू डू इट। हमने तो बस इतना ही बोला ना, द कंक्लूजन इज नॉट सेइंग दिस इज द बेस्ट प्लान एवर टू अचीव द सेम। देन यू कैन से नो नो देयर आर बेटर प्लान्स। Right now the conclusion is just that ki this plan will achieve this goal, that's all. So if you say there are better plans out there, that has absolutely no impact on the conclusion. So similarly, अगर किसी और चीज़ों के बारे में there are other ways also to achieve your goal, that also has no impact. कि हाँ वो ओवरऑल मार्केट बढ़ाने की बात नहीं कर रहा है, विच इज़ राइट, बट बात है कि वो ये करने की बात कर रहा है और इस करने से हमें ये अचीव करना है। अगर इस करने से ये अचीव हो रहा है तो वी आर फाइन, एज लॉन्ग एज ये करने से हो रहा है। इट कुड बी अदर वेज टू achieve the aim, but that has no impact on the conclusion. We are not saying this is the only way or this is the best way to achieve the aim. Okay, now this second A, in case of decrease the customer may be, again when you say कि अगर decrease हो रहा है overall size, तो mathematically you are thinking right कि अगर overall size कम हो रहा है और उसके सारे customer रह रहे हैं, तो अगर सारों के कम हो रहे हैं इसके क्यों रह रहे हैं, क्वेश्चन तो ये आ जाएगा ना। मैथमेटिकली आप सोच रहे हो कि मार्केट कम हो रही है बट इसके सारे कस्टमर जिसके पास रहे हैं इसके कम नहीं हो रहे हैं, देन द नेचुरल क्वेश्चन इज क्यों नहीं हो रहे हैं, शायद डिस्काउंट दे रहे हैं, तो फिर देन इट्स नॉट अ गैप, तो प्लान तो काम कर ही रहा है फिर, क्योंकि डिस्काउंट की वजह से हमारा मार्केट शेयर बढ़ रहा है। Okay, any questions, any doubts regarding the discussion we have had? This gap would be out of scope, but we can say this is not a gap, or this idea is out of scope. This gap is out of scope नहीं बोलेंगे, right? That is kind of paradoxical. Gap, this is not a gap, or we will say this idea is out of scope. हाँ, okay, let me also talk about this. तो एक हो सकता है, देखो, the primary gaps is new customers may not come, और इसी का ही दूसरा भाई जो दूसरी साइड है, existing customers may leave. तब भी तो प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, तुम डिस्काउंट दे रहे हो और उससे एग्जिस्टिंग कस्टमर जा रहे हैं क्योंकि ब्रांड परसेप्शन माइट डिल्यूट, then also the market share would increase. ठीक है, ये तो एक तो पहले दोनों तो ये जो गैप्स हैं, कस्टमर्स आएंगे नहीं या फिर एग्जिस्टिंग ही चले जाएंगे, और फिर आएंगे तो स्टे नहीं करेंगे, फिर स्टे करेंगे और आएंगे भी तो बट रेवेन्यू मार्केट शेयर में नॉट इंक्रीज, फिर लास्ट वन है कि हो रहा है बट कंपनी सस्टेन नहीं कर पा रही. दीज आर दी वैलिड गैप्स. हाँ, सो देन यू कैन थिंक ऑफ श्रेयांस फॉर एग्जांपल, हाँ, कि ब्रांड परसेप्शन जो डाइल्यूट हो रही है उसके बहुत सारे यू कैन थिंक ऑफ डिफरेंट वेज. सो कमल दी, वही एनविजन में फिर तुम्हें आपको बात करनी पड़ेगी कि एनविजन में क्या प्रॉब्लम है, तो देन गैप्स पे आ जाएंगे हम.
हाँ मतलब ऑथर सोली उसके इन्विजन पे डिपेंड कर रहा है, दो उसका प्लान तो है ऑटोमेकर का, प्लान में तो गैप्स हैं ही, बट वो फिर बाद में लास्ट में वो बोल दे रहा है कि ऑटोमेकर एनविजन कर रहा है कि वो अट्रैक्ट होंगे. अच्छा मतलब प्लान के अकॉर्डिंग ऑटोमेकर बोल रहा है कि ये प्लान होगा तो हाँ शायद अट्रैक्ट हो जाए. अच्छा फिर ऑथर बोल रहा है कि अच्छा ये ऐसा सोच रहा है तो प्लान अचीव करेगा, उसके ऐसे सोचना है, लाइक इज इट सफिशिएंट?
नहीं नहीं, हाँ, तो मतलब बोल तो सकते हो कि जो एनविजन कर रहा है वो एक्चुअली होगा कि नहीं होगा, राइट?
राइट, यस.
के अंदर फिर आपको सोचना पड़ेगा फिर क्या प्रॉब्लम है, क्यों नहीं होगा. एक तो
हाँ,
जनरली
यस.
आपने बोल दिया,
राइट.
उसमें कुछ स्पेसिफिक सोचोगे तो इन्हीं गैप्स पे आ जाएंगी बातें.
हाँ, इन्हीं पे आ जाएंगे.
या मानेक.
So I think two areas थे जिसमें मुझे पूछना था. First was this conclusion part. Now specifies the word likely there. ये definitive नहीं है कि ये उसका prediction exists. But just alone this idea of discounting, could this be a gap कि ये इतना बड़ा contribute करेगा कि ये achieve हो जाए?
मतलब
Would this, as in the literal, I think the word definition or the meaning of word likely is greater than 50%. I think
correct
very probably. क्या इसका इस लेवल में कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा? हो सकता है कि सिर्फ 10% या 20% कंट्रीब्यूट हो, या मतलब जस्ट एज अ मैथमेटिकल पर्सपेक्टिव से
मतलब फिर तो आपको सोचना ही पड़ेंगे ना, क्यों नहीं करेगा। एक तो आपने जनरल बोल दिया कि क्या कंक्लूजन सच्ची में हम बोल सकते हैं यही गैप है। फिर आपको कुछ तो स्पेसिफिक सोचना पड़ेगा क्यों नहीं बोल सकते, तो फिर वही पॉइंट्स पे आ जाएंगे हम।
Okay. So according to you, this is not a valid gap.
मतलब अब ये गैप क्या है, तो गैप का फ्रेमवर्क ही ये है ना कि कंक्लूजन क्या हम श्योर हो सकते हैं। अगर कंक्लूजन कह रहा है मोर देन 50% चांस, तो क्या हम मोर देन 50 बोल सकते हैं गिवन द प्रेमिसेस। आप कह रहे हो कि
Yeah.
नहीं बोल सकते, क्यों नहीं बोल सकते, वही तो गैप्स हैं। या
But I think if this would be, so it will be a very slight as far as the effect is concerned.
नहीं नहीं, गैप तो वो है ही है। मतलब आप क्या, आप कह रहे हो मोर देन 50 नहीं है, तो आप तो कंक्लूजन को चैलेंज कर ही रहे हो। बट मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि आप कुछ रीजन नहीं दे रहे हो ना, आप तो इन जनरल बोल रहे हो। मैंने कुछ बोला
अच्छा,
एक्स से वाई करोगे, मैं कहूँगा मैं एक्स कर रहा हूँ तो मेरा वाई हो जाएगा, आप कह रहे हो कि नहीं जरूरी नहीं है हो पाएगा। तो हर
okay.
चीज में आप बोल ही सकते हो जरूरी नहीं है। किसी भी लाइफ में कोई भी चीज जरूरी नहीं है, बट क्यों जरूरी नहीं है तो बोलो, वो गैप्स हैं।
ठीक, understood.
जस्ट बोल देना जरूरी नहीं है, वो तो हमारा इनिशियल क्वेश्चन है कि कैन बी इन्फर, दैट इज वेयर वी
Right,
स्टार्ट।
right. Okay. But there has to be a backing to it. मतलब किस basis पे
हाँ,
ये gap?
जो जो रीजंस होंगे कि इसलिए हम नहीं इन्फर कर सकते, वो गैप्स हैं।
Oh, yeah.
या एनीथिंग एल्स, any other doubts, something not clear, any questions? Okay, let's move on to the next argument. So here, question with heavy advertisements a result of discounts. नहीं, result क्यों discounts? वो एक separate feature होगा, right? You're discounting and then you're letting people know that we are discounting. And let me also, before moving on to another argument, let me also share with you this version. अभी जो हमने वर्जन देखा था उसमें था the conclusion was the plan is likely to achieve its aim, and then we have to go back to the aim. But there can also be a question in which the author may shift, just as the author was shifting, and you will, once you start observing, then you will see कि shifts कैसे आते हैं. The author may just shift to saying the plan serves the automaker's interest. ठीक है? So in this specific case, the gaps would include कि profits जो है हमारे बढ़ रहे हैं कि नहीं बढ़ रहे हैं, because the interest is not just about market share. Profits are definitely a part of interest. So here in the profits would become very relevant here. Make sense? Yes, no? Yeah, Shreyans.
Sir, so like according to you, interest here is maybe more of a blanket term, but in the first sentence it is written that a certain automaker aims to increase its market share. So like his interest is only market share, or maybe it might be profit too. So, but we don't know if it's profit is its interest. So is it a gap or is it not a gap? Like, because you're saying he profit, but he may be concerned about profit, he may not be concerned about profit. So is it a truly a gap, or like, because sir first sentence में लिखा है कि interest, उसका वही है कि मार्केट शेयर बढ़ना चाहिए, मे बी इन टर्म्स ऑफ सेल्स, मे बी इन टर्म्स ऑफ रेवेन्यू।
नहीं, आप एक उसमें लिखा हुआ है प्लान का एक एम है कि मैं मार्केट शेयर बढ़ाना है, राइट?
या
नीचे जाके क्लेम करता हूँ कि प्लान तुम्हारे इंटरेस्ट में है,
या
तो 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 मतलब आप कह रहे हो फिर प्रॉफिट्स इररिलेवेंट है अभी भी?
मैं पूछ रहा था सर कि प्रॉफिट इररिलेवेंट होंगे मे
नहीं,
बी।
आपको लेट्स से अगर जैसे आप अपना कोई प्लान बनाते हो, कि जैसे आप प्लान बनाते हो कि अब आज रोज से मैं 10 घंटे दिन में पढ़ूंगा, एंड माई एम इज टू कंप्लीट द कोर्स इन 2 मंथ्स।
यस
ठीक।
सर।
और मैं कह रहा हूँ ये प्लान तुम्हारे इंटरेस्ट में है,
यस।
तो अब जो मैंने ये बात बोल दी उसमें ये कोई गैप नहीं लेके आ सकता कि यार अगर वो रोज के 10 घंटे पढ़ेगा तो बाय द एंड ऑफ 2 मंथ्स चाहे उसका कोर्स तो कंप्लीट हो जाएगा, एम तो मीट हो जाएगा, पर वो डिप्रेशन में चला जाएगा।
हम्म।
ये आर्गुमेंट नहीं दे सकता कोई मुझे?
ले सकते हैं सर।
क्योंकि
या
इंटरेस्ट का तो इंटरेस्ट ही रहेगा अगेन, राइट? आप ये मत सोचने लग जाओ ना कि ऑथर क्या सोच रहा था। आपको पता है कि इंटरेस्ट का मतलब क्या होता है? अगर उसको
या
सिर्फ एम ही बोलना था कि प्लान उसका एम अचीव हो जाएगा तो लिखना चाहिए था एम, फिर
ओके, सो
इंटरेस्ट।
सर यू आर सेइंग इफ इट वाज स्पेसिफिकली रिटन एम्स, अगर एम लिखा होता, इफ इट वाज इन सिंगुलर वर्ड एम।
गोल लिखा होता है जो पता लग जाता है जो प्लान का गोल है।
Yeah. And sir, if it was written goals, then it again becomes a blanket term
हाँ,
like,
गोल्स तो फिर मल्टीपल हो गए।
yeah, goals multiple over. Yeah. Yes, sir, I think I understand. Yeah.
या एनीथिंग एल्स? इज एवरीवन क्लियर? नॉट क्लियर? आई वुड लाइक टू नो इन द चैट।
सीजे यू वर डाउटिंग हियर ना कि अगर इंटरेस्ट यहाँ पे कर भी दिया तो प्रॉफिट्स जो है, जैसे प्रॉफिट्स वाला आपने जो एग्जांपल दिया कि वो रेलेवेंट हो जाए, रेलेवेंट हो जाएगा।
आई एम नॉट सेइंग आई एम डाउटफुल, आई एम सेइंग रेलेवेंट हो जाएगा।
रेलेवेंट हो जाएगा, बट वो इवन लाइक इट्स वेदर इट्स इंटरेस्ट ऑफ ऑटो मेकर्स और नॉट, वो अगेन।
मतलब प्रॉफिट अगर आप
हाँ मैं समझ रहा हूँ, ये मैं
वो
मतलब
नहीं
कॉमन
नहीं,
सेंस एक
कॉमन सेंस
बोलो
की,
बोलो।
कॉमन सेंस हमेशा यूज होगी ही होगी। अगर जैसे मैंने श्रेयांश की बात करी कि श्रेयांश ने प्लान बनाया कि मैं 10 घंटे रोज पढ़ूंगा, और उसका गोल था कि दैट ही विल कंप्लीट द कोर्स इन 2 मंथ्स, राइट? एंड नाउ आई कम एंड से दिस प्लान इज इन हिज इंटरेस्ट, ठीक है?
हम्म
ओके, एंड नाउ लेट्स से somebody is making a statement, actually let me write it down because ये कॉमन डाउट लग रहा है मुझे। So Shreyan's plan is to study 10 hours a day. Aim is to complete the GMAT course in 2 months. And now CJ comes and makes a statement. This plan is in Shreyan's interest. Can you weaken CJ's statement by saying that this plan may make Shreyans depressed by the end of 2 months? Yes or no? No, no, all of you. I want to hear in the chat. If you're confused, just say confused. Or if you have a specific stance, you can say yes or no. तो यहाँ पे आप ये सोचने बैठ जाओगे कि इज बीइंग नॉन डिप्रेस्ड इन श्रेयांस इंटरेस्ट, क्या पता उसको डिप्रेशन में जाके मजा आता हो। ये बातें थोड़ी ना आती हैं। We know the interest is a general key. Healthy is considered, being healthy is considered in somebody's interest, unhealthy is considered in somebody's against somebody's interest. ऐसे ही प्रॉफिट ज़्यादा होना उसके इंटरेस्ट में है। अब हो सकता है उसका पर्टिकुलर एम नहीं था, बट उसके इंटरेस्ट में भी नहीं है प्रॉफिट होना। आई डोंट थिंक आई कैन एवर मेक दैट अ पॉइंट। Is that making sense? Vara, you still have that doubt?
Yes, CJ. I think I'll have to go back and maybe watch the recording again. See what I missed. अभी
नहीं
भी
नहीं, ये
समझ
आपने
नहीं आया
सुना,
मुझे।
ये समझ आ गया आपको,
हाँ, ये वाला समझ आ गया।
राइट? तो मैं यहाँ पे ये कह रहा था कि अगर मैं कंक्लूजन ये कर देता हूँ, द प्लान सर्व्स द ऑटोमेकर्स इंटरेस्ट।
हम्म
नाउ इफ यू आर्ग्यू दैट कि प्लान से मार्केट शेयर बढ़ जाए बट शायद प्रॉफिट्स कम हो जाएंगे,
हम्म
दैट विल इम्पैक्ट दिस कंक्लूजन।
ओह यस राइट।
ठीक है, वो पिछला जो कंक्लूजन था जिसमें जस्ट एम विच वाज द मार्केट शेयर अचीव करने की बात हो रही थी, वहां पे प्रॉफिट्स बढ़ना या कम होना वाज नॉट रेलेवेंट।
ओके। इंटरेस्ट को हम चैलेंज कर सकते हैं दूसरा काउंटर देके या
या
ओके फाइन अंडरस्टूड। थैंक यू सीजे।
मतलब वही बात है कि हमें बस देखना है कि क्या लिखा गया है। अगर उसने एक ब्रॉडर टर्म लिख दी है जिसमें और कंपोनेंट्स आते हैं, देन दोज आर रेलेवेंट, बिकॉज नाउ आई कैन नॉट बी श्योर अबाउट इंटरेस्ट अनलेस आई नो अबाउट प्रॉफिट्स आल्सो,
करेक्ट।
राइट? ठीक है, सो नाउ आई मूव ऑन। So Zameen, I'll have to park your doubt for the end. So let's do the same exercise here. Take about 5 to 7 minutes. Okay, try to find gaps on your own. There will not be any group discussion, and then we'll discuss it together. Okay, 30 seconds to go. Whatever gaps you have found, you can share in the chat. Yeah, Shreyans.
Yes, sir, I had a doubt, like specifically in the conclusion, therefore in future. So, sir, I think the second sentence says that the seafood stores buy the fish from the same owner. So is it like safe to assume that it is talking about current and the currently the price, the cost of doing business, and in the future, the author is hypothesizing that the if the tax is lowered, the taxes are lowered, then the profits will grow. So we are assuming everything in the future that there might be other things in future, or we like is it safe to assume that or the current conditions will continue in the future?
ये तो गैप है ना, सेफ टू एज्यूम का क्या मतलब होता है?
So
आप
this can be a gap, right?
हाँ, जो प्रेजेंट में हो फ्यूचर में ना हो.
Yeah, because all my gaps are around that only because
हाँ, वो हो सकता है फिर आपने एक ही तरह के गैप निकालने हैं और गैप्स आप देख नहीं पाए हो, वो फिर
I am not able to get more. Yeah.
हाँ, हाँ, ठीक है. तो काफ़ी सारे गैप्स निकाल लिए हैं लोगों ने. लेट मी जस्ट, so this is the conclusion कि in the future profit margins will be higher at seafood stores within the city than at urban seafood stores. And why are we saying that कि within the city the profit margins will be higher? क्योंकि अभी तो पिक्चर सेम है कि इट कॉस्ट फिश करेंटली इज, यहाँ पे कॉस्ट का मतलब शायद प्राइस होगा, बिकॉज बाद में उन्होंने कॉस्ट, एग्जैक्ट कॉस्ट लिखी हुई है कि प्राइस सेम है, कॉस्ट भी सेम है अभी तो, और अदर एक्सपेंसेस भी सेम है. दिस इज द करेंट सिनेरियो. बट अभी न्यू टैक्स ब्रेक्स आई हैं विच आर गोइंग टू सब्सटैंशियली लोअर द कॉस्ट ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस विद इन द सिटी. तो विद इन द सिटी कॉस्ट कम होने वाली है, प्राइसेस सेम है. So that's why the conclusion is the profit margins will be higher at stores within the city. So there are several gaps here. तो एक तो है कि prices may not pick up lower within the city, right? कि अगर कॉस्ट कम हो जाएगी तो क्या तो प्राइसेस भी कम कर जाए, right? So the prices will remain the same. ये कहीं ना कहीं assumption है, और गैप है कि वो कम क्या तो हो ही जाए. दूसरा है कि टैक्स ब्रेक्स तो आ रही हैं, बट लेट्स से देयर कुड बी other costs associated doing business arise within the city, right? And as somebody mentioned कि suburbs को tax breaks मिलेंगी या नहीं मिलेंगी, that is not mentioned. It is just saying कि within the city तो मिलेगी, but the tax breaks may also become available to suburbs. चाहे वो कोई भी रीज़न हो सकता है उनको अवेलेबल होने का, चाहे वो खुद करें उसके पीछे पड़े कि हाँ भाई हमें भी दो वगैरह वगैरह. But essentially we are assuming that the tax breaks will remain exclusive to stores within the city. And again somebody else mentioned interesting gap, constantly we are just talking about fish, but the seafood stores may be selling things other than fish, right, which can have a different impact on profit margins. Right, and again, जो एक विश्रांत से बात हो रही थी, the factors, जो भी चीज़ें हैं, कई चीज़ें यार assume कि what is true in the present, कि वो सेम होलसेलर वगैरह से ही परचेज करेंगे वगैरह वगैरह, वो भी it's also taken for granted कि that will remain the same. हाँ, तो इसका ही कॉरस्पॉन्डिंग हो सकता है that prices out in the suburbs may increase. और ये हो सकता है, जैसे होलसेलर की बात कर रहे थे, वो सब दोनों को कांस्टेंट सेम प्राइस ही देता रहेगा. ठीक है, नंबर ऑफ बायर्स. हाँ, what do you think about this gap? This will also have an impact on profits, no? This is wrong. This is not a gap. Why is this not a gap?
They are talking about the profit margin.
Yeah. So the conclusion is specifically about profit margins. If it were profits, then the number of units sold will be relevant. But it is just talking about profit margins. Okay. Of course, if an option plays around the number by also explicitly making a connection with the economies of scale, which is key, per unit cost may come down, that's a different thing. But just quantity in itself is not relevant because we are talking about profit margins. So now, Ravi, as I said, if we were about profits, then number of units will become relevant. But we are about profit margins, which is profit per unit.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Any questions, doubts, anything not clear here? Yeah, Kamaldeep.
सो ये बिजनेस विद इन द सिटी जो है वो उसमें टैक्स ब्रेक्स लगेंगी, बट अगर स्टोर्स जो है वो बिजनेस आउटसाइडर के साथ ही कर रहे हैं और मतलब टैरिफ्स वगैरह लगते हैं जो भी है, तो उस केस में उनके प्रॉफिट मार्जिन्स वुड मे नॉट इंक्रीज. मेरा ऐसा थिंकिंग था.
मतलब
और
आप ये
दूसरा
कि हाँ, टैक्स ब्रेक्स जो है वो एक कंडीशनल है इन
कि विद इन द सिटी करेंगे तभी, राइट, बट वो एक्सक्लूसिव टू आउटसाइडर्स है, तो उस केस में मान लो वो फिश खाते ही नहीं है उस सिटी के बंदे, वो
मतलब मुझे समझ नहीं आया वैसे क्या एग्जैक्ट बोलना चाह रहे हो।
मैं ये बोलना चाह रहा हूँ कि प्रॉफिट मार्जिन्स माइट नॉट इंक्रीज
क्यों?
बिकॉज आउटसाइडर्स के साथ वो बिजनेस कर रहे हैं और टैरिफ्स इंक्रीज हो गए, तो जो उनको बेनिफिट भल
जरूर, फिर
हाँ
तो आप एक टैरिफ का फैक्टर लेके आ रहे हो ना आप।
हाँ, तो गैप तो ऐसे ही
तो
रहेगा
है ही है।
ना।
वो तो है ही है। फिर टैरिफ बोल दो, बस बात खत्म होगी, उसमें फिर और एडेबरेशन नहीं चाहिए ना।
हाँ हाँ, यस यस।
तो
और
आप
एक
टैक्स मिल रहे हैं बट कुछ और फैक्टर बढ़ रहा है, तो वो जैसे यहाँ
राइट,
लिखा हुआ है सेकंड में अदर कॉस्ट बढ़ गई है, उसमें एक टैरिफ भी हो सकता है और भी बड़ी सारी चीजें हो सकती हैं।
ओके ओके, अंडरस्टूड। और ये जो लास्ट वाला जो आपने रेड हाईलाइट किया है, नंबर ऑफ फिश सोल्ड, तो मेरा सबर्ब से रिलेटेड नहीं था पर्टिकुलरली, बट मेरा वाला ऐसा था कि विद इन द सिटी वो मतलब कम हो गई है अवेलेबिलिटी, तो डिमांड उनकी मतलब ज़्यादा है, सप्लाई कम हो गई है, तो उस
उसमें
केस में भी
प्रॉफिट मार्जिन क्यों कम हो जाएंगे?
मार्जिन इफेक्ट होंगे ना, क्योंकि पर यूनिट फिश जो है प्राइस बढ़ जाएगा अब, बिकॉज डिमांड तुम्हारी, मान लो कि फर्स्ट पहले 100 पीपल थे, 100 पीपल का डिमांड था, 100 फिश का डिमांड था बेसिकली, एंड नाउ
विद इन सबर्ब कह रहे हो, विद इन द सिटी कह रहे हो?
सिटी सिटी,
विद इन द सिटी डिमांड बढ़ गई है, सप्लाई कम है,
यस,
तो विद इन द सिटी प्राइस बढ़ जाएगा,
हाँ
राइट?
यस।
तो विद इन द सिटी प्रॉफिट मार्जिन बढ़ जाएंगे,
नहीं
प्राइस तो प्रॉफिट मार्जिन बढ़ेंगे कम होंगे?
नहीं, होलसेलर कोई मतलब वो मतलब कम हो गया है तो
होलसेलर के रिस्पेक्ट में बात कर रहे हो आप?
हाँ यस यस, मतलब
अच्छा अच्छा,
होलसेलर,
होलसेलर आगे तो आपको ज्यादा प्राइस पे दे रहा है।
हाँ मतलब उसको भी कहीं से महंगा ही पड़ रहा है और वो फिर ज्यादा प्राइस पे दे रहा है, तो इवेंचुअली मार्जिन है ही नहीं।
वो ठीक है, मतलब देखो बात
अच्छा ओके।
वही है कि जो आप व्हाट इज ट्रू इन द प्रेजेंट में जो मैंने बोला था कि होलसेलर के रिस्पेक्ट में जो बातें हैं, कि जो होलसेलर्स आप कह रहे हो कि अब वो विद इन सबब अलग प्राइस, विद इन सिटी अलग प्राइस देगा और सबब पे अलग प्राइस देगा, राइट?
हाँ मतलब सबब में वो रिलाई नहीं करते हैं उन होलसेलर्स पे, उन्होंने पर्टिकुलरली ये बोला कि सी फूड स्टोर जो है वो रिलाई करते हैं उन पे विद इन द सिटी थ्रू ईस्टविल
ये तो
एंड इट्स सराउंडिंग। अच्छा, एंड इट्स करेक्ट करेक्ट, ओके ओके, यस यस, हाँ ठीक है ओके, तो थोड़ा सा मैं गलत हो गया फिर, यस, ठीक है, क्लियर, थैंक्स।
Yep. ठीक है, लेट्स मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट आर्गुमेंट। So again, you have 5 minutes, and then we'll discuss it. Okay. 30 seconds to go. Hmm. Okay. Others want to share your gaps? Okay, let's talk about it. So here the premises are that this lady Nandipa aims to maintain her heart health. She strictly follows a plant-based diet and has successfully maintained her blood level of LDL, which is, I don't know, but it's mentioned as bad cholesterol. And she's able to maintain her blood level of this bad cholesterol within the range considered optimal for heart health. So she is trying to maintain her heart health. As far as bad cholesterol is concerned, she has done her job and she is strictly following a plant-based diet. But she is worried that her blood level, I think, of HDL, which is good cholesterol, is lower than is often considered optimal for heart health. So her LDL is within the range, but now she is worried that her level of HDL, which is actually good cholesterol, whether that is lower than what is typically considered optimal for heart health. And that's why she is considered consuming non-plant-based foods, which is chicken or fish. That would increase our blood level of this HDL. So LDL is fixed, but HDL now she is trying to fix by consuming chicken or fish. And then the conclusion comes that it is reasonable to think that by adding these foods, which is chicken or fish, Nandipa will improve her health. So if she adds these foods to her diet, she will improve her health. What is the benefit of these foods? That they increase the level of HDL. Okay. So again, the question is, can we be sure that she'll improve her health by adding these foods, given what we are told in the premises? So many of the gaps, I think, have already been identified by you. So let me just write them down here. So one is that these foods may negatively impact other aspects of heart health. ठीक है, तो HDL तो बढ़ा सकते हैं, which is good for the heart, but they may negatively impact other aspects of heart health. And then one of you also mentioned that there could be impact on the assumption is that heart health is the only component of health, which is right, because the conclusion is generic, not specifically about heart health. So you can also say these foods may negatively impact other parts of the body beyond, right? Other than हार्ट, तो एक तो हो गया हार्ट में ही HDL के अलावा कुछ और नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट हो सकते हैं. एक हो गया चलो वो नहीं है, बट हार्ट के अलावा और चीज़ों में भी नुकसान कर सकता है, राइट? और क्या हो सकते हैं? और ये हो सकता है कि एडिंग दीज फूड्स मे इन्वॉल्व रिमूविंग अदर फूड्स। ये तो है नहीं कि और खाती रहेगी, राइट? द नेट impact may be negative, right? कि अगर ये foods incorporate करने, then she'll have to remove some of the plant-based foods, and that may have a negative impact, and the overall it could be negative. Or it could be कि, which is actually kind of a sub point of this. Right? That if you start eating chicken or fish, so plant-based diet used to have its benefit, but now the benefits may be reduced because you have added chicken or fish. So it's, in a way, it's a negative impact in a way that you're diminishing the positive impact of other foods. And then lastly, it is saying that what is often considered optimal. So this is also an open thing, that her HDL level may be already be optimal for her, right? For her specifically. So because it is saying that is often considered. So typically उससे कम है जो typical से कम है, but typical से कम होना could be really the right amount for you because of your specific body structure. Right? These are the gaps, other gaps.
So I have mentioned a few. Can you please let me know if they are right?
Sure.
So the first one I've mentioned is that heart health is only dependent upon HDL and LDL, no other factors, like to kind of calculate heart health.
Hold on. So you mentioned them in the chat?
No, sir. Actually, I was jotting down on my notebook, so I thought at the end I will ask you.
एक बार आप type कर दो. So
Okay,
look
sure.
at it once, then I'll come back here. So let me look at some of these gaps. The plant-based diet lowers. Okay, so Shreyans has mentioned the plant-based diet lowers both LDL and HDL. तो बट उसका HDL तो अभी भी ऑप्टिमल से कम ही है ना? हाँ, तो उसने लोअर कर दिया, आप कह रहे हो, तो उससे क्या हो जाएगा? मतलब तभी तो हम कह रहे हैं कि चिकन और फिश खाओ तो बढ़े. हाउ इज दैट अ गैप?
Sir, maybe I was thinking more in the terms if she was actually replacing her diet, but now I think about it, I think she's supplementing her diet with more meat-based products. So I was thinking ki maybe it was the reason that, yeah, sir, this might not be a gap, sir.
Yeah.
Because, sir, I was thinking she was replacing her, so I think she did not need to replace her diet in the first place because it was the plant-based diet that was lowering her HDL also.
लोअरिंग हर तो HDL. हाँ, तो रिप्लेस क्यों नहीं करना फिर?
क्योंकि सर मे बी शी नीड्स टू, मैं सोच रहा था कि मे बी शी कैन सब्सटीट्यूट सम प्लांट बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सम मीट बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स, सो दैट माइट बी बेटर देन. मेरे को लग रहा था वो कंप्लीट सब्सटीट्यूट कर रही हो प्लांट फॉर मीट बेस्ड डाइट.
नहीं लिखा हुआ. Yeah.
ये नहीं लिखा हुआ है ऐसे, दैट आई मेड एन assumption, so it is not a cap.
But there are factors other than plant that helped her maintain. ये कैसे है? मतलब जो भी रीजंस रहे होंगे हेल्थ के, बट हमारा है कि इससे हेल्थ बढ़ेगी या नहीं बढ़ेगी. अभी तक के जो भी कारण है उससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है? Then, so I'm looking at Raghuраman's gaps. Are the sources which state these optimal levels reliable? So we can challenge this actually. Basically, it's a challenge. Let me paste it here. It's essentially a play around the word consider. क्योंकि premise में लिखा है कि they are often considered optimal. ऑथर ने खुद नहीं बोला है कि एक्चुअली ऑप्टिमल है. So then you can say, what is considered, is it really the case? So you can challenge that, play on the word considered part. So by consuming chicken or fish, her LDL level would also increase. So that's other harmful effect on the heart. That is the first gap that I pointed out. Yeah. So heart health can be inferred from HDL. हाँ, मतलब हार्ट में और इम्पैक्ट भी हो सकते हैं, तो ये हमने यहाँ पे मेंशन कर दिया है, फर्स्ट गैप है. HDL can't be improved. नहीं, अगर इम्प्रूव हो भी सकती है तो दैट अगेन हमारा पॉइंट है कि इनको ऐड करने से फायदा होगा. हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि किसी और तरीके से फायदा नहीं हो सकता. Does that make sense, चित्राक्षी?
So can you repeat if that's okay?
सेकंड गैप है, दैट इज नॉट रियली अ गैप.
Hmm.
वी आर नॉट सेइंग कि और कोई तरीका नहीं है इम्प्रूव करने का हेल्थ. हम ये कह रहे हैं कि ये फूड्स ऐड करने से इम्प्रूव होगी.
Okay, sir.
ठीक है, हो या ना हो हमें फर्क नहीं पड़ता. तो अगेन वो थर्ड भी आपका सिमिलर वेन में ही है.
Hmm.
डाइट के अलावा और भी तरीके हो सकते हैं, उससे हमें फर्क नहीं पड़ता. हमारा है कि ये चेंज करने से इम्प्रूव होगी या नहीं होगी.
Got it, sir.
हाँ, LDL विल नॉट बी हैम्पर्ड, वो आप बोल सकते हो एक तरह से फर्स्ट का ही सब पॉइंट है कि क्या पता चिकन फिश खाने से LDL ही बढ़ जाए.
Hmm.
और वो डोसेज भी कर सकते हो कि dosage has to be right, then you can play around. She may not eat the right dosage, which is fine.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, doubts, or any other gap that you want to talk about that
So
I may?
point
Yeah.
number 5,
Yeah.
like what is the like what are we attacking? I understood that you are attacking chicken or fish being considered to increase the HDL. That's all right.
यार अभी देखो, हमारा क्या ऑब्जेक्टिव होता है, दैट वी एक्सेप्ट द प्रेमिसेस एज फैक्ट्स. उसने लिखा हुआ है कि उसकी जो कोलेस्ट्रॉल है दैट इज लोअर देन व्हाट इज कंसिडर्ड ऑप्टिमल, राइट?
Okay,
आप ये बोल सकते हो हाँ, कंसिडर्ड ऑप्टिमल से तो कम है, बट एक्चुअली जो ऑप्टिमल लेवल है उससे सेम है.
is often considered.
So what we are playing on is what is considered optimal may not be optimal.
But sir, isn't that attacking the premise which is supposed to be taken as a
We
fact?
are not attacking the premise. उसने बोला दिस इज कंसिडर्ड ऑप्टिमल, हमने कहा बिल्कुल सही बात है, दिस इज कंसिडर्ड ऑप्टिमल, बट तुमने ये तो नहीं बोला व्हाट इज कंसिडर्ड इज एक्चुअली करेक्ट. ये लिखा हुआ है,
No,
लिखा हुआ
no.
है. दिस राइट, यही बाउंड्रीज होते हैं कि जो नहीं लिखा हुआ वो ओपन है, जो लिखा हुआ उसको हम सच मानते हैं. हम ये नहीं बोलेंगे दिस इज नॉट इवन कंसिडर्ड ऑप्टिमल. क्या है, हम बिल्कुल अग्री करेंगे दिस इज कंसिडर्ड ऑप्टिमल कि उसका व्हाट इज कंसिडर्ड ऑप्टिमल से कम है, बट व्हाट इज एक्चुअली ऑप्टिमल वो शायद सेम हो सकता है.
Mhm.
नहीं,
So मतलब अब now it's a word play. Considered space optimal. तो वो ये कह रहा है ना कि वो ऑप्टिमल कंसिडर कर रहा है।
वो थोड़ा ना कह रहा है, वो कह रहा है कंसिडर ऑप्टिमल जो होता है। अगर वो खुद ही उसको मानता तो सीधा ऑप्टिमल लिख देता ना वो।
सर I'm sorry, I might be
फॉर
attacking
एग्जाम्पल,
the
जैसे दो स्टेटमेंट बोलता हूँ मैं। एक स्टेटमेंट बोलता हूँ ध्रुव इज कंसिडर्ड नाइस, एक बोलता हूँ ध्रुव इज नाइस।
okay.
कुछ फर्क है?
Mm-hmm.
क्या फर्क है?
Like the second one is the like
उसमें मैं स्टांस ले रहा हूँ कि यू आर नाइस।
stance. Yeah. That's what.
ध्रुव इज कंसिडर्ड नाइस में मैं स्टांस नहीं ले रहा हूँ कि यू आर नाइस।
We're talking about like in general लोग
हाँ, कि परसेप्शन।
perception.
बस वही डिफरेंस है यहाँ पे भी। वो सिंपल सेंटेंस में आपको बिल्कुल क्लियरली हिट कर रहा है, इन दिस कॉन्टेक्स्ट आपको सेम चीज मुश्किल हो रही है।
Understood.
और फिर जब वो इस गैप्स पे स्ट्रेंथ एंड वीकन बनाएंगे कि उसकी परसेप्शन जो ऑप्टिमल की परसेप्शन है वो गलत है, तो आपको लगेगा ये बकवास कहाँ से आ गया। ओके, तो
True.
वो लोगों को लगेगा ये तो बिल्कुल ही रिलेवेंट बातों में चले गए, बट वो उस पे प्ले कर रहा है विच इज अ वैलिड गैप।
One second. Yeah.
या
Thank you.
कमल देख।
मेरा इसके रिलेटेड ये डाउट था कि ये क्वांटिटी वगैरह भी मैटर कर सकता है क्या यहाँ पे?
क्वांटिटी फिर आपको दिखाना पड़ेगा स्पेसिफिक। क्वांटिटी डायरेक्टली तो कैसे मैटर करेगा, आपको दिखाना पड़ेगा उसको कैसे हार्ट हेल्थ पे इम्पैक्ट आने वाला है क्वांटिटी का। वो ऑप्शन को ही बोलना पड़ेगा स्पेसिफिकली।
ओके ओके।
तो जो
और
भी फैक्टर लेके आओगे इवेंचुअली हेल्थ पे लेके जाना पड़ेगा आपको खुद ही।
यस यस, ऑप्शन में कहीं वो बताना होगा लिखा हुआ कि ये इतने क्वांटिटी खाएंगे तो मे बी इट वॉन्ट हेल्प ऐसा।
Something.
एंड द सेकंड वन इज कि वो नंदीपा एम्स लाइक शी इज एमिंग टू मेंटेन हर हेल्थ, एंड टू मेंटेन हर हेल्थ शी इज कंसिडरिंग फॉलोइंग स्टेप्स लाइक एडिंग फिश एंड चिकन, एंड देन ऑथर इज कंक्लूडिंग दैट शी विल improve her health. तो मेंटेनिंग हेल्थ कुड भी कि अच्छा वो उसने देखा कि वो HDL उसका कम जा रहा है, तो हो सकता है कि हेल्थ खराब होने लग जाए तो वो मेंटेन करना चाहती है, बट वो बोल रहा है कि इम्प्रूव करेगा, तो ये जंप है या फिर कैसे है?
मेंटेन हर हार्ट हेल्थ, तो वो तो कह रहे वो उसका एम है ना। अब वो तो
हाँ
फिट तो है ही कि वो शायद एम मीट नहीं हो रहा है।
नहीं, बट उसका एम है मेंटेन करना, मतलब अगर 70 लेवल्स पे डिफाइन करते हैं, सपोज हेल्थ तो 70 पे है, शी वांट्स टू कीप इट एट 70, ऑथर बोल रहा है नहीं 70 से इम्प्रूव हो जाएगा ये।
ठीक है, तो आप कह रहे हो कि क्या पता मेंटेन हो जाए पर इम्प्रूव ना हो,
हाँ
ये
यस।
तो वो तो है
हाँ,
ही है क्योंकि हमारा कंक्लूजन तो उससे इम्पैक्ट हो रहा है, तो वो गैप रहेगा।
बट ये जो गैप है ऐसा जैसे मेंटेनिंग से सीधा इम्प्रूव पे, ऐसे पे क्वेश्चन ऑप्शंस ऐसे पे प्ले करती हैं क्या कि नहीं?
कर सकती है, मतलब अब हर एग्जैक्ट गैप पे प्ले ना करा उन्होंने आज तक, पर बहुत सारे गैप्स पे नेचुरली प्ले करा, और जो बड़े सारे गैप्स लोग आइडेंटिफाई नहीं कर पाते फिर वो उनको रेलेवेंट लग रहे होते हैं।
ओके।
बेसिक गैप तो यही है कि हम कंक्लूजन के बारे में श्योर हैं कि नहीं है प्रेमिसेस पे। अगर आप मतलब विदाउट माय डेफिनेशन आल्सो लॉजिकली भी सोचोगे तो गैप का मतलब क्या है कि उसने कंक्लूजन बना दिया
हम्म
बेस्ड ऑन सम प्रेमिस, बट श्योरिटी तो नहीं आ पा रही, तो वो सब कमियां रह गई है ना कुछ। उसने इम्प्रूव बोल दिया, इम्प्रूव नहीं हो पा रहा, मेंटेन हो पा रहा है,
हम्म।
राइट।
बट आपने जैसे सेशन इंट्रोडक्शन में मतलब बताया था कि पिन पॉइंट कैसे करेंगे, एग्जैक्ट मेन गैप क्या है, तो मेन गैप क्या है इधर मतलब?
मेन गैप तो किसी ने नहीं बोला था, मैंने कहा था सारे गैप्स निकालना है। ये मेन
हम्म,
और नॉन मेन गैप्स क्या होते हैं?
नहीं मतलब प्रेमाइस और लाइक देयर कुड बी गैप्स इन प्रेमाइसेस ओनली कि प्रेडिक्शंस एंड
तो
स्टफ।
सिर्फ प्रिडिक्शन के केस में बात कर रहे हैं, तो आपने बात
या
अदरवाइज वो नॉर्मल केस तो नहीं है वो तो
या
कोई प्रेमिस बाय चांस हैपेंस टू बी अ फ्यूचरिस्टिक स्टेटमेंट, तो हाँ उसको भी चैलेंज कर सकते हैं। बट अदरवाइज जो टिपिकल अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ गैप है इसकी प्रेमिस से कंक्लूजन के बीच में क्या कमी है।
so there shouldn't be any framework कि हाँ ये ऐसा कुछ में है, because the options could revolve around any of the gap, specific gap.
या किसी भी गैप
Yeah.
के अराउंड एक्चुअली जो कई गैप्स लोगों को बड़े इंट्यूटिवली पकड़ लेते हैं आसानी से, तो जब
हम्म
उनके अराउंड ऑप्शंस आते हैं और खासकर अगर शुरुआत में ऑप्शन वैसा आ गया तो द क्वेश्चंस बहुत इजी हो जाते हैं, बहुत सारे लोग सही कर लेते हैं। अगर किसी ऐसे गैप के अराउंड हो गया जो लोगों को हिट ही नहीं कर रहा, तो फिर वो नेचुरली समझना मुश्किल होता है। फिर लोग दूसरे ऑप्शन सेलेक्ट करते हैं जो उन्होंने गैप से सोच लिए थे, बट वो ऑप्शन उस गैप के अराउंड टेंजेंशियल जा रहा है
हाँ, yes,
या फिर वो उल्टी बात कर रहा है। एक्चुअली आई हैव
correct.
रिटन एन आर्टिकल आल्सो, a very large proportion, I'm not sure मतलब exactly what percentage, but very commonly if you look at GMAT club के statistics, जो भी medium to hard questions हैं, the second most popular option is the option that is doing the opposite job. स्ट्रेंथन में वीकन करना है, वीकन में स्ट्रेंथन कर रहा है, पैराडॉक्स में रिजॉल्व की जगह वाइडन कर रहा है। वो लोग उल्टा क्यों मार्क कर रहे हैं? बिकॉज पीपल कैन रिलेट टू दैट ऑप्शन कि हाँ ये चीज़ इसके अराउंड प्ले कर सकते हैं, पर वो एग्जैक्टली फिर देख नहीं पा रहे कि एग्जैक्टली ये तो उल्टी बात कर गया, सेम बात पे ही गैप पे बट उल्टी बात कर गया है। और जो करेक्ट ऑप्शन है वो देख ही नहीं पा रहे हैं, दे आर नॉट एबल टू कनेक्ट कि अब ये कैसे इम्पैक्ट करेगा। या रुल
CJ, like we can also say that maybe she's speculating, right? तो वो gap 4 होगा या 5th होगा? Like speculating in the sense कि she's worried that is lower than the considered. मतलब maybe it's not. Like she's just.
हाँ वो हमने लिख दिया कि क्या पता उसके लिए वो सही हो। अच्छा आप कह रहे हो कि ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि इवन व्हाट इज ऑफन कंसिडर्ड से भी वो लोअर ना हो, बट शी इज जस्ट वरीड। हाँ वो भी
हाँ,
हो
she, yeah.
सकती है, वरीज ही बिल्कुल गलत है।
Okay.
सो अगेन जो हम लिखा हुआ उसको हम सच मान रहे हैं कि वो वरीड है इस चीज़ के लिए, पर वो सही वरीड है ये तो नहीं लिखा हुआ,
Mm-hmm.
राइट?
Yeah.
बट उससे क्या होगा, लेट्स से उसकी वरी गलत है तो उसका जो एच है वो ऑप्टिमल ही है, फिर इसको ऐड करने से क्यों इम्प्रूव? हाँ तो उस तरह से वो डाउट आ जाएगा। ठीक है, ओके। So we end the second session here. So our next session, which is our third and last session, will happen tomorrow at 7 a.m. Between session 2 and session 3, there is an assignment containing 2 arguments that you're supposed to find gaps in on your own and then together in groups. The study groups, the groups remain the same. I'll share the assignment on the WhatsApp group. Okay, and then I can recommend a time. Possibly you can meet at 3 o'clock, or if there is disagreement, you can sort of coordinate with other members of the group. But let's say 3 o'clock, you can meet in different groups and discuss that, and you need to submit your final take. Whatever gaps you agree on or you don't agree on, you can just submit the final document by 6 o'clock today. So that's the assignment that you are supposed to finish. So in the next session, we'll look at those 2 arguments of the assignment. And then we look at the role of question stem in defining the scope of the argument or in impacting the gaps. And then we look at how different kinds of options and then we can evaluate are derived from the same gap. And then we'll talk about the way forward tomorrow. So that's agenda for tomorrow. Yeah.
TJ, I just had one question regarding this gap analysis thing. I sometimes I get confused between when I am actually finding a gap or attacking a premise. इसमें अगर थोड़ी क्लैरिटी अगर बता सके।
बट जो दिया हुआ उसको हम अटैक नहीं करते हैं। जैसे अभी बात हो रही थी ना कंसिडर्ड की,
राइट,
तो हमने तो ये अगेन कॉम्प्रिहेंशन से भी रिलेट हो जाता है। कॉम्प्रिहेंशन में भी लेयर्स आ जाती हैं कि अगर मैं जैसे ही बोला ध्रुव इज नाइस वर्सेस ध्रुव इज कंसिडर्ड नाइस, देन आई डिडंट हैव टू एक्सप्लेन द डिफरेंस टू हिम। आई गेट इट, बट कोलेस्ट्रॉल इज ऑफन कंसिडर्ड ऑप्टिमल वर्सेस इज एक्चुअली ऑप्टिमल, वहाँ पे वो स्ट्राइक नहीं कर रहा आपको डिफरेंस। तो अब आपको कंसिडर्ड और विदाउट कंसिडर्ड का डिफरेंस पता तो है, क्योंकि जैसे ही मैं बोलता हूँ ध्रुव इज कंसिडर्ड नाइस वर्सेस ध्रुव इज नाइस, तो यू जस्ट इमीडिएटली understand the difference. But वही जब considered एक complex sentence में डालते हैं, then you're not able to appreciate the difference. So it is a comprehension level problem introduced by the complexity of the sentence.
okay.
How do you sort of ensure or at least maximize the chances, as we also talked about, right? How to maximize the chances that we are comprehending. So it is about reading part by part and assimilating what you have read. So for example, if I'm reading this, so I'll read, so her blood level of HDL is lower than is often considered. तो वो मेरे लिए वो रहेगा, अच्छा लोअर ऑप्टिमल नहीं लिखा उसने, सीधा कंसिडर्ड ऑप्टिमल लिखा है, ये क्या डिफरेंस आ गया? अब क्योंकि मैं ध्यान दे रहा हूँ वर्ड्स पे, तो देन वो मेरे दिमाग में आ रहा है कि कंसिडर्ड ऑप्टिमल वर्सेस ऑप्टिमल का क्या भी है, ऑप्टिमल क्यों नहीं लिखा है इसने, क्या डिफरेंस क्रिएट हो रहा है? तो देन आई विल से, और ये मैं जब 4-5 बार एक बार मैं नोटिस कर लूंगा, एंड इट बिकम्स अ पार्ट ऑफ मी। अब नेक्स्ट सेंटेंस में तेजी से भी पढ़ रहा हूँ, रीडिंग फास्ट, सो देन ऑल्सो आई गेट द डिफरेंस। बट क्योंकि आपने ये डिफरेंसेस शायद अभी इतने नोटिस नहीं करेंगे, आई मीन जस्ट गोइंग थ्रू टेक्स्ट फास्ट विदाउट नोटिसिंग the exact things that are being mentioned there. तो आपके लिए it will take time to become adept and noticing these differences.
Because initially, मतलब, the process to create like 2, 3, 4, 5 gaps usually takes some time. इतनी जल्दी नहीं होता है.
So we'll
So I
talk
think,
about it. I think we missed a couple of slides because we were short on time, but essentially just a brief on it. Gap analysis is mainly a skill building technique, not a question solving or a test taking technique. Which means, basically, let me be more clear. It's a skill building, something that you use during your practice to improve your skills. Not necessarily that you execute it in the test. When you're taking a mock or taking the exam, कि अब मैं सारे gaps, तब वहाँ पे doesn't make sense that you're trying to find all the gaps. Rather, तब तक we want to be at a stage कि जो सारे almost सारे gaps हैं वो हमारे कहीं ना कहीं subconscious में बन जाते हैं, so that when an option plays around that, we can immediately relate to the option. अच्छा ये उस gap पे, अच्छा ये उस gap पे play कर रहा है.
so in a way, like, let's say I came across some gaps and like, depending upon the scope shift या numbers and percentage, ये कहीं ना कहीं embedded हो जाता है mind में, and whenever you see ऐसे तो click हो जाता है कि अच्छा ये इसमें ये हो रहा है.
तो अभी जैसे कुछ ना कुछ तो आपके ऑलरेडी एम्बेडेड हैं ही है, जब आप ऑप्शन देखते हो तो आपको लग जाता है, आपने जरूर नेसेसरली स्पेसिफिक गैप नहीं सोचा होगा जब आप
हाँ
आरपीएम पढ़ रहे थे, बट जैसे ऑप्शन ने प्ले करा यू कुड सी इट.
हाँ करेक्ट.
जब ये आप, अगेन आई टॉक अबाउट द वे फॉरवर्ड, जब आप ये 100, 150, 200 आर्ग्यूमेंट्स में आप कर लोगे एंड इन अ सिंसियर वे, नेचुरली इफ यू डू इट सुपरफिशली कि चलो एक दो गैप मिल गया आगे बढ़ जाओ, तो वो तो फिर जो ईजीएस्ट थे वही मिलेंगे, और स्किल बिल्डिंग नहीं, फिर तो यू जस्ट यूजिंग द एग्जिस्टिंग स्किल्स. But if you really persevere and try to find all the gaps, all the shifts, then over a period of time, after 100, 150, 200 arguments, you will see that now it's becoming much easier for you to spot the gaps and to relate the options back to the R. कि भाई इस gap के around ये play कर रहा
Thank you.
है. Yeah, Kamal देख.
Yeah, CJ, what you told मानी कि ये हेल्पफुल रहा मेरे लिए भी. एक्चुअली मैं भी थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रहा था ऐसे, कि पहले तो मैं डिलीजेंटली कर रहा था ये गैप एनालिसिस, बट वो 40-50 क्वेश्चन में ही, उसके बाद मैं सीधा टाइमिंग पे फोकस करने लग गया. तो कहीं कहीं पे तो वो इजीली दिख जाता था, बिकॉज वो मतलब इजीली फ्रेम कर लेता है माइंड उतने गैप्स, बट जो नुआंसेस पे प्ले करता है वहां पे दिक्कत आती है. या सो ये जो अभी आप दो आर्ग्यूमेंट्स देने वाले हो, इसके लिए सेम मीटिंग लिंक पे ज्वाइन करना है हमें या कैसे?
नहीं, आप अपने मीटिंग लिंक्स यू हैव टू शेयर,
क्या
क्योंकि
विद इन आवर ग्रुप?
ये तो एक ही मीटिंग लिंक है, तो यहाँ पे सारे ग्रुप्स इकट्ठे कैसे करोगे? हाँ मतलब अगर आप आ सकते हो, नहीं मेरा एक्चुअली
ब्रेकआउट्स मतलब ऐसा?
भी नहीं क्रिएट कर पाओगे, मेरा सेशन होगा उस टाइम पे. तो
ठीक है, तो हमें ग्रुप पे खुद ही बात करके.
you can coordinate, you can also create your own separate WhatsApp groups. One of,
या
one of you in each group can take the lead and create separate groups. Whatever
ओके.
way you can manage. मतलब separate groups
या
भी बना सकते हो या फिर just share the links there, Zoom
या
link. तो 3 o'clock, मतलब tentatively I'm mentioning the time so that आपको इस पे भी डिस्कस ना करना पड़े किस टाइम पे, बट ऑफ कोर्स अगर 3 बजे नहीं मिलना, 4 बजे मिलना है, 2:30 बजे मिलना है, यू कैन कोऑर्डिनेट.
ओके. मेरा क्वेश्चन, अब जो अभी जो एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया आपने मानिक को भी, तो बेसिकली जो स्लेडिंग वाला एग्जांपल था ना, स्लेड प्लास्टिक, वो एक्चुअली मैंने अटेम्प्ट किया था अभी थोड़े दिन पहले ही, और
अच्छा
उसमें मैं फंसा था. तो
अच्छा,
कैन आई आस्क क्वेश्चन रिगार्डिंग दैट और राइट?
गैप के अराउंड है कुछ और है?
ऑप्शंस के अराउंड है, और मतलब वो आपने जो व्लॉग में अपने व्लॉग में जो 3 स्टेप्स लिखे हैं, एंड द फोर्थ इज इटरेशन. So the third step is like using those gaps to see how the option is impacting any of those gaps.
Right.
तो वहां पे जो ऑप्शन था, मतलब मैंने गैप्स तो आइडेंटिफाई कर लिए, लेकिन वो अब भी मेरे को नजर नहीं आ रहा था वो ऑप्शन जो करेक्ट है वो कैसे लिंक कर रहा है किसी गैप के साथ.
हाँ, तो वो आई थिंक वो हम कल at the end of tomorrow's session we can talk about that.
ओके, ठीक है,
ठीक है.
थैंक्स.
Cool. Anything else? Could you share the slides? Yeah, I'll share the slides. अभी share कर देना, तो at the end of tomorrow's session I'll share all the slides.
Just to revise, like just to go through maybe these things only,
ठीक है,
not the
ठीक है.
slide.
I'll share the slides. ठीक है, मैं ग्रुप में डाल दूंगा. I'll share the assignment also, these slides also. ठीक है. Anything else? To for each group, how do we need to submit the answers? You can just share in the main group. I have access to the main WhatsApp group. You can just, once you have done your group discussion, you can share the final document in the WhatsApp group. Okay.
सीधे एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन था.
एक second. Zameen, you had a question?
Yes, sir. It's one of those questions in between when आपने suggest करा था once we're done with everything then I can talk.
Yeah, sure.
If they can go first, then it's okay, sir. I'll go after that.
नहीं बताओ.
सर वो सेकंड वाला जो स्टेम डिस्कस कर रहे थे, सेकंड वाली आर्गुमेंट बेसिकली जब हम रेवेन्यू डिस्कस कर रहे थे एंड यूनिट वाला डिस्कस कर रहे थे, उसमें सर एक वाली गैप आइडेंटिफाई ग्रुप 3 ने करी थी, where I think they had written revenue is not greater than revenue foregone is not greater than additional revenue. Sir, yeah. A. Group 3.
हाँ, मतलब
Yeah.
यही है.
हाँ. Revenue greater than the market share increase, but revenue may not. सर ये पहला वाला स्टेटमेंट, इसका मतलब नहीं मेरे को समझ आ रहा था. हाउ इज इट अ गैप इन द आर्गुमेंट? the first part of it, revenue foregone is greater than the additional
मतलब
revenue.
वो ये
So
कह रहे हैं टोटल रेवेन्यू बढ़ नहीं रहा है, तो रेवेन्यू ही नहीं बढ़ रहा. दैट कास्ट मतलब नेचुरली दैट्स अ प्रॉब्लम कि अब आपका रेवेन्यू मार्केट शेयर बढ़ेगा कैसे फिर. So basically now he's playing on कि market share could be a revenue market share.
greater. Okay, so revenue foregone is greater if it's not greater. सर नॉट ग्रेटर होना चाहिए ना, तो फिर रेवेन्यू फॉरगॉन इज नॉट ग्रेटर.
नहीं ग्रेटर ही गैप है ना, वो तो assumption है कि इज नॉट ग्रेटर, क्योंकि रेवेन्यू फॉर
ओके या सॉरी. हाँ, अब क्लियर हो गया. ये दिस इज एक्चुअली. यस सर, नाउ क्लियर.
Yeah.
And sir, one additional is that, but that's a very personal one. Once everybody is done, then I'll take 5 seconds or 10 seconds to discuss.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kamaldeep.
नहीं सीधे अभी क्लियर हो गया वो.
ठीक है.
यस.
Yeah, Zameen.
Sir, is just that. Sir, once everybody leaves, I'll just take 5 minutes. I just have to share about something about personal.
नहीं, I don't have minutes. I also need to leave.
Sir, can I just drop it on email?
Yeah, I'll drop it on email.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
ठीक है. Okay, then see you tomorrow. I'll share a few things over the WhatsApp group. Take care. See you tomorrow morning.
Have a great day, sir.
Thanks, Vijay.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so welcome to session 3 of this workshop. So we'll start with the 2 arguments that were given to you as part of the assignment. I've also shared my assessment of your gaps in the groups, so you can check those out. But in any case, we will look at we'll look at the correct ones, and we'll also look at some of the incorrect ones. But if you have any doubts, we can of course discuss them at the end of this session. So let's look at this argument first. So here the conclusion was, well, let's start with the premises. So it says last year in the United States, women who ran for state and national offices were about as likely to win as men. So we are talking about last year in the United States, and we are talking about women who ran for these two offices, state and national offices, were about as likely. So the chances of winning for women were almost the same as the chances of winning for men. Okay, and since it is given sort of, it's talking about women who ran for state and national offices, so it is at the generic overall level. So the chances of winning for women in general are equal to the chances of winning for men in general in the United States last year for these two offices. Okay. Okay, so the chances of winning were equal. Only about 15% of the candidates for these offices, so we are talking about state and national offices, only about 15%. So it is the only 15%. So the author emphasizing that it's just 15% of the candidates were women. So 85% were men, if you just look at it in two genders. So 15% were women. So even though they were as likely to win, but the candidature, in terms of the candidates, only 15% were women. Okay. So the author is drawing a conclusion based on that, that the reason that there are so few women who win elections, so he's talking about that the reason why not many women win the elections for these offices. So consistently, the author is just limiting himself to just these offices, consistently just talking about state and national offices. So the reason why not many women win election is not that they have difficulty winning the elections. Why does he say that? It is not this reason, because he has already stated that it is in the last year, the chances were actually the same. So it is not that they have a lower chances. So that's why he's eliminating this, that it's not that they have difficulty winning. It is just, so according to the author, the conclusion that the author is drawing is that the reason not many women are winning is that not many want to run. Okay. So naturally, the question we ask, as we always ask while trying to find gaps, is can we be sure about this? Can we infer this conclusion from the premises? Can we be sure that the reason so few women win elections is that so few women want to run? So then there are several gaps here. One is that the data is only for last year, whereas the conclusion is in general. So the last year may not be representative of a general trend. It could be last year they were as likely, but in general they are not. Okay. Second is the author is not concluding that the reason so few women win election is that so few women run. The author is concluded so few women want to run. But just because so few women run does not mean so few women want to run. Could be that a lot of women want to run, but they are not able to run for a variety of reasons. For example, political parties do not recruit them, or it's difficult for them to raise funds to run. There could be other reasons. Some of you have mentioned in the gaps, but essentially, we are playing on this word that it's not that they don't want to run. It is that it is difficult for them to run, which is different from this. Once they run, they are about as likely to win. But here at this stage, we can't say that they don't even want to run. Could be that it is difficult for them to run. Then lastly, we can also get into the nuance of this. It's saying they were as likely to win as men. But it could be that the statistic is the case because only the top women currently run. So whose chances are the highest, right? Different women may have different chances, right? So right now you're looking at only the top percentiles of women. And you are saying, oh, well, they are equally likely to win as men. But it is only the top percentile who are equally likely. If you go down the percentiles, then essentially women in general may not be as likely to win as men. Only the top women are as likely to win as men in general. Okay? So these are some of the gaps here. Let me now look at some of the incorrect ones some of you mentioned. A very popular incorrect one, and we can discuss about it because it's such a popular one. Many of you mentioned that the number or proportion of women in the population could be low, basically. So this is the reason you thought that that's why they may not be winning elections. It's not that they so few want to run. I think that's what's going on in your mind when you're writing this. But even if the number or proportion of women, which essentially mean the same, in the population is low, this statement still holds. It just becomes an explanation for this, actually. That why so few women want to run, because there are just so few women out there. It does not challenge the conclusion. It would challenge the conclusion if the conclusion were so, but that a very small proportion of women want to run, something like that. If this were the wording or this were the conclusion that the reason so few women win elections is that a very small proportion of women actually want to run. And then you may say, no, it's not really a small proportion. It's a good proportion. Just that the number of women out there is small, so the overall proportion is still high. Okay, but right now, it is not saying proportion of women, it's just saying so few women want to run. So even if you say that there are just few women out there in the population, the conclusion is still valid that, yeah, so few women want to run. Let's first talk about it. Is that clear? Any questions, doubts around this particular gap? Because this was such a popular gap. I think three or four groups pointed it out. Clear, not clear? Would like to hear your feedback in the chat. Yeah, Raghuram.
To clarify, let us say there's a town with 100 people and with 90 men and 10 women. And if all 10 of them are running, uh, in that case, wouldn't the so few women want to run conclusion be invalid? Because as per that town's statistics, it is all the women that are running.
That's a good point. So few women, if you go to that extreme, or let's say we don't even need to go to all, or let's say we go to majority. If the population is, women is so small and majority of them are actually running,
Hmm.
And can we say that so few women want to run? Well, there are only so few women out there. Uh, well, I'm thinking about it because in some way, yeah, so few looks like addressing the proportion also. But so few in general is not really about proportions. Well, it can be about proportions. So let's say, yeah, Manik.
Sir, would you agree like the word with so few actually would mean a very small number? I
Hmm.
mean, not necessarily. Can we relate this to some, at least one?
But some and few are very different.
Okay. Okay.
But the sum basically is it sum puts a lower boundary to think at least one. It doesn't have an upper limit to it. Whereas few or so few is actually an more extreme version of few. Few is more about having an upper boundary rather than a lower boundary. You're saying कि ज़्यादा नहीं है, right? So it's about putting an upper boundary there. So let's say, let's think about it. So in the population there are just 100 women, and of course, one case is all 100 of them are running. There are 1 lakh men, and out of 1 lakh men, 1,000 are running. So then, of course, the number of women running is just 100. The number of men running is 1,000. Uh, can we say that so few women want to run? Uh, मतलब again एक तो उसमें है कि all of them want to run. But at the same time, if 100 actually leads to, if we can use so few for 100, then it is still true. And the reason why so few women want to run is that there are just so few women out there. So I am not very clear on this. I can see the point, but I see this more as an explanation for this. Why so few women want to run? Because there are just so few women out there. Instead of questioning it, it seems to be more of an explanation for this. But so few would be out of total women only. What do you mean by that, Vanik? Yeah, Dhruv.
So, like I was attacking this thing that conclusion, like in the premise, it's stated that 15% are running,
Hmm.
15% of the total candidate, like 15% of 100 is like
Hmm.
that's 15. So 15 women were contesting. Conclusion jump to the this line that since less number of women are there, so
Correct.
they are relating it to the want of women.
Correct.
So, and that's where I just felt like the very first incorrect gap that you have stated. It is talking that by default women were less, so we can't talk about their want. So
Talk about their want. Why can't we talk about their want?
again, sir, like, but in the premise, it's not talking about the fact that 15% of the women that are available. It says 15% of the candidates.
Correct.
So when it is talking about 15% of the candidate, that is like men
Yes.
plus women.
Dekho, are you saying there is no difference between these two, which I have put here? So few women versus a small, very small proportion of women.
Small proportion of women.
I would agree that this is a gap in this. I'm not saying this is not even a gap here. I agree that this is a gap here. So we cannot jump from कि 15% candidates women, it will say कि हाँ बहुत ही कम women as a proportion apply करते हैं. I understand that jump. But I'm saying कि this is a fine jump if this were the case, but here it's talking in terms of numbers, not as a proportion.
But even in numbers, it is coming from the total candidates that are there. And in total candidates, it's men plus women. It's not just women.
देखो, for example, let's say actually मुझे जो doubt आ रहा है ना, it's solely because of the word few. For example, if let's say the statement were the reason that there are so few women who win election for these offices is that a small number or a very small number, whatever number of women want to run. अगर ये होता कि हाँ स्मॉल नंबर वुमेन वांट टू रन, तो वो तो सही बात है, क्योंकि सो ही वुमेन वांट टू रन. अब वो अलग बात है कि why so why such a small number want to run, because there is just a such a small number out there in the world. That becomes an explanation for this, not something that challenges this. Does that make sense, Dhruv?
Sort of. But I'm just trying to contest the word want.
नहीं, want तो हमने एड्रेस कर लिया पिछली स्लाइड पे कि want versus कि actually they are running से हम want में नहीं जा सकते, वो तो we have addressed in the last slide, right? But now we are talking about how many want to run. So it is not about wanting anymore now.
Understand.
Wanting or running का जो gap है, that they may want to run but they are not running because of certain difficulties, we have addressed that. That's a valid gap. Now we are talking about
So few.
number. Yeah.
But in so few, I kind of agree with Raghu Raman's idea, because that also came into mind.
हाँ, मतलब उसमें the only doubt that I am having, अगर मुझे ये वही मैं that's what I'm trying to highlight, कि अगर ये होता small proportion, then definitely it's a very valid gap. अगर ये होता that a small number of women want to run, then also it would be a valid gap. Now it may go against your sensibilities कि small number of women want to run, क्या सारी women तो want to run, but small number ही है ना, क्या करें फिर? You understand? मैं कह रहा हूँ कि basically a small number of apples जो है वो rotten है, right? Now you may think कि this is kind of deceiving क्योंकि सारे apples है तो rotten है, right?
Yeah.
इसमें ट्रिगर दैट काइंड ऑफ, बट वो स्मॉल नंबर ही हैं, और मेरी बात तो सही है कि स्मॉल नंबर ऑफ एप्पल्स जो है वो रॉटन है, वो है ही टोटल ही स्मॉल नंबर है, 4 ही एप्पल्स हैं और चारों के चारों रॉटन है, तो एक मेरे लिए वो 4 स्मॉल नंबर होता है. ओके, सो स्टेटमेंट अपने आप में गलत नहीं हो जाएगी. इट में गो अगेंस्ट योर सेंसिबिलिटी कि हाँ फिर 4 को तुम स्मॉल नंबर क्यों बोल रहे हो, वो है मतलब स्मॉल नंबर, एक जस्टिफाइड बात कर सकते हैं, 4 को एक स्मॉल नंबर कोई बोल सकता है. और वो अलग बात है कि 4 ही एप्पल थे टोटल वहां पे. ओके, तो यू में से कि एक्चुअली वो सारे रॉटन मतलब सारे रॉटन हैं, तो इट्स नॉट so you can't say कि small number of apples are rotten. I don't think I'll agree with that.
So maybe one more question around the wordplay. When we talk about proportion of women, it is like number of women that are contesting divided by total women, right?
Number of women who are wanting to run divided by total women. Yeah. Yeah.
And in the premise, it is saying that number of women divided by number of men. Or number of men plus women. In the premise.
कैंडिडेट्स की बात कर रहा हूँ.
Yeah.
हाँ, उसमें कैंडिडेट जो नंबर ऑफ वुमेन कैंडिडेट्स आउट ऑफ टोटल कैंडिडेट्स की बात हो रही है.
Total, yeah. Can that be a okay? But we are not talking about proportion and conclusion. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, ठीक है. So we'll spend, I'll have one more thought on this and then we'll move on because as I said, in this case, I agree this would be a gap. In this case, this will not be a gap. In case of few, I'm becoming a little dicey because I'm not 100% sure that few can be used if the proportion is extremely high. For example, as Raghuraman was pointing out. So I'm not sure about that. So that's why uh, I'll not say this is an invalid gap, but this is something I'm not sure about. Okay. ठीक है. So we'll move on from this gap. If you have still want to discuss it, we'll discuss it at the end. Another gap that was pointed out was women are fighting in difficult zones. I put it under incorrect gaps, but I didn't really understand exactly what whoever said this was trying to say. So whichever group wrote this as a gap, can you explain how you considered this as a gap? Anyone from the group? One of the groups mentioned this as a gap that women
Yes.
are. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we mentioned it. I think why we mentioned it because we thought that though they are fighting for the though they are fighting for the national offices and state offices, in those offices they are fighting in difficult posts that women usually don't win. That is why they don't participate.
वो तो लिखा हुआ
But
है
yeah,
इसमें।
now I understand that it was not really
ठीक
correct.
ठीक है, सही। Another gap that was mentioned as we are just looking at state and national offices. We are not looking at district offices. This is not a gap because both the premises and the conclusion are about national and state offices consistently. There is no jump from this would be a gap if the premises were about state and national, but the conclusion becomes more generic about all the offices. But here, the conclusion also remains specific to these offices, which means national and state. So this is irrelevant. Another gap that was pointed was that there is a shift from percentage to numbers. Uh, Again, I did not really understand. Uh, of course, I can see there is a shift from 15% of the candidates to eventually talking about the numbers that so few women want to run. But what exactly is the gap that you are trying to point here? Anybody wants to explain this? Yeah, Manik.
सीधे आई थिंक गैप इसमें जो थॉट प्रोसेस वो ये था कि दैट the 15% in a way it's representing a small number, but what if the pool size is very big? जो कैंडिडेचर के लिए वर्ड
अच्छा,
है
तो let's say
अगर
let me just try to understand कि आप क्या कह रहे हो। आप कह रहे हो कि हो सकता है candidates 10,000 है,
राइट
तो उसके 15% could also be still be a big number.
करेक्ट
Is that what you're saying?
राइट
तो उसमें conclusion invalid हो जाएगा that so few, the reason that there are so few women who win elections. मतलब वो तो मुझे लग रहा है वो relative बात ही चल रही है throughout कि so few with respect to मतलब men, मतलब आप कह रहे हो कि नहीं फ्यू है ही नहीं, 1500 तो बहुत ही होता है।
मतलब अगर ये सिनेरियो कंसीडर किया है बिकॉज वी डोंट नो कि बेस क्या है जिस पे स्ट्री डिफाइन किया है सो
I
मतलब
understand. वो तो चलो, we can take it 10,000, we can take it 10 lakh also, right? For logical
right.
purposes, we can take any number. But I'm just trying to see की conclusion. मतलब essentially you are saying if the base is so high, then essentially 15% also becomes a huge number. Then can we say that there are so few women wanting to run because there are actually quite a lot of women wanting to run? They're running. But essentially this comes more of an explanation for this part that there are so few women. Now, how can we say
मतलब अगेन मेरे को शायद वही लग रहा है कि फर्स्ट से कहीं इसका कोई लिंक तो नहीं जो इनकरेक्ट वाला गैप डिस्कस किया था या
नहीं,
मतलब इस
फर्स्ट तो चलो अलग है। हाँ, मतलब वो हो सकता है आप फ्यू के अराउंड वर्ड ही प्ले कर रहे हो। आप मतलब आई डोंट थिंक यार कि क्योंकि वो एक जब वो कह रहा है सो फ्यू वुमेन हु विन इलेक्शंस, फिर कह रहा है सो फ्यू वुमेन वांट टू रन, तो कहीं ना कहीं देयर इज एन इम्प्लिसिट जो मतलब कह रहा है वो विद रिस्पेक्ट टू मेन कह रहा है कि हाँ मेन बहुत ज़्यादा है, वुमेन बहुत कम है, क्योंकि वुमेन दे आर नॉट इवन वांटिंग टू रन। अब आप कह रहे हो कि एक्चुअली बहुत सारी वुमेन रन कर रही हैं, जस्ट कि मेन के रिस्पेक्ट में कम है। तो आई डोंट थिंक मतलब आई डोंट थिंक दिस वुड बी अ
मतलब इसमें ये भी मुझे नहीं समझ में आ रहा कि अगर ये सही है तो लाइक जनरली ये कैन इट बी अप्लाइड टू अदर एज मतलब across this logic or whether this logic in itself is incorrect.
नहीं नहीं, इन जनरल तो इट्स अ वेरी वैलिड लॉजिक कि देर आर सिचुएशन देर इट्स अ वेरी कॉमन फ्लॉ इन अ लॉट ऑफ आर्गुमेंट देयर इफ यू आई शेयर द
But
आर्टिकल आल्सो आई
I
मेंशन।
think maybe if I'm wrong in attacking the मतलब premise को ही challenge कर गया या मुझे ये नहीं पता कि ये if I'm
नहीं
doing
नहीं,
that
प्रेमिस
wrong.
को आप चैलेंज नहीं कर रहे हो, तो वो बात ठीक है कि प्रेमिसेस में परसेंटेज की ही बात हुई है। 15% ऑफ द कैंडिडेट्स आर वुमेन।
Right.
यू आर नॉट चैलेंजिंग द प्रेमिस।
मतलब मैं कम नहीं कर रहा बढ़ा नहीं रहा या फिर
मतलब बेसिकली जो पूरा सेंस है आर्गुमेंट का वो एक रिलेटिव है कि बेसिकली वो कह रहे हैं ना ओनली 15% वर वुमेन, राइट?
right.
तो आपको नहीं 15% बहुत होता है नहीं तो
I think only is limiting that aspect. I don't
नहीं नहीं,
know.
ओनली इज जस्ट हाईलाइटिंग अ वेरी सब्जेक्टिव व्यू पॉइंट ऑन 15%, क्योंकि
अच्छा
इसको 15% बोल देते तब भी आइडिया तो सेम ही कन्वे हो रहा है ना।
okay.
अगर मैं कहूँ आई हैव 100 रुपीज या फिर बोलूँ आई हैव ओनली 100 रुपीज, दोनों में बात तो मैं सेम ही कह रहा हूँ। ओनली लगाने से आई एम हाईलाइटिंग द एम्फोसिस कि यार 100 रुपये कम ही है, राइट?
Hmm. In a way yeah इसका
राइट,
sense तो है.
दैट इज ओनली डिफरेंस। दोनों केस में मेरे पास 100 रुपये ही है, एंड दैट्स व्हाट आई एम सेइंग, आई हैव 100 रुपीज एंड आई हैव ओनली 100 रुपीज। ओनली डालने से इट इज ऑल्सो कम्स दिस दैट आई एम हाईलाइटिंग कि ये सिर्फ 100 रुपये ही है। सो दैट इज व्हाट द ऑथर इज डूइंग हियर कि ओनली 15% वर वुमेन, कि सिर्फ 15% ही है वुमेन। और फिर वो कह रहा है कि हाँ एक्चुअली द रीज़न बहुत कम जीतती हैं इसकी बहुत ही कम वांट टू रन। तब आप बिल्कुल एक अलग तरह से उसको आर्ग्यू कर रहे हो कि वो ओनली 15% भी बहुत बड़ा नंबर हो सकता है, तो वी कांट इवन से सो फ्यू वांट टू रन। मतलब आई डोंट थिंक इस आर्ग्यूमेंट में ये गैप है। द होल थिंग बेसिकली द होल सेंटिमेंट इज अबाउट दे आर लुकिंग एट विद रिस्पेक्ट टू, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल अगर ये सो फ्यू की जगह अगर स्मॉल नंबर भी होता, सो देन यू आर सेइंग कि 15% पर वुमेन, बट 15% may not be a small number. This is what you're saying, right?
Right. But
The reason,
just on the basis of percentage like I cannot like figure out कि क्या वो नंबर होगा, अब ये नहीं पता चल सकता।
मतलब यू आर देखो, आई अंडरस्टैंड कि हाँ वो 15% ऑफ सम बिग नंबर कैन बी अ स्मॉल, कैन आल्सो बी अ big number. So we can't say it's going to be a small number. But basically ना, यहाँ पे we are trying to find a reason कि कम women क्यों जीत रही हैं, right? Right?
Yeah, correct.
अब वो कम वुमेन क्यों जीत रही हैं, और उसने उसका रीजन दिया कम वुमेन इसलिए जीत रही हैं बिकॉज कम ही रन कर रही हैं। लेट्स नॉट गेट इनटू वांट, ये कम इसलिए जीत रही हैं क्योंकि कम ही रन कर रही हैं। वो
बट आई
दोनों
मीन जो
कम
जो
कम की जब बात कर रहा है,
करेक्ट, तो मतलब इन अ वे कि अगर कम ही जीत रही हैं, सॉरी हाँ कम ही रन कर रही हैं, तो दैट मीन्स वी इन दैट केस द नंबर इज डिफाइंड कि छोटा ही है वो नंबर। अब इमीडिएटली तो ये आई थिंक स्ट्राइक नहीं हुआ था मेरे को, बट इन अ वे नाउ इफ यू आर लाइक कॉन्स्टेंटली emphasizing on so few then maybe I'm not sure.
क्योंकि वो दोनों में सेम एक तरह से फ्रेजिंग यूज कर रहा है। वो कह रहा है कि बहुत ही कम जीत रही हैं और क्योंकि बहुत ही कम रन कर रही हैं। अब आप आगे कह रहे हो कि एक्चुअली परसेंटेज तो कम है। वेल एक्चुअली मतलब आई टेक माई वर्ड बैक एंड आई से कि हाँ दिस इज ऑल्सो एन एरिया विच कैन बी प्लेड अपॉन, बट मतलब ये मतलब मुझे आई एम नॉट वेरी कंफर्टेबल विद दिस। ठीक है, बट आई विल नॉट से कि ये गलत ही है। ठीक है, क्योंकि इन अ वे वी कैन आर्ग्यू कि इट्स नॉट रियली अ स्मॉल नंबर, इट इज़ अ बिग नंबर। सो वर्ड्स तो तुमने गलत यूज करे और हम तो तुम्हें वर्ड से ही जानते हैं। अ, हाँ बट बट हाँ मतलब मुझे, सो आई जस्ट से कि हाँ कि अगर इस पे प्ले करा तो ये बात प्ले कर सकते हैं। इट इज़ जस्ट दैट कि आई डोंट थिंक इस चीज़ के ऊपर प्ले होगा, दैट्स ऑल आई से।
I mean, I think maybe sometime if we are analyzing it, I think we might get into some insight. I'm not sure.
हाँ मतलब आप और चीज़ों में ऑब्जर्व कर सकते हो ये गैप्स वगैरह, बट हाँ आई टेक माई वर्ड बैक एंड से कि हाँ आई कांट से कि इट इज़ डेफिनेटली इनकरेक्ट। ठीक है,
Yeah, because as per understanding, we are not like challenging ki 15% wala aspect,
या
but as a pool, 15% can mean a lot of things.
या या
So that was the thing. यही reason से लिखा।
ठीक ठीक।
Thank you.
या ज़मीन
Sir, initially when you were discussing number one as well, और अभी ये fourth का discussion भी जब जा रहा था, it struck me that time as well, but we want to move forward. I think you already pointed out what is the thing with first as one and fourth as one. So I just tried to tie it. Basically, ये first और fourth almost same है। पहले वाले में हम जब छोटा ले रहे थे, second वाले में हम बड़ा number ले रहे हैं, फिर हम 1500 पे आ रहे हैं। In the first one, we were considering women only are less. But as you rightly pointed out, we are talking in relative terms. फिर तो 15,000 women भी हो सकती है, 15 women भी हो सकती है. And
या
so then he goes into conclusion into so few women. So few, in that sense, if we see, the argument in itself starts with as likely as men and then 15% women. So the only other gender, as in GMAT, we take men and women. So we are starting off in a relative comparison, and then in the relative comparison, we are coming to so few women.
या
So वो
मतलब
first का भी वही logic है और fourth वाले का भी, as you're saying, that is the exactly thing as I'm able to understand it. So few तो we can take in so many ways, direct number or relative number, but the argument is structured in a way we are talking relatively.
यू आर मतलब अगेन यू आर राइट, that's how I was thinking, but देखो, and this is the kind of discussion we also had in session 2 with respect to market share। ठीक है,
Yeah,
ऑदर तो मार्केट शेयर को कंसिस्टेंटली ऐसा लग रहा था कि वो यूनिट की तरफ से सोच रहा है, बट क्योंकि वो मार्केट शेयर वर्ड यूज कर रहा है, राइट, तो वी आर
yeah,
नॉट गोइंग टू थिंक कि
yeah.
ऑथर क्या सोच रहा है। वी आर जस्ट गोइंग टू गो बाय द
Okay,
वर्ड, क्योंकि दैट्स ऑल वी हैव इन फ्रंट ऑफ अस। हम ऑर्डर तो हमारे सामने नहीं है कि भैया तुम क्या कहना चाहते हो, राइट? वी कांट गेट देयर, वी कैन जस्ट गो बाय द वर्ड्स। तो उसको वर्ड्स और केयरफुली यूज करने चाहिए थे, अगर नहीं यूज कर रहा केयरफुली तो देन गैप्स रहते हैं आर्गुमेंट में। दैट्स आवर स्टांस, राइट?
अंडरस्टूड सर, क्लियरली अंडरस्टूड। बट सर वो सेकंड पॉइंट जब रेज हुआ ना कि वुमेन का नंबर 15,000 भी हो सकता है, एंड आई थिंक अर्लियर रघुरमन वाज सेइंग कि 15 भी हो सकता है, कि टू स्टार्ट ऑफ विद वुमेन आर वेरी लो.
Yeah.
So these are just one extreme and the other extreme wherever we are testing, and in both the situations we are seeing so few number doesn't justify, because to start off with women can be very low, or when they are winning the number can be very high. These are just the same. Sir वो उस पे देखते हैं ना सर, वो spectrum पे, on the spectrum we see low number of women and high number of women.
Yeah.
It's just this in the same spectrum we are looking at it. तो हम जब हायर साइड पे देख रहे हैं, हम फिर उस हिसाब से कह रहे हैं कि एक्चुअल तो नंबर सो फ्यू है ही नहीं, 15,000 है, क्योंकि 15% में भी 1,50,000 वुमेन आर देयर, एंड देन वी आर गोइंग टू द लोअर एक्सट्रीम की शायद 150 वुमेन ही थी, तो शायद ऐसा 15 का नंबर जीत रहा है.
Yeah.
So these are the two spectrums, and now we are thinking because he's saying so few, so few is what? Because then we are challenging it on कि actual number बड़ा हो सकता है, या to start off with the number is only low. But as you said, when I picked it up from you, कि वो you said initially as well कि पहले it starts with likely comparison with men, then it goes to the percent of women who are appearing in itself, and then he is coming to the conclusion of so few. So few to what? So that so few is basically the relative comparison that is there. That's how I'm able to understand this.
नहीं नहीं, वो तो ठीक है, अगेन सेम बात वही चल रही है कि वो रिलेटिव की सेंस में ही इंटरप्रेट कर रहा है, ऐसे ही लग रहा है।
Yeah.
देन ही इज नॉट मेंशनिंग इट इज विद रिस्पेक्ट टू मैन, वो तो इन जनरल से यूज कर रहा ना। तो द गैप रिमेन्स, इट इन जनरल इट मे नॉट बी सो फ्यू।
Sir, then so few,
same point कि we have to go by the words, not कि we start thinking other की intent क्या थी।
Yeah.
लिखा क्या है उससे हमें चलना ना, क्योंकि in any case
True.
we can't get into the author's mind. So if you, जैसे आप ही कह रहे हो कि एक स्पेक्ट्रम पे वो एक्चुअली नंबर स्मॉल है, बट दूसरे स्पेक्ट्रम पे चले जाते हैं, if we take the
Yeah.
base as a big one, तो the number becomes higher. In that case, can we really say that so few women are running? It looks
So
like
few winning. So few winning. So few who win.
so few winning or so few running.
Yeah.
Yeah, दोनों ही केस में then there is a point that can be made कि नहीं, so few है ही नहीं, it is a large number actually, you should better use better words, which means the conclusion becomes doubtful.
Okay. Yeah. Got it.
ठीक है, yeah Manik.
CJ, one more thing. Like in the conclusion, we basically the entire phrase is a conclusion, right? Like not difficulty in winning elections. That's also part of that conclusion.
Yeah.
We're not ignoring that aspect.
Yeah, everything is a conclusion.
Yeah. So
But
the
ये
reason.
part ऊपर address करा एक तरह से directly, इसलिए it's more difficult to find a gap there.
Okay.
ये पहले तो उसने first statement ही बोला ना, they are equally likely. Of course you can play on the word last year which we have played on.
Yeah.
But then तो लिखा है उसने.
Yeah. So like the reason for X is not Y but Z. इस तरह से
This is
मतलब
the
framed है.
Yeah.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
ठीक है, so this was the second one. It has a lot of gaps, मतलब quite understandably. एक ही premise है, and then there is a big jump. And I think most of the gaps that you all have pointed out are correct in this case. So, but I have sort of organized them in a systematic manner. So, for example, one of the jumps is कि the dollar will make it cheaper. Cheaper than what? Cheaper than presently, right? So पहला तो ये है कि falling dollar से it will become cheaper than presently over a period of time, right? बाद में cheaper हो जाएगा, अभी महंगा है. So then you can play on the future की बाकी cost बढ़ सकती हैं. दूसरा है कि अगर मान लें दिस इज नॉट द गैप, दैट इट एक्चुअली बिकम्स चीपर ओवर टाइम, but it may not be cheaper than others, right? For them to buy it from America, it has to become cheaper compared to other countries. So that is a second gap. It becomes cheaper over time, but it does not become cheaper than others. And then even if it becomes cheaper than others, cost may not be a factor for Japan or Western Europe. So, right, some of you have mentioned कि quality हो सकती है और factors हो सकते हैं may be responsible. And then even if cost is a factor, then again you can say कि there are certain constraints at the end of Japan and Western Europe कि वो import ही overall कम कर रहे हैं, local लोग manufacture कर रहे हैं, या फिर paper ही manufacture नहीं हो रहा है, so they don't need wood pulp. Or you can also play on the US part, that Japan, Europe, they want to buy, but the US is not able to export because of they don't have the production somehow goes down, or there is a lot of demand locally, so they don't have uh, enough production to export. So these are the various gaps that I could think of. Yeah, Kamaldeep.
So CJ, initially I also thought जब कल कर रहे थे कि cheaper than currently presently, but अभी यहाँ पे जैसे सुबह recap कर रहा था मैं, तो यहाँ पे लिखा है कि cheaper than to get it from any source. So cheaper than to get it from any source doesn't mean like then from like comparative to like other countries or other sources available.
हाँ,
Not
वो
pres
क्लेम वही कर रहा है, या वो क्लेम तो वही कर रहा है, ठीक है, बट वो तो उसी में तो गैप्स है ना, दैट बिकॉज इट्स प्रिडिक्शन से, उसी को तो हम चैलेंज करें, चीपर देन अदर सेकंड जो स्टेटमेंट है वो भी इसी में ही गैप है बेसिकली, उसके अंदर ही देर आर टू लेयर्स, क्योंकि वो कह रहा है फॉलिंग वैल्यू ऑफ द डॉलर, राइट?
yeah.
फॉलिंग वैल्यू का क्या मतलब है? इट इज कमिंग डाउन ओवर टाइम.
Yes.
उसका नेचुरल रिपरकशन तो इट्स गोइंग टू बी की इट्स बिकमिंग चीपर कम ओवर टाइम, right?
Yeah.
The statement is, of course, as you're rightly saying, it is making a statement about cheaper than others. तो वो दो लेवल
Yeah.
उस तरह से गैप्स हम आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हैं उसमें.
Okay, so कि मतलब with time भी वो कम जाएगा कि नहीं जाएगा, या फिर with respect to
Correct.
other sources? Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
Thanks.
दोनों लेयर्स को हम पकड़ सकते हैं. Yeah, Danny.
Hi, CJ. Similar question because I think yesterday when the group was discussing, we sort of were confused on the premise specifically states it's cheaper than any other source. So
Correct.
does not this account for the fact that even if tomorrow the dollar might become, it might become more expensive or cheaper in other countries due to the falling dollar, doesn't this account for that too? Because it's in the premise we take it on a factual basis, so we can't compare other
This
costs.
is the kind of exact same discussion we had when the premise itself is futuristic. It is about future. So we can't take future to be a fact, commonsensically also. Okay. Any futuristic statement is always open to challenge, and they have been challenged in CR questions,
Got it.
right? And it's also reasonable to say कि हाँ futuristic है तो it can be challenged. किसको पता क्या 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 हो?
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. So not many incorrect gaps here. Most of the gaps that you all pointed out were correct. They may not be organized as such, but eventually I think you should also start looking at organizing your gaps to see exactly कि कौन सी jumps में you are pointing out, what are the main gaps, कौन से उनके sub gaps and all that. That will help you sort of structure your thought process, become more clear. So again, when I've written these under incorrect gaps, but could be that I didn't really understand what the person was trying to say here. The type of paper being produced in Japan and Western Europe may be for a specific purpose. तो वहाँ पे उनको स्पेसिफिक पर्पस चाहिए, जिसके लिए उनको अमेरिकन वुड पल्प चाहिए जो कि सिर्फ यूएस में है, तो उससे क्या होगा, एक्सपोर्टर्स कुड मेंटेन द वैल्यू ऑफ अमेरिकन वुड पल्प, तो डॉलर डिक्लाइन हो जाएगा, बट आप कह रहे हो कि they'll not reduce the price. Is that what you are trying to say? Whoever wrote this, Raghuram, did you write this?
Yes, CJ, yeah.
Did you want
So,
to say कि price कम नहीं होगा?
no, maybe the phrasing is slightly wrong. So, what we had thought was, let us say the cost of the wood pulp is some $10, and due to the declining value of the dollar, the equivalent now is $5. But
हाँ,
then the exporters realize this point, and they know that Japan and Western Europe are desperate for this kind of particular wood pulp.
वापस 10 कर देते हैं.
हाँ, या वापस 10 का इक्विवेलेंट में भी 15 कर देते हैं, so that they can make up the amount. That was the thought process there.
अच्छा, तो बेसिकली वो प्राइसेस बढ़ा रहे हैं टू कॉम्पनसेट
हाँ,
डिक्लाइनिंग.
yes.
हाँ, तो फिर वो, हाँ, बेसिकली यू शुड हैव जस्ट स्टेटेड दैट.
हाँ, okay. So they'll increase the prices because the dollar value is decreasing. And anyway, Japan and Western Europe have to buy from them because they need that particular kind of wood
तो
pulp.
ठीक है, देखो जो भी कारण होगा, जो भी
Hmm.
कॉम्पिटिटिव एडवांटेज है, मेन है कि डॉलर डिक्लाइन हुआ बट इन्होंने प्राइस बढ़ा दिया. सो
Hmm.
ओवरऑल basically any importer will have to pay the same number of dollars,
Hmm.
right?
Is that a gap?
हाँ, मतलब
Okay.
बेसिकली फिर हमारे पास रीजन नहीं बच रहा ना, कि हम तो कह रहे थे वो चीपर होने वाला है, बट तुम
Hmm.
चीपर तो होने ही नहीं दे रहे.
Hmm.
ऑफ कोर्स दैट्स अ गैप.
Okay.
It would be considered as other, नहीं मतलब I would not say it's a other cost, but essentially it's not becoming cheaper. कॉस्ट तो नहीं बढ़ रहे हैं, तो वो अपना प्रॉफिट और बढ़ा रहे हैं बेसिकली. Or second also, I didn't really get. Maybe there is a surplus of American wood pulp and the dealers want to sell it desperately. इसका क्या मतलब? What are we trying to say here?
This was also from our group. So let us say कि इन्होंने American exporters ने इतना wood pulp produce कर दिया है, and now given they have so much stock and they want to empty it or something, they just want to push it out, regardless of whatever the dollar value is right now,
तो
which
फिर
means,
एक्सपोर्ट्स बढ़ेगा ही ना फिर तो.
and now I got that clarity as I was speaking.
हाँ, मतलब ये तो हम्म या
Sensitivity rise ही होता है.
हाँ.
Maybe somebody can help me out as well. Arul, are you there? We had the discussion regarding this.
Yeah, I think we got wrong on this one. The conclusion, like it's not hitting the conclusion.
Hmm. Okay, okay.
ठीक है, ठीक है, सही. Any other questions, doubts with respect to this argument? Yeah, Manik.
सीजे एक बार लाइक प्रीवियस स्लाइड में 0.3 था, कॉस्ट में नॉट बी अ मेजर फैक्टर. ये एक बार इस पे एम्फसाइज कर सकते हैं, समझ में नहीं आ
मतलब
रहा.
you can say कि cost is not really playing. So there are two aspects to this कि अगर let's say considerably ना होता, okay, can you hear me?
या
Yeah, तो considerably ना होता तो फिर तो आप बोल देते कॉस्ट एक फैक्टर ही नहीं है, तो फिर तो then you'll have to go extreme to say कि cost is not even a factor. So there is no reason कि exports बढ़ेंगे, right?
राइट.
अभी यहाँ पे कंसिडरेबली है, तो हमें इतना एक्सट्रीम बोलने की जरूरत नहीं कि कॉस्ट इज नॉट इवन अ फैक्टर. जस्ट इफ वी से कि इज नॉट अ मेजर फैक्टर, तो फिर शायद थोड़े बहुत बढ़ जाएं, बट दे मे नॉट राइज कंसिडरेबली.
अच्छा, ओके. So basically the word conservative basically acts as a
Cushion kind of कि we don't need to
cushion.
make extreme gaps.
Yeah, got it.
ठीक है, cool. So now we will talk about the role of question stem. And impacting the scope or the kind of gaps that are possible or the kind of incorrect or correct options uh, that are possible. We'll start with this argument. So just go through it. There is an option there. So you need to answer whether it is a weakener or not. You just need to answer the question and then you can share yes or no in the chat. Okay, waiting for a few more answers. Yeah, you guessed the workshop. Okay, 15 more seconds. Okay. Okay, so let me show you a variation of this. Now, again, yes or no.
Sir, can you show the previous slide once again?
No, that's gone. Now just answer this. So people who marked yes to this, do you understand why this should be a no? So, by the way, this is an official question and this is an official option there, that question, and it's a correct option. Okay. And these are the kinds of shifts that we have sort of frequently discussed throughout this workshop. Initially, the passage starts by talking about the tiger sharks are common surrounding this island. Okay. And usually they feed on smaller sharks, but sometimes they have attacked tourists swimming and surfing at beaches, so they are a threat to tourists. This has hurt tourism industry. The passages talking about hurting tourists and tourism industry, which is second only to its fishing industry in annual revenues. Okay, so tourism industry is quite big. It's the second biggest industry in terms of revenues. But then the last statement suddenly shifts to in order to help the economy. It is not saying in order to help the tourism industry. It says in order to help the economy, therefore, the mayor has proposed something. And then the question is that the implementation will have the desired consequence. What was the desired consequence? The consequence was to help the economy. That is what is mentioned here. Now, if you help the tourism industry, but you do not, or rather, do you harm the fishery industry, then then we are not sure whether you're actually helping the economy or not. So that is how it casts a doubt. It's a weakener. On the other hand, so let's first wrap it up. Is this clear? Any doubts? Any questions here?
So can you explain once again?
What? Otherwise, tell me.
So the major difference is that the word in order to help the economy, that is why it's a weakener, like you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it were, of course, if it were in order to help the tourism industry, then this option would have no relevance. Does that make sense?
So, but I'm not able to relate like why it's helping the economy and why it's not helping the economy.
Okay. It's okay. That's also something that we are not able to relate. So let's understand the option. It says the small sharks on which tiger sharks prey. So tiger sharks prey on this, right? Right?
Right, sir.
If you take away tiger sharks, then what's going to happen? The small sharks are going to increase in number.
Yeah, right, sir.
And these sharks feed on fish that are commercially important. So if they increase in number, these fish will go down. It's going to have a negative impact on you commercially.
Got it, sir.
Any other doubts, questions? Yeah, Manik.
Sir, if I've understood this correctly, so again, we have basically shifted from a tourism which is specific to a generic economy as a whole. Is that right?
Yeah.
So again, वो inflated वाला aspect आ
Yeah.
गया. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and it is also entirely possible that the question stem may take you back to the tourism industry. Okay, of course, in this official question, that was not the case, but it is possible, and there are these shifts possible in question stems, that here the argument first talked about tourism industry, then shifted to economy overall, but then the question stem, essentially it is, right, the question stem tells you what you have to look for in the option. It is possible that the question stem may take you back to the tourism industry. For example, in this case, that it may say that the implementation will help tourism industry. In that case, even if there is a harm to islands fisheries, that does not impact, that has no relevance to us, because we are only interested in the impact on the tourism industry. So in this case, this is not relevant. Yeah, Manik.
Sir, instead of questioning the likelihood or call into question, that means cast मतलब weaken type, अगर ये reverse कर दें strengthen में तो फिर
तब भी वो बातें सेम ही रहेंगी, नॉट रेलेवेंट तो नॉट रेलेवेंट ही रहेगा. नहीं, here we are talking about कि ये aspect ही relevant नहीं है, क्योंकि we are talking about tourism industry, so any other industry is not relevant to us. If we start talking about economy, then every industry suddenly becomes relevant to us.
yeah, समझ गया, got it.
Everything, so जो भी strengthener था, weakener assumption, and that's what we are going to also look at. They all depend on कि gaps क्या हैं. ये gap ही नहीं है वहाँ पे, और industries पे क्या हो रहा है. ठीक है. ठीक है. Could you provide the gaps? No, we'll not get into the gaps of these. Then we'll be missing on our agenda for the session. Let's now look at Nandipa's diet once again. And again, I think basically you have to evaluate the impact of this option with respect to the question stem. Just go through the question stem. There is only one option. So you just need to tell whether it is significant or not, yes or no in the chat. Okay, 15 more seconds. Just looking for a few more answers. Okay, now let's look at this one. Yes, so the answer to this is yes, this is significant, because if she wants to figure out whether to add such foods to her diet, if the benefit is strictly due to its effect on LDL, then her LDL is already okay. Then possibly she doesn't need to really take in chicken or fish, because the reason for taking in chicken or fish was just that, to take care of HDL. But if HDL, the only benefit is to control LDL, then she doesn't need to worry about HDL, and then she doesn't really need to worry about chicken or fish. So this becomes significant in evaluating whether to add such foods to her diet. Okay. And this is, by the way, the original OG question. So even though in the given CR passage, Nandipa was worrying about her HDL levels and then taking in chicken or fish to improve her HDL level. The question stem was more generic, not specific to whether she'd be able to improve HDL, but whether to add such foods to her diet. Now, everything, all the impacts that adding such foods may have become relevant. Also becomes relevant whether HDL is any useful, or really changing HDL is useful or not. So that is what it is playing on, that, well, you don't need to worry about HDL because the only benefit is it in terms of its effect on LDL, and your LDL level is fine. On the other hand, if this were the question stem, that which should be significant to determine whether adding such foods would improve her blood level of HDL. So we are only concerned with whether the foods would increase her HDL. So then we are not concerned with whether the HDL is going to help her or not. So in that case, this becomes irrelevant for us. Yeah, Kamaldeep.
सो ये जो मॉडिफाइड वर्जन था, इसमें जो स्ट्रिक्टली द इफेक्ट इज स्ट्रिक्टली ड्यू टू द HDL बेनिफिट इज स्ट्रिक्टली ड्यू टू इफेक्ट्स ऑन LDL. अभी अब मतलब हाँ, ये रेलिवेंट इसलिए क्योंकि अगर वो ये क्वेश्चन उसको आंसर करता है कि ये बैडली इफेक्ट कर रहा है, मतलब गुड वे में इफेक्ट कर रहा है, उस हिसाब से वो कंसिडर कर सकती है. बट मतलब यहाँ पे लिखा है स्ट्रिक्टली ड्यू टू, तो HDL जो है, मतलब देर इज नो अदर वे टू इम्प्रूव द HDL विदाउट अफेक्टिंग द LDL, राइट?
नहीं, this is not the meaning of the statement.
No. Like strictly due to मतलब HDL benefit is strictly due to effect on LDL. तो HDL में अगर कोई चेंज आएगा तो LDL में इफेक्ट आना ही आना है, ऐसा?
मतलब ये तो कुछ नहीं कह रहा वो कह रहा है कि
Due to its effect.
बेनिफिट जो है इसका दैट
Yeah.
इज लिमिटेड टू दिस। मतलब हो सकता है आप HDL बढ़ाते रहो बट उससे LDL अगर उसने ऑप्टिमल रेंज में ले आया वो, उसके बाद LDL को वो ना छेड़े। इट डजंट मीन कि फॉर एवरी चेंज इन HDL देयर इज गोइंग टू बी चेंज इन LDL। द ऑप्शन इज जस्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट द बेनिफिट ऑफ HDL is limited to the effect on LDL. So if your LDL is fine, then essentially you don't need to worry about HDL because the only benefit of HDL is with respect to LDL levels.
Okay.
नहीं, not clear?
या क्लियर, बट थोड़ा काउंटर इंट्यूटिव है कि मतलब जब वो गुड रेंज में है तो वो बैड रेंज में कैसे हो सकता है अगर उसके इफ इट इज स्ट्रिक्टली ड्यू टू इट्स इफेक्ट ऑन LDL लेवल्स।
तो मतलब और भी तरीके भी तो हो सकते हैं LDL को इम्प्रूव करने के। वो ये थोड़ी ना कह रहे हैं LDL सिर्फ HDL के थ्रू इम्प्रूव होता है। वो कह रहे हैं HDL का फायदा सिर्फ LDL को इम्प्रूव करने में है। कंफ्यूजन हो रहा
HDL,
है। वो कह
हाँ,
रहे
यस।
हैं LDL को इम्प्रूव करना है लेट्स से, तो देयर कुड बी मल्टीपल वेज। HDL भी हो सकता है, कुछ और भी हो सकता है, कुछ और भी हो सकता है।
या
बट कह रहे HDL का फायदा सिर्फ यही है, देयर इज नो अदर बेनिफिट आउट ऑफ HDL।
हम्म
दैट्स व्हाट इट इज सेइंग। तो अगर आपका LDL फाइन है, इट कुड बी कि HDL की वजह से, कुड बी देयर आर मल्टीपल अदर, कुड बी अदर रीजंस आल्सो। वी आर नॉट सेइंग एनीथिंग अबाउट दैट।
तो मेरा गलत अंडरस्टैंडिंग था फिर। ओके।
कॉम्प्रिहेंशन में दिक्कत थी।
या इज ड्यू टू इट्स इफेक्ट, मतलब अगर ये वो सिंपली जो आप बोल रहे हो वो सिंपल लिख देता, बेनिफिट ऑफ HDL इज ओनली टू इफेक्ट, इज ड्यू टू इट्स इफेक्ट।
Yeah. The benefit is because of its effect. तो जो कॉज है बेनिफिट का वो इफेक्ट ऑन LDL है,
या
ये कह रहा हूँ।
ओके, क्लियर।
Others, any questions, doubts here? Clear, not clear? Can you share in the chat? Clear, not clear? Can you let me know in the chat? Still confused? Seven are clear. Yeah, Kamrit.
सीजे, इसको ऐसा बोल सकते हैं कि बेनिफिट ऑफ HDL जो है वो स्ट्रिक्टली जो है दैट इज इन टर्म्स ऑफ इट्स इफेक्ट ऑन LDL लेवल्स,
Yeah,
राइट?
correct.
ओके ओके, ठीक है।
ठीक है, so let's now talk about how different correct options and different question types are all derived from the gaps and arguments. So as we discussed, gap analysis, that all the argument-based questions are essentially around gaps. So whether you look at a strengthener is essentially trying to fill the gap by making the and that's how it makes a conclusion more likely. Weekend is trying to exploit the gap, trying to tell you where the gap really exists. Evaluate tries to ask a question which is around the gap and which will eventually lead to a strength and another weakness. Assumption is essentially trying to say that the gap does not exist. So that is the assumption. Or if you negate the assumption, then the gap comes and that breaks down the argument. Flaw in the argument is about stating the gap, that this is the gap in the argument. So now we look at a couple of examples of how these different concepts are all driven from gaps. So again, going back to Nandipa. So one of the gaps we identified here in this argument was that the conclusion is talking about Nandipa will improve her health overall, right? It's not saying Nandipa will improve her heart health. It's talking about that she will improve her health. So we discussed that one of the gaps is that these foods, which we talked about, fish or chicken, may negatively impact other parts of the body other than the heart. Right? This was one of the gaps. Essentially, now I'm trying to show that all of these concepts, strengthen, weaken, evaluate, flaw, assumption, can be made out of every single gap out there. So for example, if you look at this gap, a strengthener could be that so you can just look at all of these yourself, try to make sense of it. If you have questions, please feel free to ask. But essentially the point I'm making is all of these are around this single gap. Yeah, Manik.
So, like previously, you were discussing about this assumption part in that chart, wala. इसके अंदर basically when you negate the gap, basically that what assumption is, maybe understanding is
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah. They're opposite of each other. Basically, the
Opposite,
gap does not exist. So if you negate the assumption, you arrive at the gap.
So in the initial stages, when you were explaining this gap sort of creation process, so first question that we ask is why not? मतलब the last question होता है उसका, can we inter that means हम conclusion को उल्टा करके देखते हैं तरह से कि नहीं हो पाएगा ये event.
क्यों इन्फर नहीं कर सकते हम?
हाँ
Yeah.
क्यों नहीं? So that जैसे वो exports वाला था, तो
Correct.
exports will not rise.
Correct.
फिर हमने उसके आंसर्स निकाले, वो gaps थे, उनको रिवर्स करता हुआ assumption बन जाता.
हाँ पर हाँ पर इवन एक गैप के अराउंड भी यू कैन समटाइम्स फ्रेज अ कपल ऑफ assumptions अराउंड इट. एक तो सिंपल पैरेलल तो बना ही सकते हो, जो गैप ढूंढना एग्जैक्टली वो पैरेलल बना दो, बट समटाइम्स assumptions आर वेरी प्रिसाइज स्टेटमेंट्स.
Correct.
तो समटाइम्स इट्स पॉसिबल कि आप यू कैन क्रिएट 2-3 assumption about the same gap.
Yeah. So basically, you first negate the conclusion part to extract gaps, and then you negate
Negate
the.
नहीं करना. Again, negation is what you are thinking. It is a simple exercise of saying कि can I be sure about this? Which is also something, a fundamental part of critical thinking कि अच्छा, given this data points that I have, can I be sure about this? That's what you're thinking.
Yeah. So when I initiate with the aspect in why no, then I answer to that why not.
हाँ, या कि क्यों नहीं short आ रही, क्या कमी
Right.
रहेगी, right?
Right.
फिर उसके around basically everything else exists, and then we can evaluate assumption for everything. What is not a gap, उसके around फिर naturally कुछ भी exist नहीं कर सकता. Everything becomes irrelevant.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Dhruv.
So for assumptions, it is like comparing the adverse effect on overall health versus the benefits of heart health.
Correct.
I'm just trying, I'm not able to understand, like, why is there a comparison? It assumption में अगर हमने ये चीज कुछ बोली है
बना
कि
सकते,
एडवर्स,
मतलब आप डायरेक्टली भी बोल सकते थे कि सिग्निफिकेंट नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट नहीं है अदर पार्ट्स पे, बट आप जैसे मैं बोल रहा हूँ एक सिमिलर सिंगल गैप के अराउंड यू कैन क्रिएट 2-3 वर्जन्स ऑफ assumption. बट फॉर एग्जांपल इफ यू लुक एट दिस assumption कि हम कह रहे हैं कि एडवर्स हेल्थ इम्पैक्ट्स जो उसके नॉन कार्डियोवास्कुलर सिस्टम पे है would not be significant enough to offset the benefits. So if you negate it, it's going to be significant to offset the benefits. Then this point goes for a toss.
बट एडवर्स है, उसको भी तो एक कंसर्न आ गया ना कि मतलब एडवर्स तो हुआ, मतलब कुछ ना कुछ इफेक्ट तो हुआ बॉडी पे। हम ओवरऑल हेल्थ की बात कर रहे थे, ऐसा
Correct.
तो जरूरी नहीं होगा ना कि
Not
हार्ट अगर
every not every weakener is an assumption. तो फिर वहां पे आपको कुछ सिग्निफिकेंट ऐसे कुछ वर्ड लगाना पड़ता है। तो अगर आप सिंपली कह दो कि कुछ तो नुकसान कहीं पे और होता ही है तो वो डेफिनेटली इट्स अ वीकनर। बट
मेरे लिए है कि कुछ कुछ नुकसान मतलब मेरा सर मेरा काउंटर इसके लिए था कि मेरे माइंड में ये चल रहा है कि सिर्फ हार्ट हेल्थ अच्छी होने से पूरी बॉडी पे कुछ नहीं होगा, और इसमें बोला है कि कुछ तो एडवर्स इफेक्ट के बारे में एक लाइन डाली है, तो मतलब कुछ तो एडवर्स इफेक्ट है।
करेक्ट।
तो अगर कुछ भी एडवर्स इफेक्ट है वो हमें नहीं पता कि कितनी क्वांटिटी में है, वो हार्ट को ऑफसेट करे ना करे पता नहीं, क्या पता ब्रेन को ज्यादा अफेक्ट कर रही हो, हम ब्रेन की चीज को हार्ट से क्यों रिलेट करेंगे। तो मेरा मेरा है कि एडवर्स इफेक्ट के बारे में अगर बात आई है तो दैट मीन्स देयर इज एन इफेक्ट, देयर इज अ लाइक अ डाउन साइड ऑफ ईटिंग दीज।
ठीक
तो
है
मैं
फिर
बस वो कह रहा हूँ कि वो डाउन साइड आ गया तो फिर तो ये वीकनर में आ जाना चाहिए ना, चाहे हल्का सा भी डाउन साइड आए, क्योंकि
तो
हमें
आप
स्केल,
assumption की बात करें तो वीकन मतलब आई एम
मैं
नॉट।
अजम्पशन की बात कर रहा हूँ, बट ये मेरे को अजम्पशन अजम्पशन ना लग के वीकनर में एसोसिएट करना चाह रहा हूँ, क्योंकि देर इज अ मेंशन ऑफ एडवर्स इफेक्ट, and that adverse effect we do not know how much is the scale of it. I do not consider it comparing with the heart health.
इट इज अ स्ट्रेंथनर। वो कह रहा है कि एडवर्स इफेक्ट्स होंगे तो वो दे आर नॉट सिग्निफिकेंट इनफ टू ऑफसेट द, मतलब वो खुद ही कह रहा है कि हार्ट हेल्थ पे जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो ज़्यादा हैं। ये भी तो बता रहा है वो आपको खुद ही ऑप्शन, इसी ऑप्शन ने बताया ना वो आपको
या
कि इम्पैक्ट्स जो पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट है वो ज़्यादा है एडवर्स इफेक्ट्स, तो हाउ इज दिस अ वीकनर?
क्योंकि वो कहीं ना कहीं सर मतलब ऐसे कह रहे हैं कि एडवर्स इफेक्ट भी है इसके खाने से,
वो तो
उसका
ठीक है,
स्केल हम ही
आप
नहीं।
कह रहे हो कि एडवर्स इफेक्ट के बारे में पता लग रहा है, बट दूसरा ये भी तो कह रहा है एडवर्स इफेक्ट कम है बेनिफिट से। वो भी तो आपको तो नेट इम्पैक्ट तो पॉजिटिव ही बता रहा है वो आपको, नहीं?
दैट इज ट्रू, बट वो हार्ट हेल्थ के रिस्पेक्ट में बता रहे हैं, नॉट ओवरऑल बॉडी इम्पैक्ट्स। पता नहीं, मतलब मेरे माइंड में ऐसा चल रहा है कि ओवरऑल बॉडी या ओवरऑल हेल्थ की बात करें
हम्म।
उसके बारे में इट इज नॉट गिविंग अस एनी आइडिया, इट इज सेइंग कि कुछ इफेक्ट है, बट उसको हम हार्ट के बेनिफिट से कंपेयर करें तो अभी भी ऊपर है, बट वो
अभी
कुछ
भी
इफेक्ट।
नीचे है, हार्ट के बेनिफिट से जो नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट है वो नीचे है।
हाँ हाँ हाँ, सॉरी, दैट्स व्हाट आई मेंट।
हाँ।
मेरा था कि वो इफेक्ट चलो हार्ट में तो नहीं हुआ, क्या पता ब्रेन में हो रखा हो, क्या पता किडनी में हो रखा हो।
क्या फायदा है?
एडवर्स एडवर्स इफेक्ट।
सारे का इकट्ठा ही बोल दिया ना, नॉन कार्डियोवास्कुलर में तो सारे ही आ जाएगा, कार्डियो के अलावा जो भी है बॉडी में, नहीं?
या ट्रू 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 ट्रू, कॉम्प्रिहेंशन प्रॉब्लम या।
सो so what I'm also trying to highlight here is कि possibly you can see कि all of these are essentially a derivation from the gap, that is that we are concerned with the impact of these foods on other parts of the body. But let's say you miss this gap क्योंकि वो पहले हार्ट हेल्थ की बात ही कर रहा है, and then you think okay it's talking about heart health. So if any of these options come and you are saying कि, oh we are only concerned about heart health, So you will call all of them out of scope or irrelevant. Whereas these are all valid options. That is essentially the main point that I'm trying to make, and that is what frequently happens with people. That, as I said in this, I think session 1 or session 2, that when people go through the options, when people go through the argument, one or two gaps they can think of that, yeah, this is the jump or this is the problem. But there are 2, 3, 4, 5 other gaps also possible. They haven't thought of those. So now if an option comes around those gaps which they didn't even think possible, or they didn't even see the shifts that were there between the premises and the conclusion, then they find those options irrelevant. And they would go with any option that is anywhere close to the gap that they could think of, even though that option could be doing the opposite job, or that option may be tangentially off, which is moving in the right direction, but then going off the track. Yeah, Manik.
So, sir, essentially, if this entire workshop or exercise was basically to extract as many gaps as possible, basically it's way of building that habit कि जितने निकाल सकें उनमें से कोई अगर जैसे ये वाला gap point out किया आपने.
Yeah.
Along this, if we were able to deduce so many things around, so then we can strike it immediately कि अच्छा इसके around play कर रहा है ये argument.
हाँ, तो ये एक right, जैसे मैंने बोला तो there are 3 stages, 3 layers of skills. Let me show you that slide. Here. ठीक है, पहला तो again comprehension है, which again, as you could see, we are still faltering at the level of comprehension, whether in terms of the argument or in terms of the options. Comprehension तो एक foundation skill है. फिर उसके बाद है to identify the gaps, कि अच्छा इन चीज़ों पे play हो सकता है. Then of course we can also falter at the level of how those gaps are being exploited. कि अच्छा ये उस gap को indicate कर रहा है. You could also falter there. So it's not कि gap analysis is the only thing, but it's a key skill. And people falter significantly for the lack of this skill also. Okay, of course, it doesn't make you foolproof कि हाँ सब कुछ हो जाएगा. Of course, you may still falter at the gap exploitation. Some option may be trying to indicate a gap, and then you may miss कि अच्छा इसने वो gap indicate कर दिया. But then you still learn from it in a better way if you have a good understanding of the gaps. कि अच्छा उस gap के around ही था ये. अच्छा इस तरह से भी उस gap को indicate कर सकते हैं. Interesting. Okay, but yeah, the focus of this whole workshop was to strengthen this skill, which I believe, or in my understanding, is the core critical thinking skill. It's essentially about finding the problems, finding the flaws, being critical. Okay. So similarly, if you look at the sledding argument that we looked at, in that sledding argument, you can just look at it also. One of the gaps we identified was that the argument was giving us all the premises were about children, but the conclusion was generic, not specific to children, right? So one of the gaps we identified was that for adults, well, these sleds could be actually be much less dangerous. Even if we मान लेते हैं कि children के लिए सब premises के basis पे they are more dangerous, but we still can't say in a general way that the plastic sleds are more dangerous, because for adults, they may be much less dangerous. And then around this single gap, we can have again all of these different strengtheners, weakeners, evaluate, assumption, and flow options. And again, the same point that if you miss this gap, that you, in your mind, adults are irrelevant to the discussion, then all of these options will become irrelevant, whereas these are actually relevant options. Just go through them. Yeah, मैंने
Sorry, CJ, बार बार थोड़ा डिस्टर्ब कर रहा हूँ बीच में, but
नहीं bro.
I was thinking कि if you just like you added these points about strengthen, weaken, evaluate. I mean, let's say an option around this gap is stated as a weakener option in one of the answer choice in the options list. But क्या ऐसा हो सकता है कि along those same other options जो बाकी चार होंगे वो किसी और गैप्स पे वीकन कर रहे होंगे, मतलब
नहीं, ये तो बिल्कुल नहीं हो सकता, तो वीकन एक ही होता है. व्हाट हैपेंस इज, जैसे मैंने बोला कि ये गैप के अराउंड उन्होंने करेक्ट वीकनर बना दिया, बट किसी और गैप के अराउंड उन्होंने लेट्स से स्ट्रेंथनर बना दिया, या एक टेंजेंशियल ऑप्शन जो बात सही पूरी तरह से नहीं कर पा रहा. ठीक है, इट इज गोइंग ऑफ द ट्रैक, बट लेट्स से वो गैप्स आपने आइडेंटिफाई कर लिए थे. वो नाउ यू व्हेन यू लुक एट दैट ऑप्शन विच इज अराउंड अ गैप विच यू आइडेंटिफाइड, तो आपको लगेगा हाँ बात सही है, सेंसिबल बात कर रहा है.
right.
Whereas this option would sound completely irrelevant. एडल्ट्स के बारे में कहाँ बात आ गई है, हम तो चिल्ड्रन की बातें कर रहे हैं ना. सो देन यू वुड रिजेक्ट दिस एंड गो विद द वन. और क्योंकि वो बेचारा अकेला ही बचा है आपके पास ऑप्शन, तो यू वुड नॉट हैव अ वेरी क्रिटिकल आई ऑल्सो कि ये अच्छे तो स्ट्रेंथ तो नहीं कर रहा वगैरह वगैरह.
बट जैसे वो जैसे मैंने पूछा था कि वीकनर अगर ऑप्शन अराउंड
नहीं
दिस गैप,
कभी भी नहीं हो सकता
अच्छा
वीकनर. हाँ, क्योंकि हाँ, कोई भी गैप के अराउंड वीकनर बनाओगे तो वीकनर ही है.
राइट.
ठीक है, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं नहीं. तो अब ये दूसरा एक कॉमन डाउट होता है कि कैन देयर बी टू वीकनर्स इन अ वीकन क्वेश्चन. So देखो, again let's try to understand, which is a very common perception of people doing CR question, is that they frequently are down to two option which they find close. So the very common perception is that CR has two close option, or verbal in general has two close options. My point is, by design, verbal cannot have close options. What I'm saying is exactly the opposite of what people perceive. मैं कह रहा हूँ हो ही नहीं सकता क्लोज ऑप्शंस. क्यों नहीं हो सकता? क्योंकि वर्बल है, इट इज नॉट क्वांट. इन क्वांट, if you have two options 29 and 29.5, if the answer is 29, 29.5 is definitely wrong. There is no debate about that. तो ये नहीं बोल सकते नहीं अब 29.5 तो पास ही था 29 के. अरे बट 29 आंसर है तो 29 ही आंसर है. ओके, सो इन क्वांट ऑप्शंस कैन बी क्लोज because it is quant, it's very objective. In verbal, it's words. So if you create two weakeners, one is weakening by let's say 10 units, one is weakening by 12 units. But even experts को भी कैसे पता लगेगा कि 10 कौन सा और 12 कौन सा है? It is just not possible for people to, मतलब for even experts to figure out कि यार ये 20% ज़्यादा weaken कर रहा है. So by design, verbal में close options are not possible. Rather, if you look at, if you do the thorough analysis, 90% of the all these strength and weaken, all these questions, especially लोगों को close option तक रहते हैं, they don't even have two weakeners. एक ही weaken है, बाकी या तो irrelevant है या strengthen कर रहे हैं. तो 90% में तो यही है. 10% में of course there are two weakeners, but the difference in magnitude is so high. It is not like 10 and 12, it is like 1 and 12. So it is so obvious कि हाँ ये आंसर है और ये नहीं है. Again, to repeat, it is not possible to have close options. क्योंकि अगर close बना देंगे तो even experts can't figure out कि किस पे जाएं. because it is verbal, not quant. लोगों की perception, of course, is like there are close options, but the perception is not aligned with the reality. The perception is because of your broken lens from which you are looking at the reality. तुम्हें लग रहा है यही दुनिया है, ये दुनिया नहीं है. जिस नजर से तुम देख रहे हो उसमें प्रॉब्लम है. Because of your problems at the level of comprehension or reasoning, you find the incorrect option quite tempting. An expert like me does not find those options tempting. Right, and that's how we also get the score. कि when we go through the options, हम easily 4 को reject कर पाते हैं और 5वें पे select कर पाते हैं, because we know कि 4 ये irrelevant हैं जो भी हैं. Naturally, जो लोग stuck हो रहे हैं बार बार, तो time लग रहा है, accuracy जा रही है, then they don't get the score also. So your perception does not reflect the reality. It reflects a lack of skills, which if you build, you will have the clarity and you'll be able to confidently reject 4 options and mark the correct option. That's a long answer to your short question.
No, thank you.
Okay. ठीक है. Anything else here? Any other questions, doubts? What about others? Clear, not clear? Okay, great. So now we get to the last slide of this, and then the floor will be open for any questions you have. What is the path forward? Of course, this workshop is just the beginning of your journey to build your critical things by using gap analysis. So the first thing that we'll do is, for the next 5 days, you will get an argument from me along with its detailed analysis. So I'll not share the argument and detailed analysis together. So I'll share the detailed analysis the next day. So first you attempt the argument on your own, and then the next day you'll get my analysis. So that's what we'll do for the next 5 days. But of course, this also is just the beginning. You will see a difference in your skills once you have done 100, 150 gap analysis of 100 to 150 arguments. Then you will start seeing a tangible shift in your ability to understand the shifts, to understand the gaps and how different options play on those gaps. Beyond the gaps, you need to dig deep into your errors when you get a question wrong or you become confused. So it's not that only the questions that you get wrong are the only source of learning. Whenever you get confused while solving questions, that's also a source of learning. So when you get a question wrong, don't just look at the correct answer. Try to understand where you falter. Did you falter at the comprehension? Did you miss the gap? Or did you miss how this particular option is attacking that gap? This will help you become more and more clear about where the problem lies and address that. So your WhatsApp group of all the participants here will remain active. I'll not be active, but the group remains active, so you can sort of discuss among other participants in the group. Share your analysis, ask questions. Since all of you have gone through the same content, you'll be able to understand what others are talking about. So yeah, and beyond that, utilize the detailed, extensive solutions. There are more than 50 CR solutions. They're extremely detailed. It takes me more than, I think, 2 to 3 hours to write every solution. So I create quite detailed solutions. So you can go through the solutions to see our questions. And some of the questions have actually taken me 5 to 7 hours also. And you will see that and you look at the solutions. Those solutions are available on our website. There are other YouTube videos, recordings of past workshops available on the website, and check those out too. And lastly, you can use AI, which is now a new technology all of you are aware of, but it's one of the specific models that I recommend for, especially for precise comprehension and reasoning, is Gemini 2.5 Pro. I've used ChatGPT various models. I've not used the $200 model, but I've used various ChatGPT models. I've used Claude also, and I've used Gemini 2.5 Pro. And the accuracy of Gemini 2.5 Pro is far better than the accuracy of other models. It is a paid version, but I don't think it's expensive. So you can check that out. I'm not talking about the 2.5 Flash version. It is a 2.5 Pro version. You can use it to even discuss your gap analysis, your comprehension of statements, to understand the flaws. So you can have a conversation. It's pretty good. I recommend that. Okay, so I hope that by following these things, all the benefits of gap analysis we did not discuss because we missed that slide. I'll just show you. It's a good time to bring that slide up. That was a part of the first session, but I was short on time, so I missed that. So these are the various benefits of gap analysis. Increase ability to identify shifts between premises and conclusion, something that I think you have seen it throughout the session, throughout the workshop. Increase hold over the scope. We talk about scope, but now we really get to understand what the scope is about. Enhanced ability to identify all potential impacts, because you can see from different angles now. So you'll be able to see how different impacts can be made on an argument. Enhance mental flexibility and reduce tunnel vision, because you're not restricted to just one or two gaps. Now you can think from multiple angles on how to impact an argument. In terms of test specific benefits, of course, it will manifest in terms of your increased accuracy and speed. Of course, accuracy will come first, then over a period of time, speed will come, greater clarity and confidence, and which will eventually manifest in terms of reduced anxiety and self-doubt. In terms of learning and development, basically your GMAT preparation, you will be able to learn more from incorrect option, because a lot of times people say, well, this is not correct because this is out of scope. So now, given that you have a much better understanding of the scope, you will be able to see that some of the incorrect options are not necessarily out of scope completely. They may be doing the opposite job, or they may be actually going in that direction but going off the track, and then you'll be able to see why it went off the track, what change can I make here, and then actually it could be a valid option. And then accelerated pattern recognition. As I said, the more gaps you find, the better you become at finding gaps, and then over a period of time you become better at recognizing the shifts and identifying the patterns. Beyond the test, as I said, gap analysis is critical thinking and action. So the more you're able to exercise this, the more your ability to think critically will improve in your daily life also. And that's what the experience of some of the students has been. And greater ability to understand subtle nuances, because again, when you start understanding nuances in one domain, your ability to understand nuances in other domain also increases. So this is another slide that we missed. So one of the persons also asked this question, that what is the difference between gap analysis and pre-thinking? So gap analysis is a real life skill building method. It's, as I said, it's not a test taking method. You are supposed to find all the gaps when you're taking a mock or the exam. No, definitely not. It's a process that you follow in your practice, so that by the time you reach mock stage or the exam stage, a lot of gaps, as you read an argument, a lot of gaps just jump out at you. So it's a skill building process. Pre-thinking is a question-solving process, which I'm not sure they even categorize whether it's supposed to be followed during practice or in the exam. So it is mixed results because in any case, even the top test prep companies don't agree whether this should be done. Gap analysis is about identifying all gaps, whereas pre-thinking is, again, in my understanding of pre-thinking, what they say, it's just about finding one or two potential answers and then you move on. Gap analysis improves your critical reasoning skills over time. Pre-thinking is mainly about of course, there are benefits to pre-thinking. That's why you see on some of the debriefs. But in my understanding, the benefit of pre-thinking comes almost entirely because when people try to pre-think, they take a pause to comprehend the argument well. So pre-thinking in itself is not really beneficial. It's more of a mixed result. In any case, you're just trying to find one or two potential answers that were in any case at the top of your mind. The benefit primarily comes from your pausing to comprehend. But of course, if you understand that the benefit of pre-thinking is strictly due to its making you pause to comprehend the passage well, the argument well, then you can understand that if you just comprehend without pre-thinking, you will get the benefit. But with gap analysis, it's beyond comprehension. You also develop your critical thinking ability. One of the main downsides of pre-thinking is that you become biased towards answer because you're thinking of one or two answers before jumping onto the option. Naturally, now you're biased. If you find an option that is anywhere close to what you thought of, you will be biased. There is no bias in gap analysis because we are trying to find all the gaps and we know that there could be more gaps. These are the gaps that I could think of. Gap analysis provides a clear process. There is a whole process. It premises, conclusion, can we infer, now assume that this is not the gap, now can we infer. There's a whole step-by-step process to it. I don't think there is any process for pre-thinking. They just ask you to pre-think. That's it. So that's what I believe, that as you solve 150, 200, 100 to 150 arguments, you'll see a tangible benefits. And over a period of time, all the benefits that we have talked about will begin to accrue to you, changing, transforming your critical reasoning skills. Thank you so much for being a part of this workshop. I've created a feedback form. It's not really a feedback form, it's more like a feedback board. I request your feedback on this board. You can submit it anonymously also, or you can share your name. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Or any takeaways you have from this whole workshop, I would be happy to hear those takeaways. Yeah, Manik.
सीजे वन फर्स्ट एक क्वेश्चन ये था कि इस रिकॉर्डिंग का कोई हिस्सा अगर दोबारा विजिट करना हो क्या वो
I'll share the recording.
अच्छा
Yeah.
अच्छा
I'll share the
yeah
I'll share the slides also. I'll share the recording also.
okay thank you and I had I think one doubt in one of the questions, perhaps I can take it at the last. I think it
Yeah.
may take some time, so I think that I can give the floor to rest of the people.
Yeah. Yeah, Raghuram.
Yes, CJ. Sorry. Okay, takeaways and everything aside, before going there, I would like to ask two things. One, the presentation that you have done is simply beautiful. Is it Microsoft PPT or something else?
No, it's a good. It's a Gamma app.
Okay.
So it's a AI tool to create presentations. I'm really bad at presentation. This is
No, because I
it just
suffer from the
entered
same
my
thing.
ideas that I wanted to communicate.
Okay. So that's why, because even the background or the way you presented it does not look like a normal Microsoft PPT. So that's what I wanted to ask.
I'm really bad at doing all these. So, but yeah, I just, for example, I would tell you मुझे contrast in, and then if present the ideas in a way that shows the contrast. So yeah, it's
Oh, I see. Okay, okay, okay. And the second one is regarding the Gemini 2.5 Pro. I think it is a free version because I am able to access it, but at the same
अगर
time,
free है तो then that's good. मुझे लग रहा है कि वो मतलब again मेरा तो paid ही है, so
okay,
I don't know. अगर free है then that's brilliant.
because I don't know, I've specifically not paid for AI, but I did take some Google One storage. Maybe it comes with that. I don't
हाँ
know.
नहीं फिर वो उसके साथ आ सकता है आपका.
That's why maybe it's better for the others to verify as well.
हाँ वो check कर सकते
I
हैं.
have verified that also. For me also it's free, sir. I just verified.
अच्छा
Yeah,
चलो.
even for
Okay,
me
then
it's working. Yeah.
yeah, well and good then. Yeah.
हाँ but then use 2.5 Pro to not 2.5 Flash for these purposes.
So thanks a lot for this amazing session. I mean, I never solved CR from this perspective. So I have to change my perspective altogether. But thanks a lot.
Okay, great to know that, Chitrakshi. Thank you. Any takeaways, any learnings you have from this workshop? Yeah, Arul.
Thanks, EJ, for the workshop. I just want to ask, like, after this, there's sort of a unlearning and learning that we all need to do. So,
Yeah.
how would you suggest to go about, like, like we have all been practicing, like I was in the mindset. I think we discussed it yesterday as well to just sort of practice, do as many questions as you can, and I've also gone through your articles, which says that practicing hundreds of questions will not help. So, like how to change or how to unlearn, like we now know that what to learn now, but maybe if you could just focus more on like how to unlearn or how to just maybe change the practicing habits from today, it would
हाँ
be good.
देखो उसमें the fundamental thing is कि basically अगर आपको पता है ये सही है और ये गलत है, अब बात है कि अब मैं फिर गलत करने से कैसे रोकूं अपने आप को. That is primarily the question you are asking, right?
Yeah.
वो तभी रोक सकते हैं when we have control over ourselves. Right now, control is also not a binary thing कि है या नहीं है. It is on a spectrum. तो जितना हम rushed हैं, fast paced हैं, पैनिकी हैं, उतना naturally control नहीं है हमारा ऊपर. So that's what I also keep emphasizing in my posts and articles and videos कि slow down. When you slow down, you provide an opportunity to take control. कि अब मैं स्लो चल रहा हूँ तो बार बार अंदर से टेंडेंसी तो आएगी कि ये क्या है, पिछले आधे घंटे से एक ही क्वेश्चन कर रहा हूँ. But then you have to constantly remind yourself कि this is the path that I've chosen and this is the rationale why I've chosen this path. तो एक तो हो गया कि slowing down so that actually you can do and not, because if you're fast then you will just do what you're habituated to do. ठीक है? If you want to do something different then you need to slow down and take control. Another thing that will help is constant reminders and possibly, if possible, association with people who are in a similar mindset. क्योंकि वो नहीं तो बार बार वो आता ही रहेगा. देखो, practice is just an opportunity to learn. Practice अपने आप में useless बात है. ठीक है? For example, life, मतलब just because you live, it's not that you will become wise. It's an opportunity to become wise. It is entirely possible that you live your life and become completely dumb over time. Right? Similarly, practice is an opportunity to learn. Now, how much you are learning? Now, if you do mechanical practice without involvement, it's not that you learn nothing. There is some learning happening at a subconscious level. So, but you could be learning 0.1 units where there is a potential to learn 10 units. And naturally, you would be able to learn only the most superficial part because that's what your involvement is. Anything deeper than that, you will constantly miss. So जो superficial aspects में problems होंगी, they will get solved. जो भी deeper level problems होंगी, they will continue to persist. So you will see some improvement even with mechanical practice, but beyond that you will be stuck. So it is so again back to the three things. Slow down so that you can take control. Constantly remind yourself of these. Go through such content again and again, a similar kind of content. The fourth is associate with those people who are in a similar mindset.
Thank you. And would you also suggest like just practicing this gap analysis for some time and not doing how we were solving for?
You can do, मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि for example आपने एक strength and weakness question लिया, you try to find all the gap, then you can solve it also. That will also be a good opportunity to see कैसे क्या इसमें correct option कौन से gap पे था, अच्छा मैंने ये पकड़ा था या नहीं पकड़ा था, क्यों miss कर दिया वगैरह. No, you can after doing gap analysis you can also attempt the question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Daniel.
Hi CJ, thank you for the workshop. It was really helpful. Just one question I wanted to understand from a time perspective. Under time practice, what would you recommend students to spend on just analyzing the gaps and the comprehension, like typically from a test taking perspective?
नहीं तो as I said, it is a skill building tool, gap
Yeah,
analysis. ठीक है, टाइम तक जब तक आप पहुंचते हो तब तक आपने इतनी प्रैक्टिस कर ली हो so that the gap analysis has really built your skills. So now you can see the shifts, you can identify the gaps at a subconscious level. That's how our subconscious builds. Something we do consciously over a period of time becomes a part of our subconscious,
yeah,
right? So timed way में it is not, मतलब of course timed way में some people may still try to find one or two gaps, but again as I said, that is more like an attempt to slow down, to pay more attention to the passage. Otherwise this is not a test taking technique.
got it.
In the timed environment, main focus is we have really understood the argument and we are really understanding the options in the question. Everything we are really focused on the comprehension part. Our practice should have built the critical thinking skills कि अगर हमारी comprehension बहुत अच्छी है, then we can really catch the gaps.
Got it. Just, I think one question, one follow-up I had was that I was just trying to understand at what point, if you're answering a complex argument in the exam, at what point do you understand that you're not giving this like like not giving into sunk cost fallacy because you've invested too much time into the question and you're not understanding what to do. So at what point do you take that decision?
कि you spend 2 minutes, you're still not understanding the argument. Now, should you leave it or should you?
Yeah.
So that's a very difficult call to take. तो उसमें हाँ नेचुरली सunk cost इज नॉट यूजफुल. मेन पॉइंट है कि अब समझ आ रहा है, अब इसमें एक एडिशनल मिनट में ये सही होने वाला है या नहीं होने वाला, कि अभी भी इसको 3-4 मिनट और लगने वाले हैं, राइट? सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ यू ड्रॉ फिक्स लाइन की 2.5 मिनट्स ऊपर, आई विल नॉट स्पेंड ऑन एनी क्वेश्चन एंड यू हैव ऑलरेडी स्पेंट लेट्स से 2 minutes, बट इफ यू स्पेंड 1 more minute it will be done. It makes sense to actually spend 3 minutes and get it done because अब तो 1 मिनट के बाद सही होने ही वाला है वो. Now you say नहीं बट मेरी तो लाइन है 2.5 मिनट की, I'll just randomly mark and move. That doesn't make sense. Now कैसे calls लें? So that's where your practice comes in. In practice, can you identify which kind of arguments are challenging for me? And again, it's not कि आपको सारे clear हो जाएगा. But let's say अगर आप 50% भी clear हो जाते हो कि these are the kinds of arguments that it's better to just take a call and move on. I get stuck. So then you can take more effective calls during your actual exam. Or let's say you took certain calls during your mock, you आपने छोड़ दिया और बाद में देखा ये तो आसान था. So then you learn from that also. So the learning, so अभी तो हम skill building learning की बात कर रहे हैं, but then there is learning at the level of test taking also. Test taking is all about managing time, leaving questions, taking calls. So there is of course learning there also. कि ये call मेरी सही थी. This was the rationale for which I took this call, but this is not working. So what do I learn from this?
Got it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, Shreyans.
Hi, sir. So, like, you were talking to the person earlier than Daniel. I forgot his name. Sorry, sir. So, you were talking about like slowing down and like following the process. But, sir, like, I keep on finding myself like again, like, doing the same things that I was doing earlier, like rushing through things and like rushing through sentences on sentence on sentence. So, it's really hard to like break those habits. So, sir, like, I wanted some input from you, like, sir.
मतलब वही है कि you have to slow down. देखो, if the problems, I don't know about your specific problem, but if the problem is really at a extremely bad level, not getting the right word, so then you can also seek professional help.
It's not an extremely bad level. Like I'm
Now
able to.
it depends also on how we define bad. ठीक है, बट द पॉइंट इज सिंपली कि अगर आपसे वो सॉल्व नहीं हो पा रही है, then with a professional help you can solve it. It is just that. There is a recent GMAT club पे भी debrief I have yet to read it, but that is also about कि that person took therapy early in his GMAT prep. So that guy is sharing कि that helped. क्योंकि a lot of us just wait for the things to become extremely bad before we seek out help. We don't need to do that. But that's the part about professional help. And again, that's an open option that you can seek. So we don't need to sort of seek some kind of intervention only if our health goes down to really bad level. For example, we start exercising earlier also, right? Rather, it makes sense to start exercise daily. So these are the interventions we make with respect to our health. Similar interventions can be made with respect to mental health also. It need not be about seeking professional help, but it could be making changes in your day so that you are less panicky, you're more relaxed, you're more focused on one thing at a time. So that also definitely has an impact on mental health. Beyond that, the same four things, you have to constantly remind yourself of these things, these ideas that focus on quality, focus on learning, not the quantity. Slow down, associate with those people who follow a similar mindset, and sort of go through similar content.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Understood. Sir, and also just one small question, sir. For group one, you did not particularly highlight anything, like just you highlighted one statement in gray, sir.
हाँ, वो सही था आपका ग्रुप वन का, आपने ज़्यादा नहीं करते पर जितने करे थे वो ऑलमोस्ट सही थे.
Yeah, okay, sir.
या Farah. Yes, Farah.
Yeah, hi sir.
Yeah.
Sir, since I am a GMAT repeater,
Okay.
so I have been, I have gone through to all the CR questions on the official guide and also of the, the older guides as well from GMAT Club. So while this gap analysis workshop provides me a reason to visit them back, so but I have exhausted all the, official mocks. So how would I, before my next attempt, how would I check my progress in, of my, skill set from a, I can take the non-official mocks of GMAT Club and others, but they are not of the same level. So like, how should I go about that?
हाँ, तो देखो अब जो है उसी से काम चलाना पड़ेगा. यू आर राइट कि देयर इज नॉट गोइंग टू बी वेरी क्रेडिबल वे टू फिगर आउट बिकॉज ऑफिशियल मॉक्स आर एग्जॉस्टेड. बट और कोई तरीका है नहीं, देन ऑफिशियल के अलावा नॉन ऑफिशियल पे ही जाना पड़ेगा. बट बेसिकली इन टर्म्स ऑफ द पैरामीटर्स ऑफ इम्प्रूवमेंट, मॉक स्कोर्स वो तो एक लास्ट है. उससे पहले यू सी द फंडामेंटल फर्स्ट thing that you see changing is your subjective experience कि अब मैं कितना clear हूँ, how much do I get confused. That is at the subjective level you see a change and how drastic that change is. Then the first level of objective metric that comes in is your accuracy level. Okay, कि accuracy अब मैं consistently I'm hitting a 95% accuracy or whatever that case is. Then the second objective parameter is accuracy in timed environment and the kind of time that you're taking. So accuracy and then time. Then over a period of time, time starts to go down. As your clarity and comfort increase, now the questions start looking easier to you. And then you don't need as much time as you used to take earlier. Okay. But naturally, even accuracy or speed, आपके लिए हो सकता है वो भी इतने reliable parameters ना आए because you've exhausted all the official content. Right? Right?
Yes, that's it.
तो वो सब challenges रहेंगे, but अब हमारे हाथ में क्या है? एक तो of course we can use LSAT material. ठीक है?
Okay.
For CR and RC. Is that really parallel to? No, it's not exactly similar, but it's quite similar. So, but then again, focus on learning and right. Eventually, the point is कि अगर हम सीख रहे हैं चीज़ों से improve कर रहे हैं, तो improvement आनी चाहिए. अब वो naturally हम official mocks में ही finally non-official mocks में ही finally देख पाएंगे, and that will always remain unreliable. But the point is कि अगर सीखा है तो improvement official में भी नजर आएगी ही.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, Shreyans.
Sir, I think I made a mistakes in timing. I just joined, sir, so there will be a recording available for the session,
Yeah,
right?
there will be
Yeah, so sorry, sir.
no
Yes.
problem. Anything else?
I have a doubt in questions. So if we are taking that up,
Yeah, sure. Which question?
the women in politics one.
Okay, sure. Let me go back to that. This one?
Yes, this one.
Yeah.
So can this be a gap? Like women don't participate enough because in historically, whenever they participated, even if they win the election, let's say they win the election, but they don't get enough power in their hand. Like though they are on the seat, but they don't have power.
Then they don't want to run. So you are just giving a reason why they don't want to run.
But yeah, so that does counter the conclusion, right? In a way that
That is
that's why
aligned
they are
with
not running.
that is aligned with the conclusion. वो कह तो रहा है कि the reason is that so few want to run. आप कह रहे हो want to run का reason ये है कि उनको power तो मिलती नहीं है. Why would they want to run?
Okay.
Not challenging.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, I mean.
Yes, sir. Same question. Thankfully, you're already here. I also was a bit stuck up. Further question I was not able down. Sir, just the same thing. I'm just still thinking on what we were discussing, and something hit me. Sir, इसमें जो पहला वाला part है ना, when we read through the conclusion, it says the reason there are so few women who win. So, sir, वो there are so few women who win is a fact. It's not conclusion. वो वाला हिस्सा जो लास्ट द कंक्लूजन लाइन में ये वाला पार्ट देयर आर सो फ्यू वुमेन हु विन it is not that he is saying the women are low, he is stating a fact they are low. Now relatively or absolutely they are low. Relative जैसे आप करेक्टली पॉइंट आउट कर रहे थे कि relatively भी हो सकता है, absolute number भी हो सकता है.
Yeah.
So this is a fact, and the conclusion basically is the reasoning behind it that he is given कि want.
He is the conclusion that the reason for X is not Z but
हाँ.
Y.
But yeah, for X is the fact that the number is low is a fact.
मतलब वो X के बारे में वो स्टेटमेंट नहीं दे रहा है, वो बस ये कह रहा है कि रीजन X का ये है, तो
That
X
X
is
is low
taken
number.
for granted, but X कहीं प्रेमिसेस में नहीं दिया हुआ है. तो ऑफ कोर्स आप कभी ये भी चैलेंज कर सकते हो कि ऐसा भी नहीं था, X है ही नहीं, तो मैं X को कैसे ग्रांटेड ले रहे हो.
X था ही नहीं. The fact so that there are so few women is not a fact in it. There are so few women who win. You are saying कि वो भी conclusion है that
Yeah.
he is commenting that it is low.
वो कहीं प्रेमिसेस में नहीं दिया हुआ, उसने इमीडिएटली जंप कर लिया कि बहुत ही कम वुमन है, उसका रीजन ये है. बट भैया तुम्हें पता भी है कम है, मतलब हाउ डू यू नो दैट, कहीं बात ही नहीं हुई.
सर premise इसीलिए build कर रहे थे ना ताकि he was there to explain this fact through his reasoning. That's what I'm saying.
तो उसने कहीं फैक्ट तो दिया ही नहीं है ना ये.
That's he's not given this in premises. So
Yeah.
when he takes it directly up in
इसलिए वो बोल रहा है कि द रीजन फॉर एक्स, बट एक्स है या नहीं है ये
Sir,
भी तो एकदम से उसने ले आया बीच में वो.
so he has to, sir, itne times so when we get into those arguments where we have to infer the conclusion as well.
Yeah.
उस time पे भी there are many things that we put together what the author is trying. If I'm basically वो backwards आता है ना, I'm just asking myself what is he trying to do. He's looking at a very small number. In his sense, when he's looking at something, he's seeing at a small number. There are so
But
few
like this is a मतलब this is a gap. This will not be taken as a fact. That's all I'll say. जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर वो बोले कि these children are doing this activity.
Yeah.
Then he said the reason they are so agitated is that they are not being heard.
Yeah.
Agitated है ये काम, they are just engaging in some activity, right? They may not be agitated. एकदम से तुम agitated का reason क्यों देने लग गए?
True.
तो then you can question कि भाई agitated कहाँ लिखा है, मतलब agitated है ही नहीं वो तो.
Agitated goes with difficulty. There are doing these activities is what I'm relating with. There are so few women. That is true, but they are doing some activity that holds, right?
हाँ
वैसी चीज
activity
कह
तो
रहा है ना,
मानते
there
हैं
are so few women, and in your analogy I'm connecting it with that these children are doing these activities.
yeah
Agitation difficulty से relate हो गई और want का वो वाला reason create हो गया. I'm accepting that perfectly. I'm just in this analogy trying to understand when you tell me कि these children are doing these activities. Now this is a fact in itself. They are doing. हो
नहीं
सकता
नहीं वो तो प्रेमिस में देती है ना कि these children are doing this activity. अब कंक्लूजन ये है the reason they are so agitated is that they are not being heard.
हाँ, so this that reason here is basically when he says difficulty and want. When he is eliminating
यार
difficulty.
एक सेकंड पहले लेट्स स्टे विद द जो मेरा एनालॉजी है उस पर स्टे करते हैं. लेट्स नॉट कीप जंपिंग बैक एंड फोर्थ. ठीक है.
Understood.
सो जब वो आर्ग्यूमेंट जैसे अगर आर्ग्यूमेंट ये दे रहा है कि इट स्टेट्स द प्रेमिस दैट द चिल्ड्रन आर एंगेज इन दिस एक्टिविटी.
हाँ,
The
understood.
premise. Now the conclusion is the reason they are agitated.
Yeah.
वो अपने आप एक तरह से ये भी मान रहा है कि आप समझ लोगे इस एक्टिविटी में है तो एजिटेटेड होंगे.
Okay. True.
तो वो कह रहे हैं द रीजन दे आर एजिटेटेड इज दे आर नॉट बीइंग हर्ड. पर आप ये भी तो बोल सकते हो रुक जाओ भाई दे आर नॉट इवन एजिटेटेड. कैसे दे आर एंगेज इन दिस एक्टिविटी बट दे मे नॉट बी एजिटेटेड.
हाँ 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 हाँ.
वो कह रहा हूँ मैं. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि अगर वो एक्स का रीजन दे रहा है वाई तो एक्स कैन नॉट बी चैलेंज्ड. अगर एक्स कहीं स्टेट करा ही नहीं है कि एक्स है देन एक्स कैन ऑल्सो बी चैलेंज्ड.
तो the reason it is linked कि ये स्टेट अगर ये पहले कर देता there are sir would it create a difference, let's say conclusion की जगह ये लाइन पहले ही होता also there are few women who win elections and then he writes the reason it is so because difficulty and they the reason is not that it's
फिर
difficult
देन
but
हाँ तो फिर देन यू कैन नॉट चैलेंज दिस पार्ट.
अच्छा अगर ये सेपरेटली पहले दिया होता
अगर ये पहले प्रेमिस में दे दिया तो फिर तो मान के चलना पड़ेगा.
so because he it's a separate statement in which his reasoning is linked, so we are saying this also becomes his uh, analysis of what the number is. Is that what is happening because it's
This
embedded
is
within the reasoning line?
this is open to question. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Because this is nowhere stated as a premise, so this also remains open to question. And by the way, I think there are at least there is at least one official question जिसमें that is similar kind of play. कि वो जो मान के conclusion में मान के चल रहा है कि इसका रीजन ये है वो कह रहे हैं बट ये तो हुआ ही नहीं था. Okay.
Yes, sir. Got it.
Yeah. Anything else? Yeah, Manik.
सर एक ये क्वेश्चन था रिगार्डिंग दैट डिस्काउंट्स वाला आई थिंक इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग.
Discount वाला मतलब?
There was automaker I think which was a question I think we discussed yesterday.
Yesterday. ये वाला. एक सेकंड. ये वाला.
Yeah, right. इसमें मैंने एक गैप जो आइडेंटिफाई किया था which was I think pointed incorrect by you. मैं बस इसका रीजन जानना चाहता था that the word the plan is likely to achieve its aim. इसके अंदर likely जो है the reason I gave was that greater than 50%. Can you just elaborate on that aspect कि why that gap was wrong?
क्या गैप है उसमें मतलब? वो तो आप
So
उसको बता रहे हो लाइकली का मतलब मोर देन 50% होता है which is correct.
yeah, but the gap that I stated was that discounts may not be like the driving force like that basically एक तरह से कह सकते हैं कि on a scale of 1 to 100 basically कि इनका शेयर जो हो सकता है कि हाँ 10% था या 20% था in contributing towards the achievement of the plan of the goal.
You're saying the plan is not likely to achieve its aim कि डिस्काउंट देने के बाद भी हमारा जो मार्केट शेयर वो लाइकली नहीं बढ़ेगा क्योंकि डिस्काउंट्स इतना मेजर फैक्टर ही नहीं है राइट.
डिस्काउंट्स अगर अचीव किया भी प्लान मतलब एम अचीव हुआ बट डिस्काउंट का इतना मेजर रोल नहीं था. बाकी कोई चीज something X can be that played a major role. ये हो सकता है क्या?
नहीं, हम तो बस देखो हमारा स्कोप बस इतना ही है कि प्लान से एम अचीव हो रहा है या नहीं हो रहा, बाकी
Right.
उसकी जो मर्जी हो। तो
Okay.
प्लान तो हमारा डिस्काउंट देंगे और एडवर्टाइज करेंगे, अब उससे हमारा मार्केट
Goal
शेयर
achieve.
चाहिए, लाइक
Right.
राइट, यही बात है।
यही बात।
तो आप कह रहे हो कि डिस्काउंट से इतना मार्केट शेयर बढ़ने के चांस बहुत ही कम ही है।
हाँ
तो आप
मतलब वो
डिस्काउंट्स को एक तरह से कास्ट कर रहे हो कि डिस्काउंट्स की अपने आप में लोगों के दिमाग में क्या वैल्यू है, राइट?
राइट, मतलब डिस्काउंट्स की इतनी मेजर वैल्यू क्यों मतलब नहीं होनी चाहिए, लाइक या कम भी हो सकती है, मुझे पता ही नहीं क्या वैल्यू होगी उसकी। ये सही
ये
पॉइंट
तो
है।
ऑल्सो अंडरस्टैंड कि एम सिर्फ इंक्रीज करने का है।
राइट।
इंक्रीज का मतलब यू अंडरस्टैंड कि अगर वो 10% का 10.01% भी होता तो इंक्रीज तो हो ही गया ना वो।
ओ इन दैट करेक्ट, करेक्ट या।
तो आप फिर उसको भी डाउट, मतलब बेसिकली आपको डिस्काउंट एज अ एंटिटी पे आप डाउट कास्ट करोगे तो वो डाउट इंक्रीज पे चला जाएगा, बट आप इंश्योर नहीं कर पा रहे कि अगर वो छोटा सा भी फैक्टर है तो इंक्रीज तो करना चाहिए ना।
राइट 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 राइट, मतलब इवन अ स्मॉल इंक्रीज आल्सो कंट्रीब्यूट्स टू एन इंक्रीज।
इंक्रीज तो इंक्रीज हो ही जाएगा, एम तो अचीव हो गया, उन्होंने ये तो नहीं कहा था ड्रामेटिकली इंक्रीज या इंक्रीज बाय इतना परसेंट।
या बिकॉज मेरी जो इनिशियल अंडरस्टैंडिंग थी दैट वाज कि प्लान इज लाइकली, अगर यहाँ होता प्लान विल अचीव इट सेम, तो दैट मींस दैट वुड हैव बीन सर्टेन कि हाँ 100% होगा।
इंक्रीज करेगा वो, फिर भी इंक्रीज पे रह जाएगा। इंक्रीज अपने आप में भी एक बड़ा माइल्ड स्टेटमेंट है,
राइट।
राइट?
या
तो वीकनेस तो फिर भी काफी हद तक सेम रहेंगे जब assumptions पे आएंगे, बिकॉज दीज आर वेरी प्रिसाइज स्टेटमेंट, तो उसको ब्रेक डाउन करना उसमें मुश्किल लगेगा, तो यू हैव टू मेक एन एक्सट्रीम स्टेटमेंट कि इंक्रीज तक नहीं करेगा।
राइट राइट राइट, ओके अंडरस्टूड।
या
Thank you.
या श्रेयांश।
Sir, I had a small doubt in the the woman politics question. Sir, like one of the gaps, like one of the during our discussion that came was that, sir, that the data was from last year. So, like you had written there, the first point, the data is only for last year. This may not be representative of general trend. So, sir, like the first thought that came to my mind was that, if in the previous to the last year, if like won't that be bit irrelevant out of scope of the argument, because because the conclusion has been based on the last year's data. So that was something, because sir, but then it was, sir, like then they pointed out ki it's same as the fiscal wastefulness argument, because any wastefulness is like a blanket, it's a broad claim. So
हाँ,
yeah, that made sense to me, but like sir, still I had some like reservations with it, sir. Like
नहीं तो अगर आप एक वीकन बना सकते हो कि लास्ट टू लास्ट ईयर ये सेम डेटा नहीं था, दैट वीकन्स द कंक्लूजन, क्योंकि कंक्लूजन आपका जेनरिक है,
yeah, sir.
क्योंकि दे डोंट हैव डिफिकल्टी भी नहीं, और आप कह रहे हो लास्ट टू लास्ट ईयर तो थी डिफिकल्टी, दैट वीकन्स।
Hmm. That is right. So that is not out of scope, basically.
या नो नो, इट्स फॉर द
Yeah,
सेम।
sir. Yeah, sir. And in the sir, the second question, the automaker, the Woods one. Sir, like sir, I just had like a gap. Like I think we had a small discussion on it, but we thought that it wasn't a gap. Sir, like I was thinking maybe the manufacturers in America, like the wood manufacturers in America, won't want to sell their wood in the first place because the value of dollar is falling. So if the value of dollar is falling, maybe they won't get as much as value from buying.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, तो वो तो आप मिसअंडरस्टैंड कर रहे हो सिचुएशन को। डॉलर अगर गिरता है तो मुझे मुझे तो रुपी सेम ही मिल रहा है, मतलब फॉर एग्जांपल अंदर वालों को डॉलर सेम, जैसे जब रुपी गिरता है तो इंडिया से बाहर वालों के लिए चीपर हो जाता है। फॉर एग्जांपल जैसे अगर मैं प्राइवेट ट्यूटरिंग ऑफर कर रहा हूँ एक यूएस स्टूडेंट को, तो लेट्स से मेरा तो जो चार्ज है मैं सेम चार्ज कर रहा हूँ, बट क्योंकि रुपी गिर रहा है तो उसको
Hmm.
डॉलर्स कम पे करने पड़ रहे हैं,
Yeah.
मुझे तो रुपी सेम ही मिल रहे हैं।
हाँ सर, मैं थोड़ा ऐसे लाइंस में सोच रहा था कि अभी डॉलर का वैल्यू गिर गई है। अभी जैसे कि लेट्स से यूरो इज फॉर लाइक 100 रुपीज, तो सर अभी डॉलर 75 का चल रहा है, पहले 80 का था। तो अभी अगर उसे यूरोप से कोई गुड खरीदना है तो डॉलर की वैल्यू इन टर्म्स वो गिर गई है, तो मे बी अगर वो इम्पोर्ट भी करता हो तो उसे अभी वुड्स नहीं बेचने हो।
वुड्स ना बेचने हो, वुड पल्प ना
यस।
बेचना हो। क्यों ना बेचना हो वुड पल्प, उसको तो सेम रेट मिल ही रहा है ना, वो तो बाहर वाले लोगों के लिए सस्ता हो गया, उसको थोड़ा ना कम मिल रहा है।
मेक सेंस सर, मेक सेंस। दे और ऑल्सो हैड द सेम रीजन लाइक ड्यूरिंग आवर डिस्कशन कि डॉलर का वैल्यू तो अमेरिका के अंदर तो सेम ही है, तो जो चीज पहले $1 की मिल रही थी वो अभी भी $1 की मिलेगी। यस सर।
या कमल दे।
मेरा एक डाउट उससे रिलेटेड था, वुमेन वाले से, जो पॉलिटिक्स, तो उसमें जैसे 15% वुमेन है आउट ऑफ ऑल द कैंडिडेट्स, तो 15% में से देन ये तो अभी क्लियर हो गया, जो मेरे को भी डाउट था, जो जमीन ने पूछा अभी, जो कंक्लूजन में, दैट वी कैन क्वेश्चन इवन द एक्स, बट लेट्स से कि वो ट्रू है, तो उसमें तो मतलब वो फैक्ट हो गया कि देयर वर फ्यू वुमेन हु एक्चुअली वॉन द इलेक्शन, लाइक विन द इलेक्शन प्रेजेंट, तो लेकिन जो 15% है वो एक्चुअली में लाइक प्रोपोर्शनली, मतलब आउट ऑफ दोज 15% there was like only 1% or less than 1% women who won the elections. So normally the 15% who were actually fighting for the election, they were a big number. I think ये उसी के अराउंड रिवॉल्व कर रहा है, फ्यू वाला.
हाँ,
I'm
बट
not
एट द
sure.
सेम टाइम वो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट को चैलेंज नहीं करना है कि वुमेन हु रैन वर एज लाइकली टू विन एज मैन. तो अब अगर आप उसका 1% ऑफ वुमेन बोल रहे हो कि 1% ऑफ वुमेन ही विन कर रही हैं, तो फिर 1% ऑफ मैन ही विन कर रहे हैं, ये भी मान के चलना.
Okay, 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 okay. Yeah. Yes, you're right. Clear है.
या
And yeah, and the second one was I अभी क्लिक हुआ मेरे को, जब ये मानिक पूछ रहा था डाउट दूसरे क्वेश्चन में, ऑटो मेकर्स वाले में. तो जो प्लान इज लाइकली टू अचीव एम, एंड द प्लान इज बाय डिस्काउंटिंग, डीपली डिस्काउंटिंग इट्स व्हीकल्स. सो कोई ऑप्शन अगर ऐसे प्ले करने लग जाए कि मतलब पैरेलली कुछ और चीज़ें भी हुई हैं, जब ये प्लान, मतलब ये 4-5 महीने, सेवरल मंथ्स में करना था, उसकी वजह से, मतलब वो वहाँ पे रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं कर रहा है, बट लाइकली इंडिकेटिंग कि दोज अदर थिंग्स मतलब कंट्रीब्यूटेड टू दिस दिस अचीविंग द एम.
कौन से प्लान इज लाइकली टू अचीव द एम?
करेक्ट.
तो आगे की बात कर रहे हैं, हुई है का क्या मतलब है? हम तो आगे की बात कर रहे हैं कि अचीव करेगा. आप कह रहे हो चुकी हैं, उससे क्या फर्क पड़ता
ओके, ठीक है, थिंक अबाउट इट. ओके.
है? सो आई टेक 2 more questions. या वरा.
Hi, CJ. So, firstly, thank you so much for this workshop. I mean, it was really insightful. I think माइंड में ओवरलोड हो गया इस टाइम पे. इतना शायद कभी डेप्थ में सोचा नहीं.
अच्छा.
इतना ज़्यादा सोच लिया है कि यही समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि आई मीन द मेन प्रॉब्लम दैट आई एम फेसिंग इज कि मैं ओवर थिंकिंग में फंस जाती हूँ. लाइक व्हाट आई स्ट्रगल विद इज टू ड्रॉ लाइन्स. लाइक आई डोंट नो वेयर टू ड्रॉ द लाइन. जब मैं सोचने बैठती हूँ तो कई बार कुछ चीज़ें फार बहुत ज़्यादा ही स्ट्रेच हो जाती हैं, या फिर क्वेश्चन करने लगते हैं तो इतना ज़्यादा क्वेश्चन करने लगते हैं कि एकदम मैं बेसिक में चले जाती हूँ कि धरती भी क्यों एग्जिस्ट कर रही है. मतलब बिल्कुल ही बेसिक्स में घुस जाती हूँ मैं.
राइट.
एंड सो आई जस्ट नीड योर इंसाइट इन दिस वेरी एस्पेक्ट, बिकॉज ये जो आर्ग्यूमेंट्स आपने दिए
या
as assignments and even in class, what I was basically struggling was with this very same thing कि कहाँ पर ऐसा हो रहा है कि मैं अब ऑथर की थिंकिंग में घुसती चली जा रही हूँ कि ये सोच रहा है कि नहीं सोच रहा है, या फिर लाइक वेयर डू आई ड्रॉ द लाइन कि हाँ इसके बाद मुझे इसके आगे प्रोसीड नहीं करना है, बिकॉज ये फिर ऑथर की थिंकिंग में हम घुस रहे हैं, विच इज बेसिकली एंडिंग अप कंफ्यूजिंग मी इन द लॉन्ग टर्म. बाद में मैं बस कंफ्यूज ही हो जा रही हूँ, घूम के बस मैं वहीं वहीं घूमे जा रही हूँ, घूमे जा रही हूँ. Like, what is the solution to this overthinking? Where do we draw lines?
तो देखो, एक चीज़ हमने 2-3 बारी बात हुई है इस चीज़ के बारे में कि वी डोंट हैव टू थिंक अबाउट कि ऑदर क्या सोच रहा है, बिकॉज वो हमें नहीं पता.
Hmm.
हमें ये पता है कि उसने क्या लिखा है, और
Hmm.
जो लिखा है उस वर्ड्स में क्या मतलब होता है वो हम सब पता है.
Hmm.
सो वी हैव टू लिमिट आवर सेल्फ टू दैट कि ये लिखा है, ये इसके बेसिस पे ये वर्ड्स बोल सकते हैं, नहीं बोल सकते क्योंकि इन वर्ड्स का तो ये मतलब ही होता है, एंड सो ऑन, जो
Hmm.
हमने गैप्स निकाले हैं. ठीक है. तो वी डोंट हैव टू थिंक व्हाट द ऑदर इज थिंकिंग. यू हैव टू थिंक कि ये चीज़ें जो लिखी गई हैं वो सपोर्टेड हैं प्रेमिसेस से या नहीं, और जो लिखी गई हैं उनका एग्जैक्टली क्या मतलब है. दैट्स ऑल. दैट्स
Hmm.
ऑल. दैट्स ऑल वी कैन डू. वी कैन नॉट इवन डू एनीथिंग एल्स, राइट. हम ऑदर के दिमाग में कैसे जा सकते हैं?
Hmm.
क्या हम तो ये कह सकते हैं ऑदर ने यहाँ पे हाउएवर लगाया है. हाउएवर का मतलब कॉन्ट्रास्ट होता है, तो कुछ कॉन्ट्रास्ट होगा यहाँ पे, राइट.
Hmm.
ऑदर कॉन्ट्रास्ट नहीं देना चाहता था, उसने गलती से लगाया. नो 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 नो, वी आर नॉट गोइंग टू गो देयर. जो
I'll give
वर्ड
you one example यहाँ पे
या
to clarify. तो example would be कि जैसे ऑथर ने आर्ग्यूमेंट में लिखा है कि सचिन तेंदुलकर इज अ गुड बैट्समैन,
करेक्ट
एंड एक दूसरा आर्ग्यूमेंट है जिसमें ऑथर ने लिखा है कि हरभजन सिंह को कोट करा है उसने कि हरभजन सिंह सेज दैट सचिन तेंदुलकर इज अ गुड बैट्समैन। तो
करेक्ट
पहले वाले में तो हम अज्यूम करेंगे कि ये ऑथर का ओपिनियन है क्योंकि ऑथर ने सीधा सीधा सचिन के ऊपर रिमार्क दिया है।
ये एज्यूम नहीं कर रहे हैं हम, ये वो खुद बोल रहा है, ये
वो
हम
बोल रहा है।
स्टैंड कर रहे हैं जो उसने लिखा है। देयर
हाँ
इज नो assumption है।
हाँ। एंड माय क्वेश्चन इज कि जो सेकंड वाला आर्ग्यूमेंट है इसमें हम क्या अज्यूम करेंगे कि उसने हरभजन सिंह व्हिच इज अ सेकंड पर्सन उसको कोट करा है एक थर्ड पर्सन के बारे में बोलते हुए, तो यहाँ पे ऑथर का ओपिनियन क्या है?
यहाँ पे ऑथर का कोई ओपिनियन नहीं है। अगर वो डाल देता है हरभजन सिंह करेक्टली सेज सचिन तेंदुलकर इज अ ग्रेट बैट्समैन, तो फिर हम पता लग रहा है कि करेक्टली या ऑथर का ओपिनियन आ रहा है बीच में।
ओके।
अगर वो सिर्फ यही बोल रहा है हरभजन से सचिन तेंदुलकर इज अ ग्रेट बैट्समैन, तो ऑथर का ओपिनियन तो कहीं नजर ही नहीं आ रहा। अगर वो बोल देगी हरभजन सिंह इनकरेक्टली थिंक्स सचिन तेंदुलकर इज अ ग्रेट बैट्समैन, देन ऑल्सो वी नो कि ऑथर का ओपिनियन है कि ये गलत आइडिया। तो वर्ड से ही पता लगता है हमें कि ऑथर मतलब क्या, ऑथर का यहाँ पे क्या है, क्योंकि वर्ड्स ही हमारे पास, राइट।
करेक्ट।
दूसरा है ओवर थिंकिंग वाली जो बात है, देखो दिस इज अ कॉमन डिस्कशन, मतलब आई हैव रिटन आर्टिकल्स आल्सो ऑन दिस, sometime I'll create a more comprehensive content, but basically overthinking is never a problem. It again goes against what people think. देखो ओवर थिंकिंग का मतलब क्या है कि आप कह रहे हो कि मैं ज्यादा सोच रहा हूँ जितना सोचना, दैट्स लिटरल मीनिंग ऑफ ओवर थिंकिंग, कि थिंकिंग ओवर, राइट। सो यू आर थिंकिंग समथिंग बियॉन्ड व्हाट इज नेसेसरी। तो सोचने में क्या दिक्कत है यार, मैंने जिंदगी भर एक्स्ट्रा ही सोचा है, एंड दैट्स हाउ आई बिल्ड क्लैरिटी। अगर आई वुड ऑल इफ आई वर आल्सो लिमिटिंग माई सेल्फ कि इस क्वेश्चन के लिए इतना ही सोचना है, बस आगे बढ़ो, देन देयर इज नो एडिशनल क्लैरिटी दैट आई विल हैव। सोचने से ही, समझने से ही चीज़ों में क्लैरिटी आती है, जितना सोचते रहोगे क्लैरिटी आती जाएगी। द होल डायग्नोसिस इटसेल्फ इज रॉन्ग। तो नेचुरली जब लोग बोलते हैं कि ओवर थिंकिंग मेरे प्रॉब्लम है, तो नेचुरल सोल्यूशन है कम सोचो, बात खत्म हो गई। दैट इज नॉट द सोल्यूशन। ओवर थिंकिंग प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि लोगों को कि उनके दिमाग में बड़े सारे थॉट आते हैं एंड दे डोंट नो व्हाट इज करेक्ट एंड व्हाट इज रॉन्ग। तो
स्ट्रक्चर नहीं कर पाते।
लैक ऑफ क्लैरिटी इज द प्रॉब्लम। वो क्लियर नहीं है कि मेरे दिमाग में जब मैंने सोचना शुरू करा तो लगा ये भी हो सकता है, वो भी हो सकता है, वो भी हो सकता है, सब कुछ हो सकता है कि कुछ ही चीजें हो सकती हैं और बाकी नहीं हो सकती। अब यही तो फिगर आउट करना था कि कौन से सही है कौन से गलत है, और जो सही है वो क्यों सही है और जो गलत है वो क्यों गलत है। फिर एक एक थॉट को लेके बैठना पड़ेगा आपको। दैट्स हाउ यू बिल्ड क्लैरिटी। क्लैरिटी इज अबाउट बिकमिंग क्लियर कि ये सही है और इसलिए सही है, और ये गलत है और वो इसलिए गलत है। देन मतलब तब जितना मर्जी सोचो, उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं। मैं जितना मर्जी सोच रहा हूँ तो ना मैं कंफ्यूज हो जाता हूँ।
करेक्ट। ओके, गॉट इट सीजे, थैंक यू सो मच, इट वाज
Yep.
वेरी इंसाइटफुल।
Thank you. Okay, I'll take one more question. Anybody has? Yeah, Zameen.
I'm sorry, sir. I'll just revolve around this again. I need to be very clear because then it will stay in my mind. Sir, I'll just draw an analogy. If I'm going incorrect, I'll go very slow. Sir, please correct me. Okay. Sir, ये same argument की एक I'll draw very small analogy. I'll say, let's say this is about cricket, and I say Virat Kohli was last year. Virat Kohli was as likely to play cover drive as he was to play a flick shot. As it says, women and men. वहाँ पे मैं analogy create कर रहा हूँ cover drive and flick to two shots.
हाँ देखो रुक जाओ, मतलब आई अंडरस्टैंड कि आप ड्रॉ करना चाहते हो, बट बिकॉज ऑफ द कंस्ट्रेंट्स ऑफ टाइम यू कैन जस्ट टेल मी कि कौन सा पॉइंट यू आर ट्राइंग टू मेक, बिकॉज देन वील गेट लॉस्ट कि एनालॉजी पैरेलल है, फिर उसमें पॉइंट आपने कुछ और बोलना था, एंड देन सो ऑन।
True. It's basically, sir, I see this as a description of a situation in a country, United States.
ठीक है,
In this, I'm seeing that he's given me two facts. One
ठीक है,
fact is that women are as likely to win as men in the last year. This is a fact.
Yeah.
And this is the situation that is given written. I'm just visualizing in my mind.
Yeah.
Second situation, I'm seeing that 15% of the candidates were women.
Right.
अगर 100 थे, 15 candidates women थे. This is the second part of the situation I'm looking at. Now, when I move to the conclusion, I go to the reason that there are so few women who win elections for these offices. If I
Correct.
just read till this point.
Correct.
So this also comes to me as not a, I don't know why, I'm just not able to say it as a derivation from previous premises.
It is not a derivation, it is a new thing.
Yeah, I'm looking at it as a fact only.
नहीं आप fact समझ रहे हो but वो fact नहीं है. And I've given you the analogy also to explain that.
So he
मतलब वो अब डेरिवेशन आप कह रहे हो कि वो मतलब क्या पता वो यहाँ से मतलब वो तो चलो एक हाइपोथेसिस है कि क्या पता वो 15% कैंडिडेट समझ रहा है तो शायद सोच रहा हो कि कम ही जीतती होंगी. वो मुझे नहीं पता वो कैसे ही इज अराइविंग एट बट दिस इज अ न्यू पीस ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन सडनली गिवन इन द कंक्लूजन.
So if he had to conclude without, if he had to consider it a fact within the premises, तो वो उन पिछले वाले premises को अगर connect कर देता, then we would have said कि सिर्फ reasoning concluded है, ये fact concluded नहीं है.
या मतलब उसका मेन पॉइंट तो ये है कि x का कॉज y है.
या y
तो आके बोलते कि रुक जा भाई, तो x का कॉज निकाल रहा है बट क्या x हुआ भी है, तो तभी तो वो डाउट में आ ही जाएगी ना उसकी बात कि तू तो मान के ही चल रहा है x y है पर कहीं दिया तो नहीं वहां हमें कि x हुआ है.
सर ये एक चीज से मैं सोच रहा था बेसिकली व्हेन वी वर इन अ सेशन एंड यू वर टीचिंग मी समथिंग आउट, देन आई वाज थिंकिंग कि इन मेनी सिचुएशंस आई वेंट टू अ लेवल बिहाइंड वेयर आई वाज थिंकिंग कि सर वो कोर्ट केस, इफ आई थिंक इट्स अ व्हाइल बैक, बेसिकली इट विल गो थोड़ा पीछे चले जाएगा. देन आई वाज इवन क्वेश्चनिंग दोस थिंग्स कि व्हेन सर ये ऑथर ने लिखा है बट ये भी हमें थोड़ी पता है कि कोर्ट केस में ये हुआ भी था. So we were going on. So that's why I tend to stop in going to that point ki where I was just literally digging the truth out of every statement कि ये हुआ भी था या नहीं हुआ था. So this is where
क्या
I
हुआ
was.
है जो अगेन जो प्रेमिसेस में दिया होता है उसको हम सच मानते हैं. अगेन आई विल स्टिक टू द सेम थिंग. जो नहीं दिया हुआ दैट रिमेन्स ओपन टू क्वेश्चन.
Sir, I need to look at it more. I think so.
Yeah.
To look at it more. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Zameen. Okay then, take care. Bye bye. Have a good Sunday.
Have a great day, sir.
You too, CJ. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, CJ.
Thank you for your time,
Thank you.
CJ.
Thank you. Bye.